Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you may be across the world. Thank you for joining us here on the sunny shores of Valencia for another stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. My name is Howling Minds, in the booth this weekend with hometown hero Carlo to Fernandez. You'll catch a little bit later on, but of course, my dastardly duo at this point. Top four at a Pro Tour. Gijssel, how you doing?
I'm doing very well. It's good to be here. It's always good to be back in the booth. I had some good times playing these last couple months. I got to play the World Championships. Had an amazing week running up to that with a lot of prep time at a house and then playing the whole event. Awesome weekend, awesome vibes. It was great to have you in the booth for that too. I've watched it back since.
Very lucky.
And now I'm happy to be beside you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, it felt kind of weird casting an event without you at this point. It's very much
honored.
become our normal routine here in Europe, and I'm very excited to have you back. And Carlo are joining us a little later on as well for what should be a pretty amazing show. You may notice, pre-show clock, of course, ticking away. We're going to take you through some goodies about the stories from the World Championship, things towards the end of the Player of the Year race, World Tour, that kind of stuff. And of course, just set you people up for the day going forward as we are here in Valencia. It's a huge calling. People are not sick of Classic Constructed, that's fair to say. And I'm looking forward to seeing what players come up with this weekend. How about you?
Absolutely. I think this is an interesting position in the meta. We were talking about this a bit before the event this morning, where usually we have these exciting events that are at the start of a format, where we have a brand new set or a brand new ban and restricted announcement, and that leads us to having these what's going to be the best deck questions. Right now, we know the best decks. We know the top 3 decks are Syndra, Verdance, and Gravy. We don't know what order they might appear in, but we know that they are the strongest on power level. They do always show up in the last couple of events, and it's a question of what have people picked in terms of where they are in the cycle of switching between those, because there are some good matchups and there's some bad matchups. So I'm excited to see how that breaks down and how those lists have changed in the weeks that follow the World Championship.
Absolutely. I think there's definitely some underdogs coming into light from the World Championship too. We saw some impressive showings from Prism. We saw some impressive showings from Arakni Marionette that I'm sure people are going to be on the uprise heading into this weekend as possible contenders to those big 3. So lots of questions left to answer, I think. But one question that we don't have to answer is how today works. So let's take a look at the format for the event. 7 rounds of Classic Constructed for us on day number 1. We'll kick off the show into 5 more, and that top cut on day number 2.
Yeah, this is one of those classic, this is a standard calling schedule. 7-round day 1 makes it a little bit tighter to break to that important top 8 on day 2. We're near one of those player boundaries up at the top level of, we have about 400 or more players. You'll see later on when we get to the metagame, I believe. And it's going to be tight. I think these players are going to have to be on their game all of day 1 and all of day 2, making sure they don't lose more than 2 games, I believe, in order to cut to top 8. And of course, tomorrow is going to be a very exciting and tight game, day full of games.
Worth noting a third little box on this slide as well. We got some goodies to give away this weekend. We always want to give back to the community, give back to the chat where possible. During the finals tomorrow, we'll be throwing 1 box of Super Slam directly into the chat. If you want to be in the competition to win that, you'll need to be around joining us for what I'm sure will be a fantastic final.
Yeah, the final's going to be good because, you know, it has been the last several events. I think we've casted some very exciting callings. You and I have called off New in her very final event. Last time in Hamburg was very good. And Fab's just been rewarding us recently. The World Championships had some amazing games on streams throughout the top 8 and throughout the first 2 days. And I just think we're in a blessed period of professional Fab right now, or competitive Fab.
I think so. I think the World Championships was a big recommendation of how this can be done. I don't think we saw a game on stream all weekend that was lackluster or disappointing. And that's kind of what I've grown to expect from players of this quality in a format that is this refined. Players now have an incredible understanding of the highest level of Classic Constructed, and that brings out not only the best from them, but the best from the whole community, I find.
Absolutely, and I think we're also improving as a community. You know, we're in year 7 of the game, year maybe 5 of the highly competitive era of Flesh and Blood, and it's been very exciting to see how players adapt to this. Now that we're in the 2nd year of the Player of the Year race, we're going to be seeing players continue to take this game more and more seriously, and there are some big names here today trying to take down that top prize.
Big names and big prizes. Let's take a look at what they're playing for this weekend. $20,000 of cold, hard cash.
Yeah, that first place gets even more special with something I think we're showing later, the beautiful quick dodge flexors. But there is prize money down to 30 seconds, so these callings are always a tight end of day 2, where even if you know you're not in for top 8, you have to play those last couple rounds. Make sure you can eke out some of that money down 9th to 16th and top 32. But of course, you want to be top 8ing, you want to be on the big stage at the end of tomorrow, and you want to get that PTI and gold foil legendary prize.
Big Dance will require a PTI to join one of those big Pro Tour events if you haven't qualified in some other route. So these players will be hunting for those, much like they are hunting for what you may have just alluded to. Flesh and Blood, calling champion, 16 World Tour points. Surprisingly important, I'm going to add. Last year, we kicked off the World Tour with Florence, which is an event that maybe you don't remember if you weren't around in the space of things. It's just a calling that you might not be familiar with. Jacob Clements won that calling, had quite the breakout, and kickstarted a rather impressive run towards the World Tour leaderboard off the back of that event.
It was his second calling top 8, his first calling championship. He was due it. He had so many win-ins in previous events leading up to that era, and then you know, made his name basically at the start of the Pro Tour year, or the Player of the Year last year in Florence, and he's now one of the big names. He's in interviews. You know, everyone knows who Jacob Clements is now. He is one of the champions of the game. And if you're able to win this weekend, be the champion of this calling, and make your name, put your stamp on that series, you get this beautiful, like, so sexy card that oh my god, I love these new Marvel gold foils. It's just amazing to see them.
It just feels premium. I'm happy to see something that we know is a premium treatment from across the entirety of Flesh and Blood being ported into these prize cards. That hot stamp of calling champion on the back of that prize card. Like, if I sit down opposite that, it's terrifying, and I guess that's kind of exactly what you want from a prize from an event like this.
I think you and I might have cast a game where Jason Rolfe did have his gold foil Stonewall Gauntlet on the table, but it would be so much specialer with that calling champion stamped on there.
Impressive stuff, impressive prizes, impressive players, hopefully impressive games. But in order to understand the implications of what we're about to watch, we need to look at the implications of what we have already watched. So let's take a look at the Living Legend leaderboard heading into this weekend. There was a bit of a question heading into the World Championship whether or not the final member of the cast of Arcane Rising would be joining us for the event. Kano Drakaev Aether hanging on by the skin of his teeth.
On the precipice, but one event win at any major event will knock Kano off this list and into the Living Legend history books. Of course, if he makes it to Road to National season at the start of next year, it'll just take maybe one weekend of events to get Kano towards Living Legend. But down the line, we have quite a few heroes that are close and getting there as well. Kayo and Florian, maybe not the top end of the meta right now, but definitely decks that will show up in some small numbers and that have a chance of making something like a top 8 and a win, because they are high power level decks, of course. Down in 5th place, we should pay attention to Prism, who just had a top 4, I believe, at Worlds with Ian Zhang. That is a hot deck right now, and it has very good matchups. So I wouldn't be that surprised if we saw Prism gain some extra points and make it up into 3rd or 4th with a win this weekend. And of course, all of these heroes could always make a showing at a Road to National season that we see at the start of January.
Absolutely. Got to keep our eyes on 9th and 10th here as well. Syndra, Verdance, 2 heroes that are very much in the conversation this weekend, slowly making their way up to the ranks of the best heroes we have ever seen. But, you know, Gabe, I got to ask, maybe it's a bit of a personal bias. Do you fancy sending a second hero to Living Legend with me? Would that make a good event for you?
Oh my gosh. To be able to do that, to send off Kano at this event would be amazing. I think Kano's the only one eligible because it'll be 50 to 75 points depending on which hero ends up winning, but that would be great. If it's not this weekend, we'll get it next year.
I might have to call in some favors, maybe see if I can convince some people to switch to Kano last minute ahead of round 1, just to see if we can have something to enjoy as we make our way towards the end of the day. However, there is plenty to enjoy for Flesh and Blood, because if you've been sleeping under a rock, spelled R-O-K to be clear, 36 pro-level events next year, $2 million in US prize money.
Yeah, ramp up from the previous year, where it was 1.5 million, and now we have even more callings. I believe every World Tour stop this year has a calling event at it that was announced at the World Championships keynote. Super excited for this upcoming year of just high competitive fab basically almost every weekend of the year.
It's going to be impressive stuff all around. Of course, Silver Age is going to be starting with us this weekend with the Battle Hardened, which is very impressive. The early access there for the first time for the lovely $20 ticket to a $2 million World Tour format. So I'm very excited to get my teeth stuck in there, as I'm sure the players in Seattle will be as well, between December 12th and 14th. Singapore, big Battle Hardened over there for Classic Constructed. Seoul, Vienna, similar stories. That CC format that we're going to watch in full effect today, available all across the globe in December.
Yeah, and then we reach the end of December. We get another calling there in Hong Kong with also the final Silver Age early access Battle Hardened before we go to, maybe not final, before we go into 2026 and we get some early events there as well. And then we're entering January, which is sort of I guess it's not yet until we get that beautiful world premiere in London, but I feel like this is a new era of Flesh and Blood where this January month still feels like this early access for Silver Age. We get maybe the end of the classic constructed meta that we're seeing right now as we visit Gdansk in Poland and then Atlanta in the US the same weekend, and Akihabara, of course, having that amazing calling in Japan. Following weekend, we go to Columbus back in the US, another calling classic constructed with that final, with Silver Age early access battle hardened. And then Charleroi having a battle-hardened in CC, Portland having a battle-hardened in CC, those being the final events of this Super Slam format that we're in, that we love so much right now. Before, Scott, we got to talk about it.
We do. I am very excited for the world premiere in London. You will see me there because it's maybe 2 hours away if I'm being a little bit generous to myself. Compendium of Wraith. A phenomenal set, first expansion set we've seen since Dusk Till Dawn, I believe. Huge amount of cards, 360 something if I remember correctly. 77% of that set is legal in Silver Age. There are over 50 pieces of equipment that will be legal in Silver Age to throw that format through the words are hard. I'm excited about Compendium of Wraith, mostly because of the implications for that brand new format, but we've seen new Teklevossen cards. We've seen other things being slowly teased through trailers as well. This stands to be an all-timer.
I mean, some of my favorite cards in the history of Flesh and Blood are from those expansion sets. We have Everfest cards like Swarming Gloomveil that have been relevant in basically every format recently and every format in history. It's just... I'm super excited for what that set does for the meta. And of course, it's the introduction of real Silver Age as part of this 2026 World Tour. That's special.
It is very special. And as are those Antiquity packs, which we do have to mention every time we talk about Compendium of Wraith. If you're looking for some of the biggest cards the game has ever seen, these power generics, things like Balance of Justice, Shelter from the Storm, Eye of Ophidia, Findle's Spring Tunic. The list goes on. I won't ruin any surprises for anybody, but those are going to be highly covered, I think.
Yeah, and it's just a set that's going to, I think, change the game, like we have seen with expansion slots as well in the past. I'm going to be playing. You're going to be in the booth. It's going to be a fun weekend.
It's going to be a blast. I'm very, very excited. But if you can't wait until London, and today isn't enough for you, don't worry. There's plenty of other streams coming up as well. There's plenty of things to enjoy as we make our way towards the holiday season here in Flesh and Bloodland. World Tour Seattle is going to be the first on the roster, December 12th to 14th there in the States, and a huge finale in Hong Kong towards the end of the year as well.
Yeah, we have a bunch of casters coming to us, or two casters actually coming to us for both events, Seattle, and then they're heading over to Hong Kong the following week. Bryce and Michael out of the US. Amazing casters, amazing duo. I love Michael Funk. He's been nice to me throughout my history of Flesh and Blood. He was one of the first big name players who really welcomed me and helped me feel comfortable as a player on the international scene. And this is just, these are going to be great casts. I'm so happy to see Michael taking, quote-unquote, my spot in the booth over in those events in the other regions. And Bryce is a really good shoutcaster. This is going to be fun to watch and a good way to settle through December into the holiday season.
Oh, Bryce makes me look bad by comparison. I want to be very clear, this is two distinctly different set of casters. In Seattle, we'll have Bryce and Michael. In Hong Kong, we'll have Michael and Bryce. It's entirely different things. They're going to be very different shows, but I'm sure they'll both be fantastic one way or the other. If you're not lucky enough to be near either of these events, don't worry. There is still something for you this year in the form of Skirmish Season 13. We're live now, events kicking off this weekend all across the globe. This is our big competitive sayonara to the Blitz format.
As Blitz gets not thrown out the window, but replaced sort of in the competitive sequence with Silver Age, it'll be a good send-off for that format that introduced so many of us to the game through these skirmishes in the early seasons. These were our sort of first foray into competitive Flesh and Blood. It's going to be an exciting season. There's a lot of really great prizes. That Bravo Flattering Showman Marvel for the winner. That hero has to be relevant in Silver Age. The hero power is just too good. Of course, you got the Super Slam Charm playmats, which just look beautiful, and some gem packs for participation. Always fun to see. You've got that beautiful Herald of Sokem, top 4, maybe relevant in some Prism metas, but I got my eyes on those top 2 promos over there because I'm an elemental lover and they are beautiful cold foil meld cards.
I certainly am too. Want to buy 4 Everbloom Life probably is somewhere I'm going. I got some decks to put them in across multiple formats at this point, but I am very, very excited for these cold foils. Very excited for this entire season, to be honest. And Very excited for Blitz. It's the format I don't get the opportunity to dabble with very often, but it is nice. It's very much a palate cleanser for me, mostly because I will pick up Shiana, Diamond, Gemini, and Arc Lightning people to death off silver tokens. That is like my favorite thing to do in that format. Visit the Gold Main Estate's pretty good when you get all of Olympia's equipment, trust me. So if you haven't had the chance to have some fun in Blitz, I highly recommend grabbing a hero, having a good time, making your way out to Skirmish Season 13, and picking up some goodies for the trouble.
Yeah, it'll be a fun sequence of events or season of events as we send off that Blitz format and we send off the year with our final in-store tournament season.
Well, we've talked about events that are coming up. There is one event that just happened I want to spend a little bit more time on. The World Championship just 2 weeks ago in Philadelphia. Now, I was lucky to be there. You were lucky to be there. These players also arguably quite lucky to be there, especially in the top 8 by the time that we made our way to the Sunday stage. Walk me through some of your favorite moments from this top 8.
Oh, this top 8 was incredible. I remember so many of these matches. I was watching it both in the morning at my Airbnb and then throughout the afternoon. I was watching as I went home to the airport. The game with Ian and Majin was really incredible, that quarterfinals. Of course, the finals was really exciting to watch. It was a 3-game series. We watched all 3 games on stream. Being able to watch best of 3 Flesh and Blood was super exciting. And Michael and Matthew, both incredible players. They know each other very well. They test together. I know them back from when I lived in Toronto as well. So it was really exciting to see Dilks and Yasha be able to battle it out in that full best of 3 in the top 8 as well, in the finals as well.
I was a really big fan of Best of 3 personally. I'm hoping we see more of it on the Tier 4 stage. I had a blast. I think the games were great. It adds a lot of tension to spots. We saw upsets in matchups with Marlynn sinking Chain from Margin Bay, which is just next to impossible. Gravy besting Prism against Ian Zhang. So there's just all kinds of extra story narratives to get woven into this. I think it made for an incredible event, and another huge congratulations to Michael Yaska for becoming our newest world champion. Very excited to see what they do moving forward. Now this metagame was very cool. It was diverse, CC, LL. Do you want to know about today's metagame? Do you want to take a look at how things are looking across the field here in Valencia? Any surprises standing out to you here, Gabe?
I mean, we have to call out just EU callings are always on top with 422 players showing up here. They had to remove side event space to make more space for this main event calling this weekend, as I think we now have a 2-in-a-row streak of having to do that at these callings in the EU. Incredible showing, but what are the surprises? I think we sort of talked about those top maybe 4 decks. I'm surprised by Prism being so low and not being the 5th most rep or 6th most rep deck. I would have expected that to be around Arakni Marionette levels. The Syndra Gravy triangle, Syndra Gravy Verdance triangle is not a surprise here. Maybe the surprise is how much Gravy has come back. I think Gravy had taken sort of the 3rd spot in the rotation in the period before and into the World Championships. And now it seems like people have been renewed by watching Matthew Dilks pilot it in the top 8 of the World Championships. And Gravy is back, knocking out Verdance for that 2nd spot. Of course, that's a favored matchup, Gravy into Verdance. And I think people on Gravy have gotten a little bit better at navigating the Syndra matchup as well and making that sort of less free for the Draconic Ninja. Down the line, I think we have to talk about maybe the story of the event is the 4th place Arakni Marionette. This is one of those decks that people have been discovering and refining those lists. We see still 2 different versions. We have a dagger heavy list and an attack heavy list. We saw the attack heavy list, I think, made 9th at World Championships, just missing out. Or maybe that was the dagger list? I don't know. Tommaso made 9th, just missing out. There was another one down in 11th.
Yeah, Gijssel Yamada just underneath there as well. Different takes on the hero, which was impressive stuff.
And, I mean, Tommaso's now 2 PTs in a row at 9th. Great pilot just released some of his thoughts on this deck. Jacob and Emad Kashi, 2 amazing pilots out of the UK, have been working on this deck for a long time. And I think not only that they've been putting up the results, but they've also been sharing how they play this deck with more people, that we're going to see this hero be relevant throughout this weekend and throughout weekends coming up as well, as it is clearly one of the semi-mainstays of the format now.
Couldn't agree more. There's a few other standouts to me here. Talk about finding space. We couldn't get every hero on the slide. There's so much diversity in the room with the amount of heroes that people are playing that Katsu, Leviah, Boltwin, and Toughnut, which we believe in, to be abruptly clear, are in the room to find themselves as the one-ofs in this category, so good luck to our underdogs. I gotta ask you some questions here about the 10 copies of Rhinar Reckless Rampage. Easy to forget in the excitement of the World Championship, but a brand new Armory deck just released to bolster this hero, and clearly it's convinced some people to bring him this weekend.
I mean, I think there's a mix of a meta call and a mix of getting new cards. So first of all, getting new cards will always be a buff up to a deck, but definitely strong cards that sort of reintroduce the beat chest mechanic and give more payoff for that mechanic that we saw introduced in heavy hitters. Some of those cards from this armory deck, very strong, and of course what people have been asking for so long is just a blue 6. So Rhinar got better because he got a new blue 6. It is maybe a little bit of the effect of hero got new cards, want to play hero at the next calling. But I wouldn't be surprised, it's probably got a relatively decent Verdance match with the effect of Intimidate being traditionally good against Earth-style heroes. I would be worried maybe about the Syndra match, but I wouldn't be that surprised if you also can clean up those Gravy allies relatively effectively. This is maybe a good meta call that people have missed in the excitement of the World Championship, as you said. Hopefully we get a Rhinar on stream and we're able to see how those games go.
I'm sure I can pull some strings. We'll try and make that happen at some point during the broadcast. Very excited about the 30 copies of KO Armed and Dangerous as well, a deck that did turn up in the World Championship top 8 in the hands of Florian Logan, has found success there. Kasaya the Golden Stand, a deck that I believe Pablo Pinto's been playing recently and found success with at Worlds to some extent as well. Happy to see people just like not giving up on these heroes as we find ourselves towards the end of the Super Slam format.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the excitements of this format that is sort of at the end of a competitive season where we're still exploring decks, we're still changing our deck lists and adapting. We have a clear top 3, which means you can either then choose to be in that clear top 3 and make the deck the best version of it, or you can choose to be on one of these heroes down the line that you think beats all of those heroes in the top 3, and those are the reasonable reasons to pick a hero. So I'm not surprised to still see, what is this in front of us, something like 33 decks represented at this format, at this event.
Bingo.
And also, I'm not really that surprised by what we see, but we're just going to see the strongest versions of these heroes coming out.
Well, if you're not surprised by what you see, maybe I have to make you look at something else. So how do you think you'll feel if we were to head into the first round of the day? Does that sound good to you, again?
I'm so excited. That's what we're here for. Exciting to talk through all of these other things in the pre-show, of course, but I want to see a real game in front of us, and it couldn't be more excited than being able to see a good friend of mine, Zhang, Dutch player over there, and coming off the top 4 at the World Championship just a couple weeks ago on this very hero, on the Prism Awakener of Soul on the left side of our screen.
Loïc Hervé on the other side of the screen here will stand across from our World's Top 8 competitor on a hero that has arguably fallen out of favor in recent memory. Florian Rockwood Harbinger here, typically quite a problematic matchup for Prism.
Yeah, I would say this leans maybe towards Loïc naturally. This is a strong player and a good matchup, as you said. Ian, if I'm going to pick anyone in the world to be on Prism and be able to navigate one of those harder matchups, I would just put Ian in the seat and say, hey, Ian, teach me how to do it, But it's going to be a hard one to figure out. It's going to be, we don't know how Loïc's deck is built necessarily from Ian's perspective, and that could affect it from the Runeblade side. Do they have some of those go again attacks? Do they have Channel Mount Heroic in the list? Or are they maybe on one of these slower, more defensive and turtly versions of Florian? With the reveal of Reaping Blade, maybe we assume the former, but we can never really know from Prism's side. So he has that question early in this game of how he sideboards. Is he bringing in an aura package? Is he going full Herald, or is he doing something in the middle?
Good learning opportunity. Sounds like the perfect round 1 for me. An intriguing matchup in the hands of an established player. Let's see exactly how this one plays out. Players drawing up their first hands of the game, and we see immediately here a few poppers available for Loïc. We see a Race Face in this opening hand, not always the most common choice, so does seem to be at least somewhat prepared for what's going on here.
It's not just a popper, it also has relevant card text. Being able to turn off cards that are light is very important. So Light of Soul won't hit. Some of those auras get a little bit worse if they're on the board and you don't have a light card in hand. Something like Genesis or Merciful Retribution rely on cards being light to get their full effect once they're on the board. So it can be relevant down the line to be able to turn off that talent from Loïc against Ian. We get some hints about what Ian's going to be running this game because of the Vestige of Soul, and I think we saw one of those Merciful Retributions in his hand. So Ian's going to be developing some of these auras throughout the game, and of course Loïc holding on to that action point on turn 0, not being willing to commit his whole hand, not being willing to say, play something without go again, because otherwise Ian will just play a bunch of auras and Loïc won't be able to respond to them. Instead, I think we just saw that was Ian's whole first turn was playing out the auras. He didn't want to risk it getting them popped immediately on that turn 0.
Very much so. Loïc here finding success on the first turn of the game, making those 3 rune chants courtesy of Grasp of the Arknight and these Arcane Seeds Life, of which we see a second, making the way out of the arsenal right now. But an impressive first turn on the other side here. Pierce Reality, Merciful Retribution, exactly where Prism wants to be in this spot, setting up that big elaborate board state, forcing Florian to pick a fight, per se.
Yeah, this is doing a little bit of... Early on, he's getting those rune chants that are going to challenge some of Ian's early life total, but of course he's also gaining life. So he has more of that buffer when we get to near the end of the game. When Ian is low and Loïc can maybe decide, I can actually start ignoring those auras and those auras now and just hit face. The more life buffer you have, the more space you have to be able to do that, and maybe you can go off when Ian's, or start going aggro when Ian's on 4 or 5 instead of when he's on 1 or 2.
We do see multiple Earth cards making their way into the yard here early here for Loïc, despite having to play Aura Clearing Duty. How important is it to decompose early and get online as Florian in this matchup?
I think it's maybe a slightly less relevant for Florian than it is for Verdance. The arcane pings can be a real struggle for Prism when they come in that source of 1, as the arcane ping in Verdance does. Like if you're only doing 1 ping on the turn, they either have to really respect it, otherwise they lose a ward 4 aura. When you've got 8 rune chants on the board, as Florian might be doing once he's online, maybe it's a bit less relevant because Ian's already committing all or nothing to them anyways. I'd say it is important. To be able to beat Prism, you need to present good numbers early, and one of the ways you do that is have the super high-value hero power from Florian. Loïc's Grave is set up to be almost ready to decompose. I wouldn't say we're getting to the stage where I'm concerned by how he has not done it yet. We're definitely still on pace. But I would say maybe turn 5 or 6, we should be looking at the banish zone of Loïc over here and asking the question of, is he on 8 yet?
Loïc here remaining calm and collected, stays on Aura Clearing Duty, taking out the passing Mirage that did land on the following turn here. Interesting to see them more than happy to hold on to multiple red cards in hand while swinging away that Reaping Blade. We see that Erase Face from the first turn of the game still in the hand here for Loïc, alongside a Felling of the Crown that was also stuck there last time around. For now, it will be Herald of Triumph of the blue variety coming up and across here for Ian Zhang, coming in with a little bit of extra juice, courtesy of that aura.
Clearing that passing Mirage maybe was a hint that he had a 6-popper in hand and he's holding on to it because he wants to be able to pop a card that comes in, a Herald that comes in. Unfortunately, it is that Herald of Triumph, so the 6-popper doesn't do anything even though the passing Mirage is not on the board. There is Phantasm here, but that Erase Face that we know is in hand is a 5-power functionally instead of a 6-power this turn.
And we see the early Angelic Wrath here to punish Loïc for leaning on Sink Below to cover up this Herald of Triumph. Going to force through that first Herald. 0.1 for Prism will go functioning through our deck for a Figment. Which one do you think Ian's most likely to select here?
We see... Which one is that? That's Ravages in the Pitch Zone. I don't think you picked that one early. Ian's holding on to a lot of cards in hand. He could be going Erudition if he has a play with those remaining 2 cards. For example, if it's another yellow and another Aura, and another Herald, just to be able to get the Ponder, and it's just a high-value play. You don't want to flip it this early, but you want to be able to put it on board for the Ponder whenever you know that Ponder is actually going to be useful to you. So could be a relevant one to get out there, just because you always want that one available on board. It could be that he doesn't care about Erudition so early, and so he could just be searching out one like Judgment that just is a Figment on board, but you kind of also want to be able to hold on to that later where you want your non-effect sort of in the middle of the game from the Prism perspective.
Interesting. So we are going to see Figment of War as the choice here for Ian Zhang. A little bit of extra damage to line up with an attack courtesy of that Courage token, but more likely just one of the more expendable Figments, I find. Going to want to flip these over the course of the game. Pressure with these Angels isn't interested in losing something like Soraya that might be a little bit more important as the game goes long.
See a bit of a hint here. Sorry, not a bit of a hint. I'm not surprised now that we know that he was going towards Arsenal. This is sort of the best pick. It is just 1 point of value, like the Ponder maybe should be. 2 or 3 points of value. War, he wanted to play out the blue aura, meaning he was keeping an Arsenal, so there's no reason to go for that Soraya. And of course, also, you're able to apply that early pressure. So Loïc got some of that life gain at the start of the game, but if you're able to keep that Courage on board and just actually present 8 on your Herald, thanks to that Pierced Reality and that Courage, it's going to be harder for the Florian player to deny you all of the on-hits in this early stage of the game. And Ian's job right now is not necessarily to kill Loïc, it's to be able to present a number that's hard enough to block that he can get a couple cards into his soul, and he can get a couple of those Figments on board. We're not going to see Ian doing crazy Prism things, I don't suspect, until we've got maybe 3 or 4 cards in soul, and we've had several Figments be put onto board.
Okay, so we do see the Erase Face finally deployed here onto this Herald of Rebirth, and Zhang will respond with an activation of Halo of Illumination. Will pop a War Tune Herald into the Soul, draws a bonus card for the trouble, and will no doubt go searching up Figment of Triumph here, shrink down that Erase Face, and stop Phantasm from triggering.
Yeah, that's the role of Halo in this matchup. There's so many poppers in this Florian deck that as soon as you get the opportunity to turn a 7 into a 6 against a Triumph or a 6 into a 5 against any other Herald, that's probably what Halo is doing for you. Again, it gets him another card in Soul, another Figment on board. Ian's goal is to build up those resources so he can use them to present an onslaught or later in the game while developing some of that ward onto board as well. So good play, good opportunity to be able to get that so early as well. He's basically presented a hard question early in the game on this turn 3. And being able to present this attack for 9 means, first of all, you're sort of asking for a popper from your opponent. It's hard to block 9, or if he is going to block 9, then if Ian had any other Herald, he just attacks with the other Herald, and that one's likely to hit. And also, if you ask for a popper, they probably don't have enough D-reacts on top to prevent the on-hit if he does do this Triumph play. So here we saw Ian go for the Triumph play to turn that away from a popper, and then Loïc is not able to present 2 more D-reacts and then also block it out with D-reacts. So Ian gets 2 on-hits, 2 cards into Soul, and 2 Figments onto the board.
7 damage comes crashing through. The follow-up even worse here for Loïc. A copy of Genesis, not just in the pitch zone, coming straight into play. That Ponder token from Figment of Erudition, parking a fresh card in the arsenal. And now Loïc finds themselves in a problematic situation. So far, they've been very diligent in clearing these auras. Genesis, not one you can typically ignore either, but slowly but surely, damage is coming through. These Figments are getting into play. It feels very easy to snowball from here.
That's the beauty of this aura package, where you sort of force your opponent to end up taking some damage to those Heralds because they need to spend their offensive ability to keep you off of those auras. If you let a Genesis or a Merciful Retribution sit on the board, you'll end up dying to them very quickly, way quicker than you might expect. So Loïc having to respect this Genesis, I'd expect here. We see him holding on to a card after this E-Strike, which I would expect to B5 go again. There we go. And so that means, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Reaping hit into the Genesis afterwards. If you give Ian a trigger of this Genesis, the game starts to get out of control. But it's good that he has the E-Strike, so he's able to prevent some offense here in response and not just have to commit 4 cards into killing Genesis.
And it will be that Blue Autumn's Touch pitched away to Grasp of the Arcanite here. Bonus Rune Chant for the trouble while taking care of that Genesis, as you so carefully alluded to. Ian here debating, of course, whether or not arcane damage is something they're interested in preventing, I should say. They do see a Figment in their hand, so unlikely he's keeping that around for no reason. Going to be interested to see whether or not it is the yellow that funds this turn. Seems to be the case.
I can't get a good read on what those other cards are, but it's possible all the other cards were blues, and so he just needed to hold on a yellow to be able to go again on his Heralds and maybe on his ally if he wants to flip one. We see the blue Herald coming out of the arsenal, so maybe Ian just needed a yellow. He's got another blue and another Herald that he's going to attack with, and then one of those cards going into arsenal. Could be that we have an aura following this up.
So it does look to me as though Zhang has a Arclight Sentinel in hand, was interested in perhaps using Vestige of Soul to fund that, has another blue in hand as well. Thanks to that, Erase Face coming through is instead going to pitch away that blue, pay for Phantasmal Footsteps, keep the assault going with Herald of Ravages, and park that Arclight Sentinel in the arsenal for when a window finally arrives. Now, Arclight Sentinel, a very dangerous card in this matchup, especially when it's combined with the Figment of Erudition.
This will be Ian's way, now that he's got this board and Soul set up and the ALS being put into Arsenal. It's his way, I wouldn't say back into this game. Ian's definitely not out of this game. The life totals are always sort of misleading in a Prism match, but it's his way to turn the tide in his favor. Still presenting 6 with a relevant on-hit here, arsenaling that ALS. Maybe if Loïc is taking damage and developing a Channel Mount Heroic at any point, you can respond with the ALS and turn off one of those offensively potent turns off the back of Channel Mount Heroic, or he can just use it when he has the opportunity and quite enough blues in hand. The first time Loïc presents a non-attack at the start of his turn, he can just basically take back tempo and still be able to throw a turn in response.
Difficult choice here for Loïc Curve. Does see a Germinate alongside 2 copies of Swarming Gloomveil in the hand. Chooses not to deploy those attacks on defense here to stop the Herald of Ravages, and so Zhang will go back into the deck to find himself another Figment, choosing instead to keep that offense alongside Grasp of the Arcanite and Reaping Blade to start presenting some relevant damage.
I think he maybe has the read that we're not getting an Angel Flip on this turn. Because of the Vestige of Soul, it would take that last card out of hand to do the Angel Flip. And I think if that was going to happen, Ian probably wouldn't have played this turn this way. We wouldn't have seen that second Herald. And so he gets the read that that card's going into Arsenal instead of flipping, which means there's no more ward. And he can kind of get away with keeping these cards that are offensively strong because he knows his role is to kill Ian before Ian can do crazy Prism stuff. And so he keeps 2 cards that do have go again. And
that would be why it's not just going to be a rune chant. Channel Mount Heroic comes surging out of the arsenal here, and suddenly we're not defensive Earth decks anymore. No. Loïc Hervé is swinging for the hills.
Ian had the opportunity to respond if that is the ALS in Arsenal. It looks like his hand is 4 yellows to my view, and so he wasn't necessarily that happy with having to pitch away his whole hand to ALS, reset it. The Channel Mount Heroic still sticks around, but this time Loïc gets a 5-card hand on the next turn, and Ian's not able to present offense. So without seeing 2 blues alongside that ALS, no reason to jump the gun. You're able to take this damage. He's still on 24, and maybe he's saying, okay, I'll live through this first turn of CMH. I'm keeping my own 5-card hand, and then I'm going to present something potent.
Worth knowing, of course, Channel Mount Heroic, a static effect, will cause those attacks to be bigger on defense as well. So Phantasm, a very real consideration as Ian plays the rest of the turn. We will see a response from Light of Soul being pitched here. Does find the Herald on top for some additional value for Ian Zhang. He's going to go looking for a Figment while Soul Shield blocks that 6 damage that was coming through from Swarming Gloomveil.
Yeah, Ian with all these yellows, several non-blocks. I think better to do this than to play the ALS. Light of Soul being able to continue his game plan of sort of getting all of his resources onto the board, all of that soul and all of those Figments before he chooses to do that big pivot. I think that's 5 out of, he probably runs 7 Figments in this matchup, I'd expect. So 5 Figments on the board already. Ian's just waiting for the time when he's starting to go, something like 9-4, 5 or 9-4-7.
You're just making up numbers now.
No, I mean a 9 with the Pierced Reality, into 4 with an Angel, into 6 or 7 on the back end with another Herald, and then maybe you have enough cards that you're still able to present an aura on the back end of that, fueled off of Soraya. So Ian waiting for his spot when he gets the read from the hand that this is the time to take advantage of all of the resources I have available. And when he's being attacked 6 and 6, this is not the time. And given what his hand is, he had the Light of Soul. That's a way to get those resources out, but not a way to use them necessarily. So he's just taking his moment.
A begrudging no blocks here, and we will see that Arclight Sentinel deployed after damage is taken. Ian Zhang here going to use this as a defensive measure to buy an entire hand to work with in the face of Channel Mount Heroic. Going to be blunting the majority of the damage that card can typically do.
I really like this. It was a play that only was enabled by... Oh no, it wasn't because of Soul Shield. It would have been live no matter what, even if the Light of Soul hadn't hit. It was just gravy on the table for him because the Light of Soul did hit. Ian's a favorite player of both. But very good to be able to basically deny the second Channel Mount Heroic turn. So he says, I'll take some of this damage on the first Channel Mount Heroic turn. I'll prevent some of it. And it turns on this ALS. No matter what Loïc draws, it's going to be... He can, but it's going to be difficult for him to keep that CMH around, and of course he's not going to be facing any offense as well.
Well, good news. Channel Mount Heroic can stick around here, courtesy of multiple blue Fruits of the Forest and that Cadaverous Tilling. So we're going to pitch away. 2 Grasp of the Arknight here, going to funnel the red through first to make sure there is 2 Earth cards is there. Reaping Blade will take care of that problematic Arclight Sentinel, and we will see a pass here from Loïc, choosing to hold on to Fruits of the Forest instead of discarding that, mostly because they're hard on life.
Yeah.
Reaping Blade would otherwise say, hey, you got an Earth card in your graveyard, but sorry, no cherry for you.
Yeah, good catch there, Scott, where it doesn't do anything with the Reaping Blade, but oh my god, this is an oppressive start to what we're going to be seeing. And this is why you build up all those resources early in the Prism game. This is that new card we see from Prism. Scott's freaking out next to me, by the way.
Oh, Angelic Attendant is quite the piece of cardboard. If you aren't familiar, you now have a way to create 2 angels in the same turn, which creates this extra layer of insulation for big, important archangels like Soraya. Awaken a Figment, get put directly into the soul to provide fuel. So Ian here, he's going to start the turn by drawing additional cards with Soraya, and will no doubt compound this into some Heralds, and maybe even a second angel.
And if not a second angel, then an aura. There's a lot of ways. There's other thing to call out about this Angelic Attendant is it goes into your soul, meaning that Vestige of Soul is online for this whole turn. So he's able to open on Soraya, pitching a yellow and having one float, and then he's still going to have, I think, 5 cards left in hand to be able to say, okay, what do I have available to me? Maybe it's 4 cards left in hand, but what do I have available to me that I actually want to do? We see the Angel flip here. He's reaching to maybe attack with it, which means he's not going to be playing out a Herald, which is a big hint, because this second Angel doesn't have Go again, that his hand holds auras instead of attacks.
I think it's not just an aura, it's an Arc-like Sentinel in the hand here for Ian Zhang. Paid off in spades, multiple angels here this turn, doesn't play into any phantasmal tricks of Channel Mat Heroic, doesn't risk any heralds getting popped, and instead extends the perfect prison pieces. It is 2 angels, multiple card draws, and the most heinous aura in Flesh and Blood history.
I think this is Ian really understanding his deck. First of all, he's prioritizing these ALSs on the first turn he flips angels. He's prioritizing these ALSs while that Channel Mount Heroic sticks on board. But Ian had the Herald of Erudition, which is one of those really strong, offensively potent heralds that gives you draw 2 cards. So Ian could have been able to, maybe if he wanted to push that through, he could have had the hit with the effect of the Soraya and then hit with a dominated herald that would draw some cards, and then he'd be able to do all of that offense and some auras, but he didn't want to risk it. He didn't want to risk getting popped or losing any of those effects. He knows he can just continue to reset what Loïc is doing with this CMH. Makes it harder to pop as well, as you called out earlier. That CMH being on board means most cards are poppers that are in Loïc's deck. Instead, Ian's like, I'm just going to keep delaying you. I'm going to get a bunch of angels on play, and then some of these will win me the game, hopefully.
Ian here, very heads-up play as well, chooses to prevent Arcane Barrier 1 by pitching away that blue, uses the remaining 2 resources to flip an angel over on Loïc's turn before making their way back over to Soraya. He's going to draw 2 more cards here, courtesy of that powerful angel ability, and we do see Bologna and the Archangel of Rebirth both online here. Of course, additional counters being added courtesy of Bologna is going to slowly make this angelic force bigger and bigger.
Yeah, and this what's the name of the one that puts the Rebirth one?
Avalon.
Yeah, this Avalon on board is also very relevant. It's a banish card effect. It's an on-attack effect because you can put those ALSs on the top of your deck and continue this sort of cycle of I'm going to attack you a bit, and then I'm going to make sure you can't attack me on my next turn.
Now, why would you make people aware of that? More importantly, if I'm not mistaken, there is another Arclight Sentinel in the hand.
Oh, Ian's swimming.
Who needs to put cards on top? It's almost like we put it there with the Figment of Rebirth last time, and we drew it again, and that both players know about that.
He has the choice again, too, with an Erudition in hand. This time there's no CMH on board, meaning it's harder to pop this Erudition. He has to really think about, does he want to play out the Erudition, or does he want to attack with another Angel and maybe develop an Aura? Prioritizes Soraya, puts the ALS on top. We see the other one in hand, meaning this should be playable, I would assume. Yeah, he's got those 2 blues.
Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, we are looping, as they say. Arclight Sentinel, back and forth, turn after turn here. Will be on Loïc to find a way to break through that offense-stopping aura and clear away this bounty of angels we find ourselves staring down.
One credit to Loïc is he's understanding the role, the position in the game, where a lot of people will often take 4 damage on the allies because they assume they have a Herald to block later in the turn. He's understanding the position in the game that he's getting aura'd at this stage. So it's just angel attacks. He's using those D-reacts to make sure he doesn't leak too much life to this onslaught. And he will eventually be able to make it out of this because Ian does not have that much soul left. When he went off, he had 7 soul, I think. He's down to 2 because you can only get those draw card effects or put things on the top of your deck effects via putting cards into soul. And Ian's down to 2, which means if he's able to continue killing these ALSs, he knows he's spending 4 turns of basically life is miserable. But he does ask a card out of Ian every turn by having to respect this rune chant. He's clearing the ALS, and maybe he will be able to take enough cards out of Ian, enough cards out of Ian's soul as well, that there will be a moment, maybe 3 turns down the line, where he's not presented with an ALS every single turn, and he will be able to start attacking these allies and ending the turn.
I think that's a great call out, honestly, Gabe. We talked earlier in this game about how Ian Zhang was finding the window for him to pivot. Waited to flip over that Soraya, find the window to establish these big auras and take tempo away from Loïc. And now he's just doing the same in reverse. A lot of this is buying the time. It's nickel and diming with Rune Chance. Takes care of the loop this time. We're going to see that Archangel of Rebirth disappearing, and so this can't go infinite anymore. Both players understanding this was a nice way to buy time, a nice way to control the board, but we're just waiting for another window of opportunity. Ian Zhang here going to try and deny that window from ever arriving, courtesy of another copy of Angelic Attendant.
I think this shows from Ian's view that he needed more cards in Soul to be able to keep up this onslaught, and he also couldn't do anything potent offensively and also keep that Figment of Rebirth alive, or that Angel of Rebirth alive. So he wasn't able to pitch that blue. I don't think he even had a blue to be able to AB and then flip an ally and present the offense and respect the Rune Chant. Instead, he says, okay, I will let one of my Ward 4s die to single Rune Chant. I will play this Angelic Attendant. I get an extra card in Soul, and we're back in the same position.
Soraya continues drawing cards. Arclight Sentinel, no doubt, coming down a little later on down the turn. For now, 4 more cards in the hand for Ian. We see Sink below covering up the heat from Soraya. 1 point, of course, leaking through. Is still carrying that counter, courtesy of an early Bologna activation. But Loïc here fixing the hand slightly, courtesy of that Sink below. And again, buying the window to continue pressuring their opponent.
Ian having to decide on what he wants to prioritize. Does he want to get in 4 or 5 more damage? Does he want to put out a double aura because he has access to one of those Pierce Realities as well? So he can go ALS Pierce Reality thanks to the Vestige of Soul being online. He could go Dissolve Reality, I believe is that last card in hand, which can take Loïc off of his arsenal, and then still ALS. So he's got ways to ask a question of Loïc, and he's just deciding effectively which is the best one.
We are going to see Bologna juicing up the team once more. Additional points of power across all 3 Angels means this is coming in for 6. No go again here right now, as you previously alluded to, but both players aware of that Arclight Sentinel, courtesy of it being put on top of the deck last turn. Fairly face up how this is likely to go.
Yeah, that means the blue aura, which, sorry, I spoke, it was a Pierce, but it's actually passing Mirage. Ian probably not feeling like he needs the anti-Phantasm effect this late in the game where he's in this position where he has all the Angels on board, so not prioritizing going ALS and blue aura, instead saying, let's put some offense, let's make Loïc stress a little bit, and then we can put that ALS and get another opportunity again with 3 Angels on board.
We will see decomposition taking place, courtesy of Rootbound Carapace. Florian Rotwood Harbinger getting ever closer to being up, active, and online before that Arclight Sentinel comes on down. We make our way back over to Loïc. Is staring at a race face in hand once more alongside, I believe, a copy of Everbloom Life. So we'll have the ability to pitch to Grasp if they're so inclined and get swinging with that Reaping Blade once more.
Pitching to Grasp here is better than it's been. There is still 1 Figment on board, meaning that Ian can, respect the Rune Chant and do the flip and do the efficient way of doing this, but that would be his last Figment. So then Ian's going all in on the board, and he's going into his turn without any Soul, meaning that he's not able to get any of his bonus effects out of the Angel attack. So if Ian wants to do the sort of efficient way of respecting this play, he takes himself off of some offense and off of some cards for his turn. If he doesn't, he's losing a whole Ward 4 to 1 Rune Chant.
Difficult dilemma for our veteran Prism player, fresh off a top 8 at the World Championship on this very hero. Looking to show you once more exactly why he's so good at navigating these complicated illusionist board states. Thus we see the deliberation here. Not an easy decision. And will indeed choose to let an Angel expire to keep that Rune Chant in check. Prefers to keep all 4 cards and keep that pressure flowing.
I think it's more than keep all 4 cards. It's being able to keep 6 cards. Being able to use this Soul card not to flip that Figment of Triumph that's sitting on board after you pitch for the AB, but to be able to draw an extra card, 2 extra cards as well off this Soraya effect. His goal maybe here is to draw into an aura. I didn't see any auras in his hand when he decided to make this play, when he took that damage, let one of those allies die, and then decided to come in Angel, maybe Angel Herald Angel. We don't know what the turn will be. Maybe he's hoping he draws something like a Genesis that's able to end this turn with a question asked to Loïc, asking him to take off his turn to respect an aura as well.
Looks like Merciful Retribution in the hand there for Ian. So either was found or already existed as Soraya drew an extra handful of cards. Otherwise, a menagerie of Heralds to be found alongside it.
I'd say Merciful the weakest of the 3 yellow auras to find in this spot, but still very strong. If you know what I'm getting at, I'd say Genesis here basically always functions like an ALS, demanding at the end of the turn that Loïc actually uses his turn to attack it. So ALS and Genesis would have bought Ian another turn of this offensive loop. Of course, one without the Soraya effect next turn, but still. Merciful, still very relevant for two reasons. One of them being Loïc is starting to get low. So putting that Merciful on board, if it gets respected, once there are Spectral Shields on board, once these auras get attacked, he's actually able to deal arcane damage to Loïc, and that can be a way you win, is just Merciful ticking you down from 15 to 5, and then you're now in kill zone of any Herald. Also, Merciful might be his ticket to getting a card back into his soul. So even if Loïc attacks that Merciful will go into his soul. Ian's back on 1, and he has another turn in his future of being able to use the Soraya effect and draw more cards and present this question again.
Going to see Well-Grounded activated here by Loïc Hervé. Does provide a second Earth card to fuel Rootbound Carapace. Will successfully prevent all 6 damage from Soraya when partnered together. Now Ian debating how to best follow this up. Reaching for that Herald of Triumph as the follow-up here. Going to try and circumnavigate the erase face we see in the hand for Loïc. Not interested in having this one denied if possible.
He had a Yellow Herald in hand, meaning he had the opportunity to attack for a bigger number than this, but of course prioritizing Triumph here because he doesn't want this to be popped. He wants this to be a real 7 that demands actual block out of Loïc, and with the erase faces he's already seen, not real. There might be Command and Conquers in the deck, not real poppers against Triumph. So he's asking, do you have a 7 here, basically?
We know, of course, that's not the case. We will see Face Purgatory finally reached for here. Will trigger. Does have a window to respond for Ian Zhang, who can, of course, deploy Merciful Retribution and deny that discard if they are so inclined. But will draw a card for Loïc either way, as we deny that on-hit from Herald of Triumph. It will be Bologna to finish the turn with those 2 remaining resources, pushing 6 more points of damage here as the Angelic Army continues to prove just how efficient it can be.
Loïc saying,
spot.
Take 6, but then deciding maybe I have some equipment to still use, I can still get some value out of this and not go too low, not being threatened by that Arcane from Merciful, basically, might be his thinking here, is you might as well get that equipment block while you can. Maybe that's a hint that he's not clearing Merciful this turn. Maybe he's just worried about whatever Merciful might follow this first Merciful, and maybe he needs to respect this for later on, of course. There are some attack reaction style effects in this deck as well with Angelic Wrath, so he just wants to stay high.
Holding on to Cadaverous Tilling does mean Florian, a Rotwood Harbinger, is finally online. We will see multiple rune chants generated at every point going forward whenever they are done from Loïc here. For now, this Tilling appears to be going at Ian Zhang here, so it does give our Prism player the choice of how many of their Angels they would like to defend.
I think it's a fun question to ask. I think the bigger question to me would have been, do you want to attack the Merciful instead of an ally? Taking out the Merciful means that Ian doesn't have this sort of comeback mechanic. I know it looks like he's ahead, but comeback mechanic on board where he can start dealing Arcane and ping Loïc down with that. Instead deciding, if I attack the Merciful, you'll get a soul, so maybe I don't want you to be able to Soraya with a soul next turn, and so I'm going face. It's good because it's still 8. If Ian wants to keep both of these Angels on board, even just as ward 4 and as attack for 6, like, you know, weapon on a stick, then I guess all weapons are on sticks, then he has to block with 3 cards to be able to respect this. Maybe 2 cards and you give up the Bologna and you hold on to Soraya, but not an easy question for Ian to answer.
I like this a lot. I think it's very heads up to not hit that Merciful here, to deny that fuel from Soraya, and we see the bind it has created for Ian Zhang. He's going to have to deliberate whether or not this Cadaverous Tilling is worth jumping in front of here. 17 to 11 does give our Prism player a pretty significant lead. But that additional points of damage on board, very valuable when your opponent is falling so low. We will see 4 block here committed, including the Vestige of Soul. Going to keep Soraya around, but not the whole workforce.
Yeah, maybe knowing that Vestige has gotten all of that value for him. I don't think he's in a position where he's going to be holding on to that many huge hands anymore, meaning even if he does keep this Soraya around and expect to get another draw off of it, maybe not this turn cycle, but next turn cycle if he's able to push an Angel through, or it could still be this turn cycle, of course, if this one hits here. but saying I don't need those resources necessarily. I need to keep the Soraya around as a maybe, but the Vestige has done me very good work. It's more important to keep around one Angel and block this out as efficiently as possible. Only actually having to commit one card out of his hand means that he can still present this. You know, even if this gets blocked, it's still taking cards out of Loïc's hand. He's still on 11. He has to respect this.
A good clean block here for Loïc. Does utilize Florian's hero ability for the first time, courtesy of Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. 2 Embodiment of Earth will be generated. Allows a nice block for 8 on this Herald of Triumph with just 1 card from hand.
Not what Ian wants when he's presenting 8. You know, both players presented 8 and maybe asked for 2 or 3 cards and only actually got 1 on the hit back. So a bit sad from maybe both players' perspectives how the last turn cycle went, but you know, they did it to each other. I think Ian's maybe thinking, I'm kind of happy to see the CMH go to defense. I force you to use that as the 3 blocking on attack to buff up this Barkskin, but also now I'm in a bind because this isn't what I expected to happen. So I wanted a card in Soul, or I wanted to take your whole turn, basically. Do I attack for 6, or do I put out an Aura?
A difficult choice there. Passing Mirage is the pick. It does make me believe Ian is aware they're likely going to have to rely on Heralds to get the job done here, and so preventing Phantasm a very relevant part of the game plan, especially if Soraya is likely to fall by the wayside as this next aggressive 4-card hand comes out of our Florian player. We do see 1 Channel Mount Heroic on defense. The 2nd was played earlier. The 3rd found in the arsenal. It is time to put pedal to metal. We see Rune Rager Swarm in the hand here as the first attack. Means we do have the potential to go multiple attacks wide off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Ian do a bit of a chuckle when this CMH came down. I'm sure when he saw the CMH on defense, he was thinking, okay, I made him block with it. This is not what I wanted. I wanted 2 cards, but I'm still happy to see it go. And then he sees the one from Reach from Arsenal, and it's just a big chuckle coming out of Ian as he knows, I did it to him earlier, withdrawing the ALSs 3 turns in a row. He's doing it to me now, withdrawing the CMHs in what we might call, you know, we say this all the time in card games, but the perfect spot.
Mm-hmm. Diligent work here from Loïc. Does use those additional points of stats provided by Channel Mount Heroic to take care of Soraya, and then goes to try and clear this passing Mirage. I think both players here understanding the dynamic of this game now. Herald's going to play a very important role now that we're on Soul 0. There's less resources to work there, less figments to find, less auras to worry about, and so Phantasm kind of needs to be online.
And this is what I was saying earlier with the arcane pings from Merciful. It's important to get some of that life block early, where Ian holding priority on the attack against the Passing Mirage, thinking I'll put out a 2nd Merciful Retribution. Passing Mirage, not being a light card, is not going to go to Soul, but it does mean it's 2 Arcane Pings every time an Aura dies from now on. So if Ian is actually, he's now given the opportunity, maybe I don't go Heralds now that he's got that 2nd Merciful on board. Maybe my goal is to put out these Auras and ask him to block them, create Spectral Shields if I can with things like Herald of Protection, or just trying to force through my Figment of Protection as well with 1 Soul later. Calming's Gesture, you don't want to be using that, but maybe if it presents lethal once Loïc gets down a bit lower to something like 2, then these Mercifuls along with a Spectral Shield do actually present lethal damage. So putting that out just to deal some damage. Ian had a really awkward hand too. I think there was a lot of non-blocks, so not a lot of options presented to him. I think he did ship a Genesis into Arsenal, I believe, as well, so preventing another pivot point. I think maybe the hand dictated that Ian was like, okay, we're back in Aura period now because I have this Merciful in a good spot. I have Genesis I could throw into Arsenal, questions like that.
We will see that Genesis threatened by a Command and Conquer for 9 alongside 2 Rune Chants now generated by Grasp of the Argnite. Interesting to see that Felling of the Crown here pitched away due to a lack of decomposition fuel. Instead, we'll see that Command and Conquer roaring on through, and we do see a rather painful one in the hand for Ian. Great Library of Solana, typically one of the best possible cards for Prism in this matchup. Here, unable to deny these Rune Chants, unable to block Command and Conquer.
It's actually quite funny that Genesis and Arsenal here, if I have that right read, where it's usually great to have a Genesis and Arsenal when you're getting Command and Conquered, because you can respond to the on-hit, you can just play it out, it's fine. But having it with the library, Ian wishes he would have been able to hold this whole hand, take whatever damage, and then present the Genesis and the library on the same turn to be able to draw a 5-card in response and have the Genesis question on board. Instead, he's not able to do that because if he pitches for this Genesis, he won't have the fuel to get the library 5 intellect on his next turn as well. So unfortunate shake of where that library lines up in the deck for Ian here, but you know, it's still a good card and he's able to find some lines.
Difficult bind for Ian Zhang. He's going to have to reconsider how to navigate this turn. It's Herald of Erudition in the arsenal here. The powerful Herald, typically at its best once this equipment has been expended, forced to be lost by this giant Command and Conquer here. Ian feeling obliged to keep the whole hand, maybe in part due to that library, and loses maybe their most powerful tool as a result. Down to 6 here.
Okay, so that Genesis was clearly thrown into the pitch zone, but yeah, I think once again, Ian seeing that maybe my deck is deciding the way I have to play it, where I've got this library, I really want to put it out, and so I'll end up losing this Herald. Herald of Erudition also a lot less good when this Channel Mount Heroic is on board, because it's got Dominate, but it's able to be popped by basically anything that says 3 or bigger in the left-hand corner of the card, which includes those Swarming Gloom Veils are suddenly poppers against a Herald of Erudition thanks to the Channel Mount Heroic. So unfortunate timing of how these things all lined up, Ian wanting to put that in Arsenal to attack with it, and then seeing the CMH, it just doesn't work out with the CNC here as well.
Wartune Herald for 7 is the line here. Again, there are 2 copies of Merciful Retribution in play. Loïc Hervé here, only sitting at 9 health, has to be very careful about how they navigate this offense from Ian Zhang, and therefore deliberating their turn. Does reach for a 6 power attack, courtesy of Channel Mount Heroic. We'll see those Merciful Retributions triggering here as Wartune Herald goes into the soul and finds another Figment for Ian.
I wouldn't be surprised if we get protection here. Just create some of those shields while these Mercifuls are on board. It's the best option he has, essentially, not only because it still gives you a point of value, but here it actually sort of represents, I think, 3 points of value, 1 from the shield protection and then 2 from the arcane pings down the line.
A Spectral Shield being generated here as the Figment comes into play. 2 cards left remaining in hand for Ian. We see that Angelic Attendant being pitched away for the great library of Solana. Thankfully, 2 yellows pitched away over the course of the turn, so we will see 5 intellect gained by our Illusionist as the landmark makes itself known.
I know this.
Here. Happy to keep 4 cards with Channel Mount Heroic in play, though.
I know this library is crazy good card, but I think we've gone through some of the reasons that might have made Ian sad there. I think there's even more. You know, if that was a yellow, he could use that Angelic Attendant to flip the Figment of Protection and then use the remaining yellow in hand that might have been that library slot to attack with it and create 2 more shields. Suddenly he's got 6 Arcane represented on board just by having 3 shields on board. So actually library being quite painful for Ian just by being a non-pitch card here, and maybe having to, you know, pivot him off the sort of max efficiency version of this turn that he would have been looking to go for. He now can't. He needs to get another Angelic Attendant or another card into his soul in order to be able to flip this Herald and get the Spectral Shields off of it. So he's not in a, let's call it, swimming position at the moment.
Worth noting, with well-grounded gone, there is no arcane prevention available for our Florian players. So these Merciful Retributions do provide a bit of a ticking time bomb if left unaddressed. For now, 2 Rune Chants made by Grasp of the Argnite. It is Rune Razor Swarm to follow here. These blue copies, not quite as premium as other Swarming Gloom Veil style attacks alongside Channel Mount Heroic, but still enabling our Florian player to go wide, find ways to pressure an Illusionist without much life to spare.
I mean, a lot of people don't like playing against Prism. I love Prism because these games are always so tight, and it asks so much perfection from both players and so much perfection from both players' decks as well. There was a period where it was like 17-11 in favor of Ian, while he had 4 auras allies on board or something. Like, you can look at that board and say Prism wins from here. But if the opponent knows how to put their opponent in a bind while respecting the right things, as he did by making a Rune Chant and attacking with weapon every turn against those auras in order to still ask a card out of Ian and get through the aura board, he doesn't want to leave it on board. Or as he knew when he stopped doing that, when he said Cadaverous Tilling for 8, because this represents killing all of your allies or it represents taking cards out of you. So Loïc piloting the other side of the table from Prism really well. He clearly understands the matchup where he knows when he has to respect, what respect means, and when he has to not respect. And I really respect how it's being played out here on Loïc's side of the table, the Florian side of the table. A hard matchup for Ian, and he's making it as hard as it can be.
Been very impressive to see this quality of play in this matchup. The first round of our calling here in Valencia. Both players treating you to a masterclass how to navigate this from both sides. And we see Ian here deliberating in the face of Rune Rager's Swarm. Understands this will not be the final assault of the turn. Does have 5 cards to work with in that hand, thanks to that library, but I believe Light of Soul is hidden there, so not all of them available on defense, at least.
Yeah. Light of Soul is actually quite a good opportunity here. It might be the way that you're able to create those extra spectral shields with that protection. If you hit with it, you pitch it to flip that protection or to block here on this turn, and then you head an extra card in your soul, you're able to present several spectral shields on next turn, which is exactly how I think Ian gets back in this game. But he has to be able to live. You know, we're still seeing 4 and then 9 off this Command and Conquer thanks to this Channelmount Heroic that stuck around for 3 turns. He was on 6 life at the start of the turn. He's on 4 now. It's relevant that he might not be able to keep enough cards to do anything, and that Light of Soul might just be the death of him on the spot.
Command and Conquer for 9. An impressive follow-up here for Loïc Hervé. Ian Zhang finding value with Phantasmal Footsteps on a Channelmount Heroic turn. Not exactly an easy feat, but utilizing every resource available to them to play a staunch defense here. Try and survive to flip over that Figment of Protection, create some more Spectral Shields, and use Merciful Retribution to take the game away. For now, will be blocking 6, falling down to 1, allows Ian Zhang to keep 2 cards, including that Light of Soul. It's a Herald alongside it. We're going to have to look for the flip. We need to find a Herald on top to pop into the Soul. A yellow card might even do the job here to enable a big Figment turn here. And Ian, in the blender.
There's another thing. If you're tracking the special shields on board, there is one in the creation of this calming gesture. But the way Merciful Retribution works is that if you die to the damage that would kill the shield that would deal the damage, you die first. So if he's giving up this calming gesture to create the 3rd shield, say this Light of Soul hits, and then he's got 3 shields on board, 2 Mercifuls on board, 6 arcane damage would be lethal, but it's not lethal because he would no longer have Arcane Barrier, and he would die before
It's Soul Shield! It's Soul Shield on top, so Ian takes the line here, pitching Light of Soul to activate Prism. And just flip the Figment of Protection the raw way. Going to utilize that Light of Soul to put Soul Shield in, and we will find a yellow in our hand to attack with. All the Soul cashed in, Spectral Shields made, and Aegis will need to be respected. Now, in theory, that calming gesture presents lethal damage, but as you alluded to, Ian will have to survive the actual damage in order for them to do so. The Archangel here going to play a really big role in that math.
So it would have to, because it's coming in on these Rune Chants and you have no AB, it would have to be 4 Rune Chants on board, which is an Arcane Seed's life into a weapon swing to be able to kill Ian through the merciful damage. Because you would... Oh, no. That's not how Rune Chants work, because they're one at a time.
We would need to find
a source of Arcane 4.
Multiple Arcanes, such as Channel the Millennium Tree.
Oh, wow,
to put
never
this
mind.
one together.
Oh, wow. I love this game. I love this matchup.
So there is some nuance to be found. Loïc has some answers in theory. We'll need to use Sink Below to stymie the damage and no doubt filter a card away. Desperately looking for a way to provide pressure through these merciful retributions. It is Enlighten Strike found off the top as the Great Library of Solana deploys additional knowledge into the hand of Ian Zhang. We make our way back to Loïc, who will deliberate their options, reaches for Canopy Shelter, makes 2 Rune Chants with that grasp of the Arknight. And then we'll debate their follow-up assault here. We see Enlighten Strike and Rune Rager Swarm in the hand. Does have plenty of offense, but is staring down a problematic amount of Spectral Shields.
5 go again, floating 1 for the weapon. It seems like the target has been made face, not the ally. Sort of represents 1 more point of damage, you could call it.
Down to 1, Loïc will fall, and we will see Ian Zhang reaching for the calming gesture. Final shield will be made. No need for blocks to be declared. Arcane comes through. What a masterclass to kick us off here for the first round of the calling in Valencia. It is your World Championship top 4 competitor, the Prism Master Ian Zhang, finding a victory in a difficult matchup for our first feature match.
Thanks to that Library of Solana and the ward that got flipped on board with that Angel, he does end up having enough life through the cards he had available to him to not die to the damage before Merciful kills his opponent, like we were talking about, that sort of bind you end up in at the end of a game with Mercifuls on board. He's able to find exactly the right number of rune chants, and that Calming Gesture foretold on the board, beautifully coming to end the game in that spot.
There were multiple points in that game where I did not know who was going to win. In fact, there were multiple points where I assumed I knew who was going to win, and I was wrong. I don't think you can ask for a much better start for round 1 of a calling.
Yeah, I mean, a great start. Of course, we see 2 amazing players. One of them big name, one of them also longtime EU competitor and a great player on the Florian side, presenting. We saw him play quite well that matchup, you know? It's like, you can't really ask for more. I'm not surprised, I guess is what I'm saying, but you know, she gets to get Prism every round. Prism's great.
Prism every round might be a stretch. maybe I'll burn out just a smidge. But if that first round got you as excited as it got us, and you are maybe joining us in the Flesh and Blood for the very first time, there are the perfect products for you to come and pick up from your game store shelves. If you want to get involved with the Flesh and Blood, Armory decks are the way to do so. Pick up and play for Classic Constructed and Blitz out of the box, ready to go as soon as you open it up.
I mean, this is a hero you and I both love. We've talked about it on stream, and we've talked about it together. I love Armory deck. Pleiades, this is a really great introduction to the hero, and these cards are going to be relevant now that we're going into Silver Age season, where this hero, you might not be able to play some of these beautiful Majestics, but this hero is quite good.
I don't know, I like playing some Majestics in Classic Constructed too. Taking extra turns, definitely one of my favorite pastimes, alongside with creating confidence and removing those suspense counters from numerous auras as the game goes on. Pleiades in store now, if you're looking to pick this one up. Of course, Armory deck Rhinar, we alluded to it over the weekend, released at World Championships. You know what? I promised you earlier I'd pull some strings, didn't I? So how about I guarantee a Rhinar on stream next round? We can show off what this Armory deck's all about if you're in the mood for it.
I'm definitely in the mood for it. We got a lot of new pieces, more than I think usual for an Armory deck for an existing hero, where we get this whole sort of beat chest build out for Rhinar. Rhinar is a hero I've played quite a bit in the past. I haven't explored this Armory deck yet, but I'm excited to maybe pick one up this weekend and start getting some reps in with it. Of course, on the left we have that mighty blue 6 that everyone's been asking for, but I think his Smell Fear on the right-hand side in that yellow is a really potent card that people will have to start respecting as Rhinar opponents in the future.
Terrifying stuff. Of course, that brand new equipment suite here as well. Echo Cask very deliberately at rare, so we'll see some play in Silver Age, no doubt, as well. But happy to see a robust suite of equipment provided in this Armory deck as well.
And a beautiful reprint for Goliath Gauntlet. Also at rare, but unfortunately banned in Silver Age.
Probably for the best on that one. If you fancy meeting madness alongside one of our premier assassins in Flesh and Blood, Armory deck Arakni will be in stores on December 12th, a brand new spin on our chaotic friend. Most importantly, this Armory deck will be legal for the calling in Seattle. So we're going to see some of these cards making their first appearance on that biggest stage.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting change, more a reintroduction of Arakni slipped through the cracks back into the meta. There are cards like this Meet Madness, which just give more opportunities to present actual disruption against your opponent. This one not reliant on Mark from that Chaos Assassin suite to be able to actually present disruption. Of course, you rely on a little bit of randomness, but this is a good addition to the deck, and we have some other pieces, I believe, that are also maybe going to change the way people build it, but definitely give good offensive and disruptive pieces back to the deck, since we lost my love, Bonds of Agony.
Definitely for the best. If you're in the mood to make some chaos of your own this holiday season, I can't think of a better gift than Armory deck Arakni will be in stores, ready and available for you very, very soon. Of course, the first Armory deck of 2026, Armory deck Origins Hala.
Yeah, this is a hero that's been featured in some card art for a long time. I believe we have her as a mentor from back in the day as well, and then now appearing as a Armory deck Origins Warrior coming up next year. Armory deck Origins brought us Jarl, which is a hero maybe not at the top of the meta for the last couple years, but we've seen it always appear. You know, there's a couple really committed Jarl players, and then there's a couple people who just always show up on it every event. I think we'll be seeing a new suite of cards that enable this Hala next year, and I'm excited. I love Warrior as well.
All I know is that every time I'm hanging around people, they're talking about this deck like it's a very real factor going forward. So I'm very excited to see what Hala can do. I'm also very excited to see what Rhinar can do with a brand new suite of cards. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Now, that is going to be a very difficult game to top as we make our way into round 2 of the calling here. Thankfully, I'm in incredible company to do it. Hometown hero, Carlota Fernandez, how are you? Welcome to the broadcast.
Hello everyone. Excited to be here, honestly. It's a great opportunity and I am really, really excited.
Well, I'm very happy to have you in the booth. Hopefully it's a wonderful experience for you as it is for the folks at home. Very big scene here. I understand you're just very in tune with the Spanish community. Do you want to tell to me a little bit about them before we get things started for round 2?
It's been a great thing for the Spanish community. Everyone was so excited to finally have a call-in again. It's been a long while since Worlds Barcelona, and we are really happy to host this event. It's been a huge event so far. We've had a lot of people coming from everywhere in the world, and I just want to have the best time.
I have no doubt that we will. We're going to have a fantastic match to watch together. Not only is it a bit of a off-meta choice in the form of Rhinar, which we alluded to moments ago, brand new armory deck, so brand new cards there. It's 2 teammates against each other this round as well. So we have Gary White against Paul Van Gijssel, very successful player in the form of Paul. We're looking at Rhinar versus Gravy Bone Shipwreck Looter. Is that a matchup you've got much experience with?
I do have some experience with it because we have some Rhinar players in our community, very loyal players, I would say. So yeah, they've been playing Rhinar forever, and since Gravy has been a major thing in the last months. Obviously, we've seen some reps there, and yeah, it can go anywhere. It depends on the type of Rhinar that we see as well. Depends on how they choose to approach this game and how many reps the Gravy has had against the Rhinar, since they are team, you know, fellows. So obviously, yeah, they will have had some practice here, some good reps. So yeah, it could go anywhere. We'll see.
Okay, well, only one way for us to find out then, I suppose.
Exactly.
Let's make our way down into the feature match area for round number 2. It is going to be Paul Van Ijssel rocking Gravy Bones, the Shipwreck Looter, one of the most powerful decks in the format today. The underdog here with a story to create. Gary White on Rhinar Reckless Rampage. Now, very interesting. Gary here going first feels like a pretty big deal for Rhinar.
It is, absolutely. Yeah, I do agree. And also it's a big thing for not having this opportunity for Gravy, which also is always looking to go first. So yeah, I think it's a good thing for our Rhinar, our Gary. And we see the claws here, so that means that we are looking at a more aggro deck. And already with those lovely boots, you know, we're going to see a lot of high roll here, I guess.
Quite literally, perhaps. Scabskin Leathers to kick things off here. 2 action points generated. We'll see a Savage Feast as the first play here. Pitching away Alpha Instinct, so we know it's in the deck there somewhere.
Yeah.
Resources to be found, not discarded this time. Just going to facilitate a 2-attack wide turn here from Savage Feast. So extra card will be drawn, cards will be intimidated, and of course, Gravy Bones not always the best at blocking on these turns, even if there's cards left over.
Absolutely, and yeah, you mentioned Alpha Instinct is a great addition for Rhinar. They've been waiting for it. They are always looking for blue cards that can actually like enhance the deck, and I think the group community was very happy to get this one.
And we do see that intimidation coming on through from Savage Feast. We see Riches of Tropaldani in the hand here for Paul Van Ijssel, so is at least one card that cannot block. We'll see the other 2 committed to defense here. Saltwater Swell and Fearless Confrontation does soak up that 6 damage, leaving Gary White with a window to find some extra damage on this first turn of the game, starting it off by reaching for Mandible Claw.
Let's see also, because he has a Wild Ride as well in hand, I think. So we'll see about how that plays out and how long and why can Gary make it in this turn 0.
An interesting decision tree here for sure. No blocks declared by Van Ijssel, and so both players pretty aware that card probably doesn't block. Gary here choosing to prioritize parking Wild Ride in the arsenal and just sending 3 damage as opposed to sending an extra 3 damage right now, just valuing going wide later on.
Absolutely. Like, yes, like you said, turn 0 is still very early in game. Just prioritize and get your things clear and set up.
We'll see a Compass activation here for Paul Van Ijssel. We'll find Fearless Confrontation on top of the deck. Stuck with a Scuba and a Chum in hand. Forced to deploy that ally from the hand. Thankfully, Riches of Tropaldani here will generate a gold, so that engine is online. Feels like a big part of this matchup is that gold denial, and thankfully, a gold found early here for Paul. Finds Blood in the Water to park in the arsenal as well. Going to be very valuable to have a defense reaction against Rhinar.
Absolutely, yes, because Rhinar can go really strong, and if we see the cards that the Gary has, I think that we will find that this one is going to be a big turn.
See a blue pummel being pitched away to facilitate Wild Ride. Get that miss out of the hand before it becomes a problem. And we'll see a card discarded at random here, hopefully granting a go again and a dose of intimidation.
That's what we're looking for.
Oh, so good news, bad news. Go
Exactly,
again found
yeah.
on the Wild Ride, but swing big, perhaps one of the attacks we would rather keep around afterwards. We're going to see Fearless Confrontation on discard duty here. Going to deny the ability to remove Charm. It's
that is
pretty
the brute
painful
life.
one.
That is the brute life. Yes, absolutely. They are kind of always trusting the deck, trusting the guts, and Wild Ride needs that go again. But obviously, yes, losing that swing big is not something that you want to see.
Definitely not. So we will see a card intimidated away, courtesy of Rhinar's hero ability. But that Fearless Confrontation doing fantastic work. Does mean Wild Ride only coming in for 5 here. And Chum sticking around as a result. And we'll see Mandible Claw reach for. No doubt to follow up, dealing with our pesky first mate.
Yes, they should absolutely focus on Chum, because obviously it's one of the kill at first sight allies, and yes, we see how that Mandible Claw did its job.
2 cards left remaining in hand for Gary White, looking at Splatter Skull and the Buck Wild. Going to keep that in the deck for now. Focusing on a little bit of extra damage coming on through. And again, we see 2 allies stuck in the hand here for Paul Van Gijssel. Whaler Humperdinck and Sawbones available. Going to reach for the compass, see if we can find a blocking card on top.
They're having fun. You can see that they are very relaxed. They are teammates and friends, presumably, and obviously that also shows. And I love seeing them enjoy the game.
And we will see that blood in the water cashed in here on defense. Going to cash out Sawbones, parking it away for now. Paul, obviously, perfect knowledge of the card on top of the deck and what was intimidated away. So Loot the Hold, making its way back into the hand here, means there will be a blue card available to activate Gravy Bones and start establishing those allies from the depths.
And Gary got the eye already. That is a very good thing if he gets to discard that one. And in terms of Gravy,
so Beast Within, of course, double-sided in these scenarios with a card like Loot the Hold. Does mean there's a way to circumvent that downside and find a replacement card if Gary not interested in taking the heat here. However, hand looks a little bit clunky for Gary here. The Beast Within we know about, Strongest Survive. Does find a blue alongside it and send packing, but not impossible. We're just interested in playing defense here. And we kind of see Gary reaching for that Beast Within here. No doubt double-checking the text on that. Does confirm to themselves mentally. It will function off that discard, but not a great way to utilize all these cards anyway. Wouldn't surprise me if we just saw Sawbones defended pretty staunchly here.
Much probably. However, we know now that Rhinar is running some Reckless Swing in the deck, which is interesting as well, because sometimes they run 1 copy only, sometimes they don't run copies at all, and it's good to know. Probably Paul is aware as well, because since they are friends, they probably have practice and got some reds together, and that is something to bear in mind as well, because that probably is going to be pitched for later on, so we'll see.
We see that Apex, Bonebreaker, and Savage Sash reached for here will cover up the on-hit from Loot the Hold and Sawbones, respectively. Might token made from the Bonebreaker, and we will see it converted immediately into this copy of Strongest Survive here. Keeping Send packing around, pocketed in the arsenal for later. This one, very relevant on-hit against a deck like Gravy typically, does kind of nick away at smaller hands with no attack actions. Unfortunately, for Gary, this time we see Conqueror of the High Seas on the other side of the table here for Van Gijssel. Will have the ability to reveal that one if a little bit of defense is played and keep the hand nice and healthy.
Using the compass for another activation, yet another value that Paul is getting in terms of foreseeing what is going to happen later. And now tough decisions. How to block here.
A difficult turn for sure. If we look at the hand here for Paul, Prismatic Leyline kind of quickly become one of those emblematic pieces of Gravy right now. It's the best kind of power turn you can look for. Line it up with those allies, those red attacks, those blue attacks.
Absolutely.
And so going to look to try and put the pieces together with that one. Kind of wants to keep all of these cards here. Conqueror, great at pressuring that arsenal we know is being kept. The blue cards kind of facilitating everything to come together. And we see Van Gijssel here being paid off for this Conqueror in hand. Balance on defense, reveals a big enough boat to avoid the on-hit, just gets to keep all their cards. And we're about to see a pretty massive turn alongside this Prismatic Leyline.
Incredible, and incredible timing for Paul. That was, too much value to get from that Conqueror. Absolutely.
So back to our Gravy Bones player on the other side of the table here, and we will see Call to the Grave to start the turn. So blue ability of Gravy Bones enabled here, going to sink an extra ally down into the depths. Scuba being thumbed to the front of the deck here. I like this quite a lot. Scuba these days kind of relied on more for gold generation when both players are playing yellows, and that's definitely the thing Paul's missing right now.
Absolutely, he needs some gold. He needs it now, and he's trying to get it. And well, you can see they're chatting and still having fun. Let's see how things get as it gets more serious down the road.
Of course, both these players fully aware they're playing for lots of prize money, PTIs and the rest, so will no doubt be taking this game somewhat seriously, even though there is this jovial banter at the table. We're going to see that ley line committed. It's going to be that murderous rabble from the hand here. So the Conqueror going to be saved for later on here, but 4 value being found from this prismatic ley line. Going to see this murderous rabble coming in for 5 and a Sawbones swing for a chunk on the back.
This prismatic ley line has been an incredible trick up the sleeve of any gravy player. There's too much value to get from it, and I do remember when this card came out and no one was like really sure of how to do with it and what to do with it, and now suddenly it makes
was in
all
part
sense.
the misfair. We were a bit distracted.
Yeah,
at the time,
absolutely.
in fairness.
Yeah, it was a different game, almost a different meta. Yeah.
Sawbones for 8 is the follow-up here, and we do see in the hand here for Gary White, Wild Ride front and center alongside Bam Bam and some other goodies. So not the best defensive onslaught, but a pretty impressive aggressive one. And so we will see the 8 damage taken by Gary falls down to 26. Sawbones readies up, as does Gary White.
I want to see how Gary reacts here, because there are so many options, so many paths. And
Wild Ride at you.
Wild Ride is a very good choice here if he gets what he wants. He wants that go again. Let's see.
I know,
but I'm helping you.
We do know there is a swing big in the hand here for Gary as well. Already lost one of those to a
Once
random
again.
discard. Would rather not lose another one. We'll see the card flipped, and it is. It is
Oh my
the swing
goodness,
big.
that is the second time, second move, exactly the same
1 to 4.
for Gary. That is a hard one.
We'll see cards intimidated away. 1 to 4 declared before rolling 2 5s. Typically the way this goes when intimidating cards away. But the 4th will knock a card away from Paul Van Heysel as Wild Ride makes itself known. Coming in for 6. Directly at Paul. We'll see a compass activation in response. I think this is going to be a pretty common play pattern in this matchup, just using that compass to facilitate information on defense. Going to have these cards ripped away pretty often, courtesy of Intimidate. So really needs to know what needs to stick around. In this case, we see blood in the water in the hand for Paul. So when ally digging, he's definitely trying to find something on top of the deck to send down into the depths. Rest of the hand here for Paul. Looking rather blue. Double copy of Avasti. Can't imagine they were happy with what they found on top, given they're happy to eat 6 damage here from the Wild Ride. Going to risk that blood in the water being intimidated away by a future attack. For now, Mandible Claw will be the line here. Blue being pitched away in the form of Sand Sketch Plan. Means the turn will continue for Gary White.
At the very least, we know that there is a sandpack in the arsenal, and we know that there is another Mandible Claw that could be coming as well, so we'll see which way Gary chooses to go. And Paul, on the other hand, needs to start thinking of what he's going to do next for next turn. I don't see him worried at all in terms of taking damage here. And I do feel the sandpacking is the good call here, because you need to try and still get the most value.
Of course,
what
this
you have.
exchange pretty well known for both players. They knew that Conqueror was there. Obviously, Gary, he saw it last turn, courtesy of that Strongest Survive. Didn't come out, so it had to be somewhere, and therefore being threatened by this send packing. And now Paul being pretty heavily rewarded for hanging on to that blood in the water can
Absolutely.
effectively stifle this one if they're interested in doing so.
Now is when he's starting to consider blocking some of those 6 points of damage from sandpacking. Also, we have to remember that there's no arsenal here, so that's something that we have to bear in mind now.
So this goes to Matt, right?
And that Conqueror comebacks.
How many cards in hand?
Comes back. Sorry, after that sandpacking was
Seems like
efficiently blocked.
Seems like a murderous rabble there that was intimidated away. So Paul going to have a pretty profitable turn here. Can either send that Conqueror if they just want to push numbers, which is fine, Alternatively, we can look at sending that Murderous Rabble. We can attack with Scuba afterwards here, start generating some gold and missing those pieces. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw that Conqueror making its way back into the arsenal again, try and save it for another turn next time around. It is that Riches of Tropeldani on top this time, so just 2 damage coming on through from Murderous Rabble.
Still good information for Paul to know that there is that Riches as well, even if he knew already because of the compass, but now Gary knows as well.
Good
so
information for Gary too, of course. No block being in the hand, definitely worth being knowledgeable of.
Sharing info here, not for the Conqueror with the same packing, because Gary knew already that it wasn't Paul's hand because of that attack from before, but yeah.
So gold generated here from Scuba. We do see an activation of gold-baited hook to threaten another, should the good doggo connect.
No blocks.
For now, Gary happy to continue taking damage here. The gold no longer a factor in their consideration. Makes me think this hand about to go big and wide. Worth noting, we haven't seen a Blood Rush Bellow yet, so those are still lurking somewhere in the deck for Gary White. Looks like Pulping and Show of Strength alongside Tear Limb from Limb here. So has the potential to go very wide if this Pulping is able to connect. We know it is not a defense reaction in the arsenal because it's still that Conqueror.
Yes, absolutely. And Pulping has about to dominate. It's obviously more powerful at the end of the game or closer to the end of the game, but it's still powerful enough to make Paul wonder.
So Wrecker Romp found from the draw from Pulping and will be quickly discarded, courtesy of that trigger. Intimidates the card away from our resident undead Necromancer. It is 6 go again for now, unless it is defended by 2 or more non-equipment cards. Rather hard to do when it's gained some dominate.
Yes, and we see another activation of the compass here. Paul making sure of what's coming and how to get the most of his turn afterwards before committing any cards.
Seems like Paul has been having a bit of a tough time putting the pieces together so far, but we know that Conqueror is in the midst. We also know a Golden Tipple and a Rigor Mortis are in the hand here, and we're going to see Base of the Mountain cashed in. Now, if you're not familiar with this interaction, Base of the Mountain, a fantastic way to get allies out of the hand for Gravy Bones. Lets you put them directly onto the combat chain. In this case, Base of the Mountain might be putting a bit of a screw in the plan for Gary White. Multiple cards suddenly find themselves on the combat chain, courtesy of this piece of equipment. Go again, viciously stripped away, and suddenly all that damage that Gary took, the turn just doesn't come together. Thankfully, Agile wind up a little bit of a bailout, but this is pretty much a disaster.
It is, absolutely. I mean, if he's not able to find a Blood Rush Bellow for next turn and make the most of that agility token, he might find himself in trouble.
Spectacular sequencing and optimal use of that Base of the Mountain there for Paul Van Gijssel. Will find themselves with 2 cards recovered. Unfortunately, they are both yellows. It is Riches of Tropeldani and a Swabby in the hand there for Paul. So no Conqueror this time around. We're going to go cracking some gold, spinning some wheels to try and find some blues to put the turn together.
And that is a sunken treasure, I think, in Paul's hand. And now I can see his face turning more and more serious and grave, let's say. And now there's a lot of thinking going on. Yes, that Rigor Mortis, you have the other Rigor Mortis there on the graveyard already, ready to go. And that sunken. Yes, absolutely. I mean, that is what I would have done. This Rigor Mortis has to go to the graveyard as well. Keep the wheel spinning.
Okay, so Gravy activation does find the Rigor Mortis gone. Swabby pitched away to crack another goal. Will find Chart the High Seas. Paul Van Gijssel not interested in taking risks at this point. Just want to make sure we have a functional turn. Going to see that Conqueror of the High Seas coming on out, threatening that Arsenal card, which we have to assume Paul knows is quite good, because Gary intended on attacking with it at the end of last turn. Didn't get the opportunity, but knows they probably have a very real card under pressure with the on-hit from this big, potent Majestic.
He had a plan, and he's going through with it.
So we will see deliberation from Gary White. Does need to decide how much to respect the full 8 power of this Conqueror. Looking at Savage Feast, Beast Within, Energetic Impact, not bad on defense there as well. And I believe there's a Sand Sketch plan tucked just behind. So bit of an awkward hand anyway. He'll be forced to play a little bit of defense here, I imagine. Keep that show of strength around in the arsenal if possible to send back meaningful damage.
No Blood Rush, yet another Beast Within, and those energetic and Sand Sketch plans that go to block the Conqueror and try to make the most of those Scatskin leathers as well that we haven't seen rolling again after that turn 0. Playing it safe, both of our players.
Been forced to play very defensive so far. We do see Dead Threads footing the bill for Scuba. Gold baited hook attack will again threaten another gold alongside the one made by our good boy as it takes yellows away from the yard. And Paul will decide how to put that pitch deck back into their deck. As we make our way over to Gary, he's got some decisions to make. We know about that show of strength in the arsenal, but agility token does make Savage Feast more appealing in most scenarios. Only 2 cards to work with, unfortunately. Does mean that we are going to have to use this Savage Sash to send this Savage Feast, and thankfully, Beast Within the remaining card.
Absolutely, so that means that Savage Feast gets a go again, gets also that 6 strength, and that is going to be the interesting part of this turn. Beast Within activation.
Finds a pulping on top of the deck, goes into the hand here at the cost of a life for Gary. Now, worth remembering, Savage Feast here going to draw a card as well, so that pulping not stuck. Does have the ability to continue on this hand. Thankfully, Gary, a better Rhinar player than me, remembers that Intimidate is in fact a keyword, despite it not being on the marble they find in front of them. We will see a Gravy activation in response here from Paul Van Gijssel. Going to filter away these cards before one gets stuck in the Banish Zone. Sawbones down into the depths for later on. We'll see one of these cards ripped away once more on defense. Gary White very guilty of finding 5s on this dice when trying to take away intimidated cards. For now, 6 go again on this Savage Feast. Paul Van Gijssel forced to play some amount of respect here, no doubt.
Still a chapter and a sunken in Paul's hand. And I guess, yes, there's another compass activation. Obviously squeezing the value out of that compass every single turn, every single opportunity, while deciding how is it going to go. As you said, he's been very respectful of those brute attacks.
Very diligent defense so far, no doubt. Sunken Treasure is being deployed on defense here. We'll turn that Beast Within straight face down, turn it into a fresh gold token for the trouble. Soaking up 3 of this damage, falling to 17 for Van Gijssel. And let's see what the follow-up will be from Gary. We know that show of strength will only cost the 1, courtesy of Savage Sash. And so 8 more points of physical damage, heading straight towards Gravy Bones.
Let's see now, because here is where Paul is going to not be able to get any value from that downturn that Show of Strength has, because obviously the numbers on Paul's cards are not that high. And it's taking 8 here.
Falling down to 9 is Paul Van Gijssel, keeping Oyston and Chart the High Seas available in hand. That chart, no doubt, going to play a very important role in bringing back one of these allies that has been so carefully placed in the yard. We do see Golden Tipple returning to the hand from Intimidation. Chart the High Seas will reveal blue in Avasti and red in Conqueror of the High Seas. No gold and a big boat lost for Van Gijssel.
That is a huge blow, yeah. Poor Paul, and we still see another Beast Within, the last Beast Within in Gary's hands.
So this golden tipple
yeah.
will come on through, courtesy of those resources. Discards the Oyster we knew about to find a fresh card and make a gold. There's a chum found into the hand here for Van Gijssel. Gravy, of course, currently activated. Doesn't mean we can get rid of that one without cracking some gold. We will see this tipple pretty happy to connect here. Gary unlikely to give much respect to such a small attack.
Paul has a rather decent amount of gold at least, so that means that he can actually absolutely afford it.
Time to spin those wheels and find a way to put together this Conqueror of the High Seas. The third copy appearing on top of the deck. Not ideal for Paul. Going to have to spend a couple of... I like this quite a lot, actually. I think dedicating the turn to the Sawbones here, using Dead Threads to have a reasonable turn, present some pressure, get another ally into play, save that Conqueror for the comeback is a good place to be. It's very easy to get blinded by the gold, just go digging, try and find some blues to get that Conqueror to come together, and it's a disaster if you miss, and the turn kind of ends on the spot. So, control play here from Van Gijssel. Happy to see it.
Yes, very, very mindful player so far and getting absolutely the most of every card. You can see all of them are turned, meaning that he got to use almost all the abilities that he has at his hands, and that is very, very good to see.
Gold made from gold-baited hook. We'll see that Conqueror parked away in the arsenal, but it's going to be a full 4 cards here for Gary White on Rhinar Reckless Rampage, looking for the upset against one of the biggest and baddest decks in the format. We see Splatter Skull at the front of that hand. A few more interesting cards tucked behind. Beast Within, Agile Windup. So working off of yellows here. Going to be forced to play a somewhat subpar turn, discarding that Agile Windup to try and go bigger. And again, the notable lack of Blood Rush Bellows so far has meant these power turns have not really come together for our Brute.
It's turn 6 and we haven't seen any of those. I mean, yeah, he has to really shuffle that deck afterwards. I feel like he might be really missing them.
Compass Peak for Van Gijssel. Sees a card on top of the deck here. He's working with a hand full of blues, Saltwater Swell, and Murderous Rabble, Tip the Barkeep, Chart the High Seas. So plenty of resource cards, plenty of options there to reanimate additional allies as well. No doubt interested in playing some amount of defense here as Rhinar starts swinging for the hills. Now, a little trick that is worth knowing here. This Agile Wind-Up in the hand for Gary White could be very punishing if Paul does not block this Splatter Skull entirely. If it is discarded, we will see an Intimidation trigger from Rhinar. Will knock a card away, which will promptly be eaten alive by the Splatter Skull on hit.
There you go. It's not about a token. It's about intimidating that card.
And we see both players here kind of laughing about the situation.
They're having a blast.
Not the first rodeo here, and Paul could be very punished depending on which card disappears here to the Intimidation trigger. It is going to be that Tip the Barkeep that is quickly obliterated by that Splatter Skull. 3 damage coming on through. So a pretty reasonable turn there for Gary, despite the lack of resource card or power cards. Found ways to force Van Gijssel to interact. Parks a show of strength in the arsenal, finds an agility token for the following turn. And so Van Gijssel with Murderous Rabble
and
Chart the High Seas to work with here. Two allies in play, no clear immediate route. Does have the knowledge from the compass that we are currently lacking. We'll know the top card of the deck. We'll go digging for it with that Gravy Bones activation. Finds a chum that will be immediately chucked down deep in the water for later on.
We saw a pummel as well in Gary's hand. That means that we are facing a very interesting turn if he's able to keep it and actually use it, because I don't see Paul overblocking here.
Oh, this was almost a disaster. Chart the High Seas finds a red again in the form of Blood on the Water, but thankfully the second card underneath is Jittery Bones, so blue resources made available, and the turn will continue.
How greedy am I?
How greedy am I? Says Paul.
I'm pretty greedy.
Is it greedy
Pretty
bones or greedy bones?
Greedy bones is definitely the way I like to play the deck. We'll see if Paul agrees. We do hear the pretty greedy, and I don't mind that. I think it's an understated skill to be good enough at card games to know when you need to get a bit lucky to win. And we're going to see that Conqueror coming on through from the arsenal here. So not that greedy. Didn't go the route of breaking gold first and risk finding a red. He's going to send this gigantic Conqueror of the High Seas here. Force some cards out of Gary and no doubt finish this up with an ally attack to boot.
Yes, and Gary is not happy about it because obviously he needed to keep as much of his hand as possible to get the most of that pummel. And I think that is also us unpacking into Sun's sketched plan.
Looks
But
like
I
it's
don't
to
see
me.
any blood rush yet.
Gonna have to be forced to play defense here again. Try and keep a functional 2-card hand to send back that show of strength, provide any meaningful pressure to Van Gijssel for now. Sand sketch plan, I believe a copy of Bam Bam reached for on defense there. We'll see Scab Skins and Apex Bonebreaker doing the rest of the work to make sure this Conqueror does not take that show of strength away. Makes a Might Token in the progress, courtesy of that Bonebreaker.
Paul's thinking. Paul doesn't want to let go.
Now this is the how greedy am I scenario. 2 resources floating still here for Van Gijssel. Will be spent on a gold to go fishing. Can still use that Dead Threads, of course. Prismatic ley line. Now this is a difficult decision. Can cash in this Prismatic ley line to force additional defenses here. Will present lethal alongside this Sawbone swing thanks to Dead Threads. Alternatively, could hold on to it and try and go a bit bigger next time around. Could even pitch it away to facilitate a different ally. Going to deploy Oyston, pretty free of charge here. Doesn't cost you anything to play this one out.
Oh, yeah, you played charge. Yeah.
And now Paul having to debate how best to spend this yellow. Could even cash in for another gold if they wanted to. So many options available with a very interesting draw.
Yeah, I'll play later.
Oh, and there you go.
That
You see that Prismatic ley line
Goes the
deployed.
greedy, yeah, goes the greedy path.
Well,
Yeah.
you have 2 cards.
So, the hook here looking rather appealing. Additional gold would be nice, but Paul has to kind of contemplate the value of what may happen if this goes wrong here. Expect a staunch defense from Gary. Will send in that Sawbones for 8. So threatening lethal will earn some amount of defense one way or the other, but we know Gary here really does not want to give up both of these cards. Really wants to send that show of strength back. And what Paul doesn't know is that one of those cards in hand is a pummel. And so soaking up the entirety of this Sawbones, not possible right now.
Take 6?
Yep.
Taking 6, and Paul said go big or go home, and
I don't die.
is seeing some results in terms of depleting that life from Gary. But Gary has a secret weapon.
Very well hidden. We'll see that might and agility activated here at the start of the turn.
We did see that pummel getting pitched at the very, very first turn, I think, or turn 0, and that means that Paul is aware already of him running them.
Very difficult for a 2-card hand and the arsenal here to put that pummel together. Show of strength, of course. Costing 2 does mean no tricks likely to be found here from the hand for Gary White. That compass activation will let Paul take another look at what's on top. Of course, Sink Below in the hand here does give them access to that card if they're so inclined. The Eye of Ophidia, another Prismatic ley line in the hand there as well to provide extra pressure. Paul forced to do some amount of defense here, but will keep a pretty reasonable offense in return. That's kind of the power of having these allies that just stay in play.
Paul has so many options, doesn't want to keep away the power of that prismatic ley line, but
I don't mind giving it up here. Prismatic ley line in a spot where it's only really going to be used alongside an ally, so not getting more than 2 value out of the card, making it a little more awkward. But Definitely an argument to keep it around to discard, to portside exchange, maybe sink away to sink below. So Paul has to take some moments to deliberate how they want to utilize the ley line best. The 3 in the bottom right corner does appear to be the best point of value. Sink below. Going to join the party on defense reactions here to blunt the rest of this damage.
And sink in. No. It is such a busted card in the hands of a Gravy, this prismatic ley line, because of that value that you get from it blocking, from it pitching. I mean, it's just crazy.
Love to see this here from Paul. Draws Call to the Grave, puts it in the hand there, knows that they have Sawbones to spare, and therefore will utilize that powerful ally on defense to prevent another point of damage from this show of strength. So Gary will take a moment to deliberate. If they'd like to continue the turn, they will. They're going to pitch away that send packing for a Mandible Claw. The question is, where does it go? And this is very rewarding, very heads-up read here from Van Gijssel. Understood this Claw was probably the follow-up and probably going directly at Sawbones. So why not get the value from that ally while it's still around?
Absolutely, and Gary making the call here. Doesn't want to... Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Sawbones, as you kindly predicted.
Yeah, much more difficult choice once the Sawbones has already been used. It definitely feels worse one way or the other. But Gary understands the longer that ally survives, the more problematic it is likely to be. For now, they're going to have to fight off the remaining offense from Paul Van Gijssel here on Gravy Bones. We'll have 2 cards to work with and multiple allies in play to start the turn.
Blood Rush in the house.
Okay, so that Blood Rush Bellow finally arriving here for
Finally.
Gary. The question will be, can he keep enough cards to make it come together? Only 2 life available means the majority of these cards likely to be spent on defense here. If Paul can go big enough, we'll start by spinning the wheel. I have Ophidia, of course. Let's take a peek at these top cards before we draw one of them. So Paul will decide which of these 2 cards he's more interested in finding with his goal.
Problem is some of Gary's cards, that they don't block at all. So that is going to get in the way for him actually keeping the rest of his hand.
Does look slightly problematic. I believe it's Alpha Instinct in the hand at the very least with a 0 in the bottom corner. So providing enough defense to survive this turn might not be an easy feat. Paul looking at 2 slightly awkward cards. Tip the Barkeep here. Somewhat appealing. Does allow multiple ally attacks in theory, but very tempting just to bottom these and go looking for something else. So we see our competitor debating here in this spot. We know Call to the Grave, the last card there in the hand. So we'll take the draw. Chooses to take that Call to the Grave to join the one that was already there. And the spinning will continue. Paul interested in Tip the Barkeep as well. 2 floating here. Call to the Grave available. Can make that Golkis Rum to go multiple allies wide if they're so inclined. For now, we will call to find another friend.
Needs to start thinking as well on getting the arcs filled up again because he is now in bankrupt.
No gold available currently. Less of a pain point this late in the game. Okay, love to see this from Paul. Reaches for back alley break line. Interested in generating as many action points as possible this turn. Multiple ally swings will be coming in as a result, stripping away as many cards as possible from Gary White. This powerful, little innocuous common from way back in Arcane Rising finds a loving home in Gravy Bones. Can be sent either with Chart the High Seas or that Call to the Grave. Reanimates the Rigor Mortis and gets swinging. 6 with an action point remaining. Will demand 2 cards from Gary, and we know that's going to be all of the defense you can find in sight here.
Trying to make the bill add up, and yeah, finally losing that Blood Rush. Sadly for Gary, because it's been a long wait. It's been 8 turns without a Blood Rush below, and it goes away.
Voicing Quickly defended. We'll see that Mandible Claw with the last remaining card rip away Rigor Mortis. Leaves Paul Van Gijssel with 2 allies and 5 cards to work with, including a Prismatic Leyline in hand. Looks like a blue golden tipple there as well. We'll get the ability to have at least 4 value from that powerful Mejias stick. Takes a peek with the compass.
It might also be a Lonsark, I think.
Leyline.
Yep.
Tipple.
We will see Golden Tipple played. Likely going to discard that Lone Shark for a yellow. Going to generate a gold that way round. Find a fresh one off the top, courtesy of that Tipple. Lining up here, of course, perfectly. And we see a Vast Yi off the top of the deck here for Van Gijssel as well. Will enable another attack this turn if they are so inclined. The Tipple blocked for 3. Of course, 1 point will leak over. Courtesy of Prismatic Leyline brings Gary down to 1. Van Gijssel will deliberate how best to continue. We know that card was held in the arsenal last turn. We know it's this Tip the Barkeep. Going to generate some Gold Kiss Rum to put the turn together later down the line. We know a Vast G in hand here. Very capable of spinning up some extra allies as well.
Rigor Mortis taking the lead. And Gold Kiss Rum.
Immediately cashed in here. Will send Rigor Mortis across the line for 6, and it will be enough to take a victory here for Paul Van Gijssel. Blood Rush Bellows showing up far too late in the final 2 hands of the game for Gary White. Forced to play defense, and that is not where you want to be in the face of our undead Necromancer. It is Van Gijssel moving on to 2-0 here at the Calling in Valencia. A pretty spectacular game there for Gravy Bones, I think.
It was very impressive. I felt a bit sad for Gary because those Blood Rush Bellow made themselves quite hard to find, and there was the second one right there in his hand now. So yeah, I felt a little bit sad for him.
The highs
I
and
feel
lows
very
of
happy
Brutes.
for Paul, however, and yeah, it was amazing, an amazing game.
Yeah, a good, well-rounded game, I think. Definitely shows you the spectrum of the matchup somewhat. A little bit of poor variance for Gary there, but not one we see very often. Hopefully we'll see some more Rhinar over the course of the weekend. If you are a Rhinar fan, though, and you want to make sure you see him somewhere, I've got the format for you. Silver Age, brand new and in the game very soon. Chapter 1 and 2 in stores for you from February 13th. This brand new budget-friendly format is going to be a fantastic place to get on board with Flesh and Blood, including some of those new cards from the Rhinar Armory deck.
Absolutely, and I can't see a better way to get started in this new World Tour. Azalea is and has been my queen in my girl for a long time, and I am very happy to see her making big games again in Sage as well.
I know the feeling. Icelander is near and dear to my heart. Will continue to stay there for as long as I'm allowed. So, what is Silver Age? If you're not familiar, brand new format. Commons, rares, and basics only. It is meant to make for a very fast, fun, and affordable format.
It's a great format to get started. It's a great format as well for a very low money, like to get the grip of the game, and it's only $20 to get your ticket for those 2 million World Tour. And we are very, very excited to see how it plays off.
Absolutely. Couldn't be a better way to get involved with our World Tour next year. Pick up one of those pre-constructed decks and get yourself involved. As we alluded to, it is commons, rares, and basic cards that will be the marquee of Silver Age. Plenty of support in those rarities coming in our next set, of course, for Compendium of Wraith. If you want to get early access to Silver Age, well, you're a little late because we have a Battle Hardened this weekend where people are going to get to do that, but not the only place you could stop if you're interested.
We are also seeing that in Seattle in December, and we are going to have another very exciting stop in Hong Kong.
Yep, if you're not fortunate enough to join us for some early access Silver Age this year, fear not. We do have a couple more stops in January for you. Akihabara and Columbus will be your final chance to take this format for a spin before we make our way over to that world premiere in London and get things started with Compendium of Wraith. There is a wide selection of heroes available in both Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. Which ones stand out as your favorites?
Well, as I said, Azalea is obviously my girl, my favorite. I'm also excited for Islander because when I started, it was just her big time, like Uprising and the like. So I am very excited to see Islander in a new format that actually sees a sign. And I'm very excited for some friends who were main Islander, as you said yourself are. And yeah, that's basically it for me. But I know that people are excited to see Enigma coming back to the scene. Daz is obviously a great icon as well. So
yeah,
I'm excited for all of those decks, honestly.
Returning faces, just very happy to see such a wide variety of heroes. So however you choose to play the game, whatever it is you enjoy about Flesh and Blood, there will be one of these pre-constructed decks for you. Every single one does come with a booster pack of Compendium of Wraith for the Troubles. So less than $20, you get a booster pack as well. So $15 if you squint, somewhere in that kind of ballpark. New bands,
Amazing
of course, that came up just before we got started. The team at LSS diligently testing this format before it even made it to early access, and so we saw a selection of cards taken away before we even really got our hands on them.
Yes, we got Fiddler's Green. Very interesting card for fighting fatigue, you know, in this format. We have Honey Hood, Nimby, Old Noka, Vigorous Moss-Up, and Reality Refractor.
If you are any commoner enjoyers out there, you'll be glad to see Reality Refractor on the way out the door. If you need to find a place to join us, you can do that. We've alluded to these early access Silver Age Battle Hardens throughout November to January. Of course, the world premiere in London will be taking place in February alongside some of these release and celebration events that you will see across the world. Keep your eyes out for your local game stores in March and beyond. We'll be seeing this format at your local game stores, at World Tour events. Most importantly, we'll be seeing it at Pro Tour Yokohama.
That is amazing. We will have a full Silver Age event finally, and at Pro Tour Yokohama we will see the best players and the pro players playing this format, which I think will be very interesting as well for everyone who is tuned in.
Well, I know people have their opinions on the balance of certain formats, and so we want to be clear that there's a brand new take on that as well. A fresh new meta will be available in Silver Age on a regular occasion, with only the most trustworthy souls in charge of governing this format. That is, of course, all of you at home. There will be that ban list available on the regular as votes go through as to which heroes should not remain for the next season. So I know who I'm blaming when they take all my friends away. Hero eligibility, of course, will be decided by that voting system for sanctioned Sage events, which means Silver Age is very much a format made by the people for the people.
It is amazing. That is a great opportunity because everyone will be able to decide and actually be very excited about what to ban, what not to ban, and it will be changing every season. So that is also a great opportunity for everyone to have a grip for another deck, like trying out new decks. I am excited to see what I can do if I lose Azalea for a season, so I am really looking forward.
Bless your heart for assuming you'll get to keep Azalea. I've just assumed I'm not getting to keep Icelander, so I'll figure out what's happening when I finally get to it.
That is the thing. I'm excited to try out new decks if I lose Azalea.
Fair enough. I respect it. Well, maybe not a new deck coming up for you this round, but a different assassin. I can't put new in the feature match area of a classic constructed calling, but what I can do is reach out to an Arakni Huntsman for our next round. So stick around. We'll be right back. And so it will be Arakni Huntsman joining us in the feature match area for the third round of this calling, but they are not the only assassin. Arakni Marionette has been the talk of the town since the World Championship, and they will be on the other side of the table this time around. Carlotta, assassin off. How do we feel about this one? What's going on?
I do feel that Marionette is probably in a better position in a way, because we are seeing them in higher tables as well. We are seeing them chosen by good players, and I do feel confident that Mariano is a good player. He's from Spain. I do know him, and however, Arakni Huntsman can offer some surprises, I think.
I think so. There's some things lurking underneath, as you would expect from an assassin. I don't want to keep the folks waiting to find out how this one goes, so let's make our way down into that feature match area for the third time today. It will be Vasilis, Kirlis on that Arakni Huntsman. Pretty well-known name on this hero from my understand. It's Mariano, Rivero on the other side. It is home country hopeful for you in the feature match area this round, rocking the Marionette. More importantly, going first this time around as well. Have to wonder exactly which assassin is eager to strike first.
Yes, Mariano is from Sevilla, and I know him very well. He did top 8 in the National of Spain, and he started with job, and he chose Marionette after seeing Nu go LL, and something's happening. Tell us about it.
This is a pretty disastrous start for Mariano. You don't really want to be the one pitching away 2 defense reactions on the first turn of the game to swing your dagger. And least of all, you want to see a hunter or hunted on the other side immediately to strip cards away from Mariano. Now, there is some small relief here. It wasn't a major hit that was taken away. It is Knives Out stripped away from the deck here by Mariano. Now, this one kind of finding itself as an inclusion in these Marionette decks as a playable blue. As these decks kind of increase the codices count, want to make more ponder tokens, they need to make sure that arsenal doesn't get blocked up with stuff. So they just need to make sure these blues are always playable. And Knives Out is one of those you can just play even if you don't swing a dagger. You can get it out of the arsenal pretty quickly. So kind of a role player, not a power card, not the worst thing to lose to this powerful new D-React. I do want to take a moment to talk about the equipment suites in this matchup. On the side of our Arakni Huntsman player, we see Shriek Razors in the arm slot there. This one is not exactly a common choice.
It is quite uncommon, honestly, and I am very interested to see how that plays out.
No flick knives here. Going to be interested in shrinking those blocking attacks instead. We will see Arakni Marionette here flicking on the first turn. This has become pretty commonplace as well. Looking to clear that dagger slot away means that Mask of Deceit can immediately block, create the Orb Weaver, get that Graphene Chelicera online, and start enabling all those synergy pieces. Even more value, we do see Trapdoor as the first transformation. Would normally go and grab a free defense reaction, but I got some bad news. They're both in the pitch zone right now.
Yes, absolutely. Poor Mariano, and that is absolutely not how you want to start your turn 0.
So we make our way back over to Arakni Huntsman, who will find a slightly suboptimal handful of reds, but thankfully they can fund a copy of Already Dead. Haven't seen this one in a hot moment. I distinctly remember chasing these down at vendors back at Pro Tour Amsterdam myself. They were bit of a nightmare to find. Contract Attack to kick things off here. We'll look to generate some bonus silver for Mariano. Against Mariano, I should say. If it manages to take away non-action cards.
So if you give the boots,
Worth noting here. I should say,
absolutely.
sorry. Already Dead. On hit, banishing a top card of the deck and a defending card. So you got to be a little careful if you were to block with, say, Black Tech Whisperers, because they might suddenly disappear from existence.
Yes, and you don't want that. Vasilis was kindly explaining it to Mariano, basically, and we see how Mariano chose to defend.
So, very much the expected play pattern here. Does block out this Already Dead ahead of time, and we see the contemplation on the Shriek Razors to get rid of those Black Tech Whisperers forever. Chooses instead to hold on to the arsenal. for Vasilis. We do see Orb Weaver coming up, though, for our Marionette player, who no doubt will discard a card to create that first Chelicera of the game. And suddenly all those Tarantula toxins and extra bonuses that this hero has access to start looking far more appealing.
Yes, and it's quite early on game to start doing that, but obviously you want to find your Chelicera as soon as possible and get the most of those stealth buffs as well.
Kiss of Death, the attack from the hand here. Pretty impactful card for this Marionette deck. Obviously coming in with a little bit of extra juice, courtesy of the Orb Weaver here. No go again currently. Scar Tissue will force it over, though. Bonus damage will be found. Unless there is a defense reaction, it's Oasis Respite in the hand here for Arakni Huntsman. So I find these early preventive effects very suggestive. This game is going to go quite long and quite grindy.
Yes, it can get to fatigue, I'm afraid, because with those Oasis Respite and this Rick, you're also like getting a vibe from Vasilis and his deck.
Vasilis passing back over to Mariano, who will have a full 5 cards to work with, is back in Marionette form. As we look to play through this turn, we see multiple Savor Bloodshed in hand, alongside some Orb Weaver Spinnerets. These are up, active, and online, courtesy of that Mark token.
That's +8 already.
It's not bad. On hit, draw 2 is never a line of text you're really interested in reading, because what that Hunter's Clave is threatening right now will earn a very quick defense. Chelicera cashed in to eat the Mark token and, of course, trigger these Savor Bloodsheds to draw multiple cards. Dagger hitting a marked hero, the important card there. Doesn't matter if it's on a chain link, just need to pick up your favorite knife and chuck it directly between your opponent's eyes.
Absolutely, that tells you how different both decks are. The choice of using flick knives is absolutely different from choosing the Shriek. So we are going to see 2 different playstyles, I feel, here. Let's see who takes it home. Who is the best? Arakni.
2 cards found for Mariano. Is going to be a red pitched away here to facilitate Command and Conquer. Will quickly earn the whole equipment suite here for Vasilis. Interested in keeping that Arsenal card around, that Balance of Justice. Cracked and cashed in while able, so a bonus card will be found. Hopefully allows for a slightly wider turn.
Yes, that's a good opportunity for Vasilis, and he's not letting it slip.
Surgical Extraction found will pay for a Spider's Bite swing. Spider's Bite, a dagger we haven't seen all too much of in recent memory, but one of the better ones from Flesh and Blood history. Fantastic at shrinking down attack actions. This matchup, not at its best. Going to be a lot of attack reactions that tend to circumvent that dagger, but does create some interesting blocking opportunities. Speaking of, Sink Below Fate Machine in the hand here, from cut from the same cloth, and now both players are aware of those blocking possibilities.
Yeah, we need to roll.
Only two defense reactions there. So yes, Mariano knows now what he has to do.
We see Orb Weaver Spinneret rebuying a Graphene Chelicera, and it will be Mark of the Black Widow. This Arsenal was known by both players, courtesy of that first turn Hunter or Hunted. So Mark of the Black Widow was revealed and parked. So 6 with no go again currently. But of course, Arakni Marionette, if this connects, hits a marked hero, will allow the turn to continue.
Okay, pass the blocks.
No blocks declared. Going to rely on these defense reactions to cover this Mark of the Black Widow. A little bit risky. There's a reaction on the other side to force it up and over the 8 point.
Anything on your side? No. Okay.
Okay, I respect this a lot from Mariano. Very hard to say no reactions a second time in case the opponent is willing to pass. Would allow the Mark of the Black Widow to hit, but would end the turn. There would be no go again. Manages to hold on to that Stains of the Red back and is baited out one more time. A third defense reaction from the Arsenal here in the form of that Shout from the Storm. The bait, not good enough though. Codex of Inertia, the follow-up here, will deny an Arsenal, force a card back into the Arsenal for Vasilis.
I discard a card, right? Yeah, you discard a card. Okay,
and save a bonus card for Mariano is going to be orb with a Spinneret found from the top of the deck, which means this Graphene Chelicera will come across with that Fyendal Spring Tunic for 9 bonus points of damage, and that Ponder token will be getting full value. Pretty much the perfect sequence here for Mariano.
It is absolutely great value from this turn. It's been almost 20 points of damage, so yes, absolutely what you want to be. And now that Prismatic Leyline being played by Vasilis.
We have seen Prismatic Leyline doing some good work in Gravy Bones, but not a card you typically associate with a deck like Arakni Huntsman. Here, looked to grow this Eradicate, very powerful yellow majestic for the Huntsman, threatens to take away lots of cards from the deck at the same time, and therefore makes that fatigue endgame much more appealing. We will see 3 damage sneaking through here, takes Tarantula Toxin, Codex of Frailty. There's only 1 silver there for Arakni Huntsman, but that's 2 very impactful cards banished away.
Yes, leave no witnesses there. For Mariano is a good loss, it's sad. And yes, that Codex of Frailty is always a good tool in your hand, so not very happy, I can guess.
Playing in the backside, quickly defended by Already Dead. We'll see Hunter's Clave coming across, threatening to mark one more time. The point of damage will connect. Mark token placed as Vasilis is brought down to 29. We do see a copy of Hunter or Hunted in the hand. It might need to line up with this Savor Bloodshed once more. Codex of Inertia forcing cards back into the arsenal for both players. Ponder token found. Can Mariano get value from the random card found on top of the deck? Only one way for us to find out. Card needs to be discarded still here for our Huntsman player, courtesy of that Codex of Inertia.
Yes, and I want to see what Mariano got there, but also Vasilis is having a hard time discarding, and now here it comes.
Does get rid of that Hunter or Hunted, doesn't want to facilitate all these extra cards. It's another Orb with a Spinneret here for additional damage. Of course, Chelicera is still in play this time, so no bonus dagger for the trouble, but extra damage means this is converted into 8, and that Ponder token will get full value once more. Impressive sequencing and a great showing, honestly, for these Codex of Inertia so far.
Yes, absolutely. You wouldn't expect that much from them, and they are paying off.
Savor Bloodshed, of course, still active, and so that Graphene Chelicera connects, draws a bonus card, and finds pick up the point, and so more value found for Mariano. Typically, drawing that card, you might draw something you can't really use, and suddenly your Ponder token looks a bit awkward, but instead, bonus damage found, and turn continues, bringing our Huntsman all the way down to 21. The retort here, going to be a Bonds of Attraction.
It looks like he lost all of his bad luck in that turn 0, and now he is going full speed.
So Bonds of Attraction, a card infamous during its time with New because of how well it pairs with an attack reaction like just a nick. And so that's a pretty good find off that Codex of Inertia. Lines up very well here to strip cards away. Worth noting, another Tarantula Toxin disappearing into the Banish Zone here. While the situation looks rather profitable for Mariano, some of these power cards are quickly being expended. We're through multiple codexes, through all 3 copies of Savor Bloodshed, 2 Tarantula Toxins just kind of lost for no value here. Gonna have to try and find some amount of damage to kind of get this game over with, though.
The Banish Zone is getting more and more filled, and I feel Mariano's deck is getting thinner and thinner at a rather fast pace.
All those drawn cards do, of course, strip away. Cards in deck. Hunter's Clave coming in will be quickly responded to with a Shelter from the Storm discard. So doing this on declaration of attack will deny the damage from the Hunter's Clave and also prevent some Flick Knife shenanigans in the meantime, should that be of interest to Mariano.
Yes, you got to get rid of those 2 prevention points before you actually think of playing out that Flick Knives, and it looks like he is rethinking. And there you go with up sticks and run.
I think this is very heads up here from Mariano. Once you have the information that the prevention will be available, if you want to get flicking or sending Graphene Chalicera, just reevaluate the turn, resequence, closes the chain here. Going to try and save those flick knives to potentially align with this Kiss of Death, if there is a source of go again here, and wants that shelter from the storm out of the way before we go doing that.
That is absolutely what Mariano is doing, and Kiss of Death is an incredible card that always delivers.
Breaks my heart to see Regicide wasted on defense, but alas, not for this matchup. And the final card in hand will be a Codex of Frailty here for Vasilis. So the perfect one-card play will find a quick retort to throw back at Mariano. It's going to be Plunder the Paw by the looks of things. No Leave No Witnesses available, which is not ideal. You would really prefer to threaten that arsenal. But Plunder the Paw, the next best option here, will trigger Arakni Huntsman, get some free value looking at the top of the deck and some information. Hopefully make some more silver to get better value from those Black Tech Whisperers or Shriek Razors as the game goes on.
And now I'm curious because Vasilis got a frown on his face that tells me that the top card was quite interesting.
We'll have to wait and see if they were happy or unhappy. Of course, Plunder the Paw looking for cards that cost 1 or less in order to generate silver. Black Tech Whisperers here cashed in for quote-unquote no value. There's just 2 silver in play currently. So Vasilis looking to rebuy them next turn, get a point of block value back. So just using them here to get them in the graveyard.
Absolutely, yes. That's why we don't see them actually in the graveyard. The intention is there and it's very clear. And now we see yet another Hunter's Knife being thrown at Vasilis.
It's going to line up rather awkwardly into that copy of Fiddler's Green in the hand here. Does choose to take the 1, deploy Codex of Frailty once more. So we did choose to save that Fiddler's Green for something a little bit more problematic. Thankfully, this Codex not going to punish Vasilis too much. Arsenal was full, courtesy of their own Ponder token, so no forced discard, no shenanigans there. But a Command and Conquer for 5 will have to be considered, at least.
Yes, I don't think Vasilis wants to lose the arsenal, and he will see the blocks being declared.
7 block, going to gain some life, courtesy of that Fiddler's Green in the process as well. Punished a little bit for not deploying that on the dagger, but these things happen. So all these Frailty tokens all over the place. Everyone is ill. It's rather unpleasant.
Yeah, exchanging Frailty on and off.
No, mine was the cold foil. You know, just about asserting authority on these things. Plunder the Paw coming across as another 0 for 4. Just good, clean, efficient turns from Vasilis. Finding 3 damage this time, I should say. Of course, that Frailty token doing some damage from the attack that was parked there in the arsenal. But earns a block, earns a card, and that's definitely the role of Plunder the Paw in this matchup. You can earn a card from the top of the deck. You can earn a card from the hand. One way or the other, you still got a card.
Yes, absolutely. And here we see the value of that card from the same cloth, because Mariano gets to see Vasilis' hand and gets to plan a little bit ahead.
This time around, scores a bonus mark for the trouble because there is a cut to the chase in the hand for Arakni Huntsman. Doesn't mean there is an attack reaction to be found. It's marked as a result. Chalicera coming on in for a whopping 6 with go again, courtesy of that mark. Immediately earns the blocks. And we will see Scar Tissue jump it up a little further. Both players aware of the sink below in the hand here, so this can be stifled if Vasilis is interested. It might leave them slightly open to the follow-up, though. So it does let the Scar Tissue come on through, correctly saves that sink below to take care of Leave No Witnesses.
Yes, very wise choice here, very good call on Vasilis. And Mariano will have to wait for next Leave No Witnesses transforming now because of Vasilis being marked.
Persuasive Prognosis, the 1 card follow-up here. Just 1. It's always just 1, I promise. We see Arakni Tarantula as the transformation on the other side of the table. Typically quite a damage-heavy version of Arakni. If you're able to transform into this one, it does threaten extra damage on those daggers over the course of the turn. Does usually incentivize you to keep cards, but unfortunately, Persuasive Prognosis has other thoughts in mind.
Yes, it always looks more innocent than it is, doesn't it? That pain in the backside, blocking, losing that value.
Never happy to see pain in the backside on defense, but Clearly the card that Mariano was most happy to lose from that hand. Did not expect any combat tricks, and so happy to deploy it on defense there to keep the rest of their tools around. We see Orb Weaver Spinneret being pitched away here for this Graphene Chelicera. Looks like a Stains of the Red back in hand alongside maybe another copy. Playing on the backside might be a Scar Tissue, something similar to that. We see Vasilis here filtering through the Banished and the Graveyard, and we've definitely... Oh, it's Incision. Wow, Incision, a very interesting choice, but plays well in these dagger-centric decks for additional juice. These defense reactions, thankfully, going to cover up a little bit of that heat.
And deciding to leave it on top. So willing to use it next turn, obviously, and go again. They deciding if... yes, if 2 or 3 points were passing through, and it was down to 20 now.
So Vasilis happy to make their way back into their turn with a full suite of options available. I believe there is the last copy of Just a Nick in the hand alongside a Shred this time around. So we'll have some pieces of interaction. The blue Shred will be pitched away for Spider's Bite. Going to try and play defense denial proactively instead of reactively.
A very interesting take. I think that Vasilis is so in...
Slay the Scholars here as the follow-up. Going to take a peek at that top card once more, courtesy of the Arakni Huntsman hero ability. This one looking for non-attack action cards. That is most of the deck for Arakni Marionettes. So
absolutely.
Might find some silver with a little bit of luck.
Comes in handy for Huntsman. And don't forget that we have that Just a Nick there, ready for whenever it's needed.
What I'm going to do is play Remembrance.
Remembrance.
Remembrance being played. Very suggestive of how Vasilis viewed this matchup. Understands this was going to be a battle of attrition. I think they must feel very comfortable with where they are currently. Has managed to work their way through the majority of the big power cards out of Arakni Marionette. Still has 20 life to work with here. Going to rebuy some of their own best tools. We did see that Kiss of Death disappearing through the Banish trigger. Doesn't generate a silver, but another one you're pretty happy to see gone.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the Surgical Extraction, that Codex, and that Prognosis going back in the deck. I think Vasilis is going for the long run here.
Absolutely. Fully intends to play this very long and methodic game as the deck continues to disappear for Mariano Rivero. For now, doing a quick check of their own Banished Zone and Graveyard. Double checking the variety of cards that have been expended. Worth noting that final Tarantula Toxin is in the hand here for Mariano. We are on a Graphene Chelicera currently, so definitely the ability to piece that one together.
And that Prognosis being pitched away for that Hunter's Slave finds a shelter from the cell. From the storm, sorry.
And again, just fantastic sequencing here from Vasilis. His Shelter from the Storms turning up proactively at the right time, denying these mark abilities for Mariano. Definitely stifles just how wide and how problematic Arakni Marionette can be. See that Chelicera being reached for and reconsidered in the face of this Shelter from the Storm.
There is a Leave Not Witnesses in hand, but rather chooses to go with that Toxin.
So I like this decision from Mariano. Understands that they will likely not get much value from Graphene Chelicera this turn. Chooses to expend the Toxin proactively on the Hunter's Clave. However, there is a copy of Hunter or Hunted in the hand for Vasilis, who can place it in front of this Clave if they're so inclined. Does choose to take the Tunic, pitch Remembrance in order to do so, and will go digging once more for one of the more impactful cards in the deck. Finds Death Touch off the top here. Premium Codex target, typically just one of these in the deck the majority of the time. But one you're pretty happy to not be staring down. Of course, we can confirm that. Go digging through the deck, just take a quick look, see if there is any more lurking to be aware of. Even if there isn't, having that information about what is remaining.
Absolutely, probably also counting the cards that he has left. Because it's looking rather thin.
It's definitely getting there. Wouldn't be surprised if that's 20-ish cards for Mariano at a rough count. good work being done here by Arakni Huntsman, just nickel and diming their way through here. This prevention from Shelter from the Storm also still completely available thanks to Hunter or Hunted taking care of the entire 4 damage from that Hunter's Clave.
Yes, absolutely. That is an incredible defense reaction, and I think we've seen the 3 copies now. So that was it. And surgical destruction there been
And I have made a silver, okay? Yep.
committed and gone.
Okay, shooting on 1.
Single silver being generated courtesy of Hunter or Hunted there. Does do make a silver for every card it does banish. And while it might only have been 1 is enough. Drawing back up here for Arakni Huntsman, finds another Remembrance and a copy of Pummel staring down Hunter's Clave. Unsurprisingly, the
Yes.
Pummel doesn't really fit in the current
Not
hand,
really.
and so
Yes,
deployed on defense pretty quickly.
yes, it's better to get rid of it because you're not getting any value in your turn, so
Right? I still have 1 pin.
Or with a Spinneret, the follow-up does rebuy that Graphene Chelicera
So it's 4.
after being carefully flicked away. Does come on in for 4 points of additional damage here.
Go again. No. And you have also flicked, right? Yep.
Mariano doing their best to work through their remaining tools to find
Yes.
17 more points of damage. Gonna have to utilize
Yeah.
these daggers pretty extensively to make it all come together. Flick Knives, very much your best friend in this matchup.
yes, absolutely. Vasilis was asking, in fact, if it was active and ready
Yes.
to launch, and Mariano confirmed that it was a possibility, obviously. So here we see already that committed to defense.
Heavily exposed. So I
Exposed is the follow-up here. Going to make sure Arakni Huntsman is marked. Brings this up to 6, up to 9, up to 12, courtesy of both scar tissue and stains of the red back. Single dagger swing does manage to sneak through significant damage,
Incredible.
bringing Vasilis down to 11 before a quick transformation back into Tarantula. So, a well-navigated turn from Mariano, but that deck is looking incredibly thin here. Well worth watching as this Remembrance comes down to rebuy some more tools for Vasilis.
Let's see what Vasilis gets this time. Let's remember that the last time he got the Codex, he got the Prognosis, he got
yes. It will
3 cards that will be really useful as we are getting to the end of this turn. And I could see that surgical destruction going in there.
Prismatic ley line there as
Prismatic,
well.
yeah.
Just picking up some tools that will inevitably provide enough damage to win the game once that deck is finally expended, which is something you have to do somehow after the hard work is done.
Was that the second Remembers being used, the third one that we have seen, because I think the other one was pitched. So that means that for a little bit, at least, we are, well, he shuffled, so we're not safe at all in terms of seeing him use that again, that
Of
tool.
course, yeah, things being shuffled with Remembrance doesn't mean cards could be anywhere in any number. We will see Hunter's Clave to start here, somewhat unsurprisingly for Mariano. Do hear the 1, maybe 4 go again, which is typically how these daggers feel in these spots.
Why? Why would you say that?
It's never 1. So Prismatic ley line deployed on defense here, coming up in a hand that can't quite put it together. We will see Flick Knives bringing Vasilis down to 9. Graphene Chelicera is being carefully expended. We did see a very high density of Orb Weaver Spinnerets remaining in the deck for Mariano during that previous search, and so hopefully enough daggers can be created to allow Flick Knives to do the rest of the work. For now, Incision brings us up to 4, trying to push another point through the shields.
Mariano is a very aware player, so I think he might be doing absolutely what you just said, trying to let Flick Knives do the job for him, because he's very aware of the little number of cards that he has left.
Spinneret rebuys that Chelicera. We see the dagger coming back. Codex of Inertia parking a card in the arsenal to follow the Chelicera swing for 3. This time around, not immediately reached for. Looks like that Ponder token might be going to waste.
You have 3 in hand, right? Okay.
Debating blocks here.
Vasilis taking a long time to decide which card to discard, and checking once again Mariano's graveyard.
Toxins are gone.
If there is ever a time for deliberation, it is right now. These are the turns of the game that are going to make or break a deck like Arakni Huntsman. Need to study the information your deck has provided for you over the course of the game, evaluate which cards are now expended, what could still be there. You've looked at the deck numerous times thanks to Hunter or Hunted and similar effects. You have perfect information if you can remember it, if you can pull it back together, and so you can hopefully figure out how to navigate these situations perfectly.
Yes, Vasilis needs to bear in mind the thin deck that Mariano has now, has to make the most of his defense of his cards.
You had it. Yeah, okay. So
And
it will be
there
a
you
fate.
see that favor scene.
Check the card. Down.
A very profitable incision found from the Codex of Inertia to make this Graphene Chelicera into a 6 does mean 2 more points of damage leaking through here. And now we are in kind of inevitability range for Arakni Marionette. There are 2 daggers in play, and if we can find 2 more across the game, this is pseudo-unpreventable, true damage, if you will, from Flick Knives. We know there is Shelter from the Storm expended already. There has been some Oasis Respites pitched away.
Absolutely.
Just get a little
We've
bit
seen
tricky.
them.
But Vasilis here going to have to be very, very careful as these final barrage of attack reactions comes through, because they cannot afford to take incidental damage. There's like less than 10 cards in the deck there
Absolutely.
for Mariano,
Yeah.
and they need to make sure they have enough of a health buffer to not fall to Flick Knives.
We're reaching that tipping point, and it's going to be decided in the next couple of turns.
So Persuasive Prognosis, similar story to these other attacks in this matchup. Just looking to earn cards. If it's from the hand, that's okay. If it's from the top of the deck, also okay. And so we do see Allweaver Spinneret commit on defense, paired with
that's
just
just
a
a
nick. Inertia Trap coming around. But both players
Yes.
knew about these defense reactions because they were pitched so
Yes,
early on in
yeah.
the game. They have been lurking in the deck. And so we do see Inertia Trap bailing out just a nick. No additional cards lost to the powerful attack reaction. Going to see Black Tech Whisperers cashed in just to hopefully rebuy later with some silver.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so inertia trigger.
He's been doing so
Down.
for the whole match, and I think he plans on doing it a couple more times, or maybe one more time.
So 3 cards to work with for Mariano Rivero, who will see Midas Touch and Fiddler's Green in the hand alongside a Pummel. So just jam the whole damn deck in there. Cut from the same cloth, of course. Will Mark, as an attack reaction, is found. 4 extra points aligning with a dagger. Pain in the backside here. Just going to be for 3. This one not a dagger itself.
It's so hard to play taking the license every time.
It's beautiful to see the players already using the cards, the promo cards that were played for yesterday afternoon, and here we see Vasilis sporting one of those beautiful promo pummels for defending that pain in the backside. Up, stickers and run.
Pretty profitable transaction here. So we do see a Graphene Chelicera coming in for a hefty 10, I should say, even thanks to that Mark token from Arakni Marionette. But Fiddler's Green did trigger because the chain had to close to play this up sticks and run. So the life was gained by Vasilis here before this big attack came through. Means that a 10 damage dagger just going to bring Vasilis back to 3. Fiddler's Green keeping Arakni Huntsman alive here.
Absolutely, making it better for Vasilis and making it more affordable as well to take that damage, because otherwise he would be gone and this would be done.
Another turn successfully navigated by Vasilis Kirlis. And we're going to see that defense reaction, then the Spider have to be pitched away again alongside a Hunter's Clave attack. And now this is where things start getting tricky.
Yes.
Attack reactions represent lethal. There is an Oasis Respite in hand that theoretically plays around that, but Vasilis would love to hold on to that to park in the arsenal as a real safety valve for this last chunk of damage. And so considering offering defense on Hunter's Clave with just this shred.
Also, Mariano doesn't know, but we know. And that Flick Knives.
Flick Knives activation brings Vasilis to 2. As the Graphene Chelicera disappears into the shadows. One more time. Another Orb Weaver Spinneret doubles down on the known game plan. The Chelicera comes back, and now theoretically, the 2 daggers in play are enough to do the job. But there is an Oasis Respite in hand. There is some life gain. There is some incidental interaction for Mariano to worry about. The Chelicera for 2 does come in. A little bit of bonus damage thanks to that Orb Weaver Spinneret.
Yes. And I think Vasilis is...
I'm going to use the tunic.
Yeah.
For 1.
There you go. He's going to use it. Yes, he's going to go for that Oasis Respite. And
so Vasilis here choosing to play around an attack reaction, choosing to block with the tunic, use the resource on it to play Oasis Respite. Gains a life up to 3 means the 2 daggers in play are no longer enough by themselves.
Absolutely.
But does have to kind of burn a card to play around an attack reaction that might not otherwise have been there. It is Leave No Witnesses as the follow-up. It is 2 cards left in deck for Mariano Rivero. Has a hand and an arsenal to work with.
Mariano.
Leave No Witnesses will swap the order on those cards, courtesy of Arakni Huntsman. Threatens to take away the arsenal and one of those 2 remaining cards in deck.
It is the best card that Vasilis could have right now.
The Razors, the Shriek Razors, they finally come in clutch for Vasilis here. Cashes in the blue, shrinks down the block value. 1 damage comes through, each throw dagger eats the Codex of Frailty. 2 cards stripped away thanks to that arm piece. Leaves Mariano Rivero with just 4 cards total and a need to find 3 damage.
That is devastating. Devastating. And you can tell Mariano is already worried that it might be not enough.
Flick Knives flicks away the Chelicera down to 2, or Weaver Spinneret. We know there are 2 remaining still in the total deck stack. It's Relentless Pursuit here that puts itself back into the deck to keep the count healthy and get those cards back in hand. A 6-power Chelicera quickly blocked out by Vasilis. Transformation will happen into the Black Widow. Pretty much a downside at this point, going to take away that Arakni Marionette text that might otherwise be profitable. It is 3 cards to work with. It is Codex of Frailty on the other side. We'll find Leave No Witnesses. No cards to strip from the deck here. This is just damage at this point. But those Frailty tokens will force these daggers to be smaller. It's not the biggest deal, but it does prevent some theoretical blocks. These Flick Knives are the card to watch. Vasilis is on 2. There is enough daggers in play to end this game.
It's just a great synchrony that Vasilis has had with his deck, and Mariano has a very tough decision going on here.
So what do you discard? Persuasive Prognosis has to be pulled into the arsenal, potentially. And a card needs to be lost. It will be that Den of the Spider. So we know the final 2 cards here in hand for Mariano are 2 copies of Orb Weaver Spinneret. And so Persuasive Prognosis will disappear.
Yes.
And we are going to see these Claves and Cheliceras being swung and Flick Knives attempting to get over the finish line. There is an Oasis Respite.
Once again, oh my goodness, that is incredible timing.
Vasilis here down to those final few cards as well. Remembrance doing some heavy lifting in rebuying those tools throughout the game. The Hunter's Clave coming in for 0, of course. Flick Knives, the relevant factor here. No damage needed on the physical attack. Go to 1.
Vasilis doesn't want to disclose his secret jet.
Relentless Pursuit back in the deck. You are marked again. And I will find 2 cards in hand. An Orb Weaver Spinneret and a Relentless Pursuit. Can Vasilis, Kirlis strip away cards? There is a Surgical Extraction in the hand here. It's going to be Midas Touch. Pitch to start on Spider's Bite. Quickly taken by Mariano. And Coercive Tendency will pay for Surgical Extraction.
There It is.
And so the pain point here, you cannot flick an active chain link. If you attack with Hunter's Clave alone,
yes, it's not. It's
Flick
just
Knives
not
won't do
enough.
the job.
Absolutely.
So you need the Orb Weaver Spinneret and a card to pitch to attack. Surgical Extraction is going to deny that.
It is an incredible ending to this story, because either way we're getting to an end here. It's either fatigue
Attack
or
action.
death.
I know what.
Yes, it's attack action.
One
Yes,
plus
it's
three,
looking
one plus
for.
two. The one you need it, the other one you can't block it because
They're
it blocks
now
the light.
discussing.
Both players very aware of the final 2 cards in the hand here for Mariano. And again, this is the moment that if you are in the seat of our Arakni Marionette, you should take your time. You have earned your time in this game. Both players discuss these cards face up. They're fully aware. So the damage will connect. Orb Weaver Spinneret will be taken away. Chain will be closed. Remembrance played from Arsenal, and we know it is Oasis Respite being parked in the Arsenal as a result. And will hopefully keep Vasilis nice and safe from this final dagger swing.
Okay, for 2 cards.
Yeah.
Codex and Surgical Extraction, the only tools rebought, the only things of importance in the yard there
Set Arsenal.
for Vasilis. Arsenal is set, and we know that Relentless Pursuit is the final tool available to Mariano. And we'll just need to send Hunter's Clave.
Yeah. Oh no. When you attack, I will go for Pits. Oasis.
And we will Oasis
There you go.
Respite the Hunter's
There it
Clave. No
is.
damage to be dealt up to 2
Oasis
life.
Respite.
Means that even if shenanigans could occur, that Flick Knives no longer enough alone. And as long as Vasilis continues to soak up the Hunter's Clave,
Yeah.
they should be fine. Now, Orb Weaver Spinneret would be very problematic if there was cards to discard to create Graphene Chaliceras.
Absolutely. But yes, Mariano knows as well. I can tell.
Well, okay.
And
It's a 4.
And so Plunder the Paw for 4 damage here. Just going to very quickly be obliged, taking Mariano down to 11.
yes.
Card will be parked in Arsenal, and Hunter's Clave will come on through. Sink Below doing what it does best here, blocking 1.
Okay, and here we go.
Absolutely. And relentlessly attacking once again Vasilis, merciless.
And the Surgical
there you
Extraction
go.
will do the job, strips away the final card from the hand, and we will see Vasilis Kirlis on Arakni Huntsman demonstrate a masterclass. Shriek Razors
That is
strips away 2
incredible.
cards.
It was
the
incredible.
Orb Weaver Spinnerets trying to find that final damage in the last chunk of cards. Not quite enough to get through that staunch defense of Arakni Huntsman.
The streak, that remembrance, winning this game, absolutely being like the best players for Vasilis. And well, we saw who took it, who was the best Arakni, let's say.
Yeah. I think people have been underestimating Arakni Huntsman. I think it's a
Yeah,
deck
probably.
that gained a lot from Hunter or Hunted.
Yeah.
Does have some slightly problematic matchups in the metagame, but I think people are picking it because it does land very well into other parts of the metagame, and we're now seeing a copy moving on to 3-0 and hopefully
agree.
continuing to find success
I
over the
agree,
course of the event.
absolutely. Well, sad to see Mariano go because it's a local, you know.
Still very alive.
Rooting for my people here, but yes, 2-1 is a good result still.
Don't need to panic
and,
just yet.
I really want to see how this goes on.
Yeah, well, if you're looking for some games of your own, then don't forget, Skirmish season also kicking off this weekend. If you're not joining us on the sunny shores of Valencia, you can find some gameplay near you at your local game store. Skirmish, of course, fantastic way for more casual players to get involved with the more competitive scene. This time, even more special. It's our final big sayonara to Blitz as a competitive format.
I am a fan of Blitz, I must say, because I am a Sienna player. And I am excited to play the last games with her. I really can't wait to get my hands on some of these beautiful, beautiful cards as well. So I'll do my best to get those cold foils.
Absolutely, bravo, flattering, showman, Everbloom Life, consigned to Cosmos, even Herald of Secum available with these gem packs and all of these playmats. Plenty of goodies to be found at your local skirmish. So do your best to make it out and join us for one of those events. Turns out we're both Shyana players, would you believe?
Yes,
Yeah.
well, I can't help it. She's like my first love in Flesh and Blood. So when I saw her, I really knew that I wanted her. I bought that Crucible of War box. It was a single box, and I got her. So I was over the moon, and I haven't stopped playing with like Shyana forever.
Lovely
in every
stuff.
Blitz.
Well,
game
wholesome
that I've-
stuff there. Wholesome stuff in general in the room, I think.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll see plenty more of it as we make our way into round 4. Stick with us, folks.
I
We'll
am
be right
sure.
back.
Two Araknis last time. Very exciting game to watch. I wasn't in the booth, but I really enjoyed watching it on our little screen over there. And, you know, I'm a big Arakni fan, so fun to see how it goes. But I'm hearing we have some even better and more exciting heroes available to us in this next one.
Yeah, we don't pull the stops when it comes to a calling. We're not in the business of keeping joy away from people. If you enjoyed Arakni Marionette, good news. I've got more of that for you in the hands of Anton Mejias, one of the strongest players out of the UK. But they might not be the strongest UK player in the feature match because we have calling winner Jason Rolfe on Lyath Goldmane?
Yeah, it just, wow. He's an incredible player, Jason. Everyone should know his name at this point if they don't, especially people who are watching these EU streams. But he, notable Guardian player, has decided to go for the short Guardian this time,
Well,
playing Lyath Goldmane. And I don't know, I think we haven't seen a legit version of this deck, I'd say, since its inception.
Well, we saw one in Sydney in the feature match area there, where we had a day 2 run from Lyath Goldmane.
Okay, well.
I want to say in the hands of Oliver Berry, but I could be mistaken on that
also
one.
a very good player.
New Zealand national champ there. It was a fantastic showing of that deck, and maybe something to compound on from Jason. I'm sure conversations have happened in that department, so I'm very excited to see.
I am too, so let's get into the game and see what Jason has cooked for us and what he'll be running in this game against Arakni Marionette from Anton Sid Mejias here.
Now, this is not a matchup I have a ton of knowledge about. I'm not sure many people do, but if anyone does, it's likely to be a player like Anton. And these players, obviously, Team Sigil aficionado are in this case very familiar with each other. We see Jason repping the local game store in the form of Spellbound Games on the camera as well. Big shout out to Baz the Bard on the hat as well. Everyone getting the shout outs in this weekend. So if anyone knows this matchup, it's going to be teammates. The equipment suite was what I was most intrigued to see here, though. We do see the rampart of the Ram's Head for Jason leans towards that more defensive stance, activating the hero ability whenever possible. But attention grabbers, Arcanite Skullcap are kind of staples of this archetype at this point. You can take counters off, leave them hanging, and you can actually get block value from your headpiece.
And it's 3 block on the arms is the other big thing. So these are the 2 equipment pieces that can get full block value. I'm excited to see what Jason has cooked. I don't think the equipment tells us any hints yet. This is like a standard suite. We see, I believe it was Jason going first, looking at his wonderful 5-card hand, even flexing it and showing it off to us a little bit here. I'm sorry, a tunic counter on Anton's side means he'll be going first here, but contemplating. I think you're right that if there are 2 players in the room who have this rep down, it's these 2 players right here.
So we see some difficult sequencing here from Anton. Typically, these Arakni Marionette decks have evolved to flick the Hunter's Clave on the first turn of the game, looking to open up that slot, use the Mask of Deceit to turn into that Orb Weaver Spinneret, get that Graphene Chalice regenerated, and get the game plan going. In this case, we're going to see that copy of Orb Weaver Spinneret in the hand, so we don't need to go into the Orb Weaver necessarily. So maybe not quite so forced to throw the dagger, which is why we see pause from Anton. There's more decision trees here than normal than you would expect on a typical first turn of the game from Marionette.
Yeah, and some powerful cards there that he's choosing to maybe not throw on this turn 0, instead throwing down Pain in the Backside, demands a specific block. Just getting cards maybe out of the hand and flexing into next turn having the most potent offense he can, and whichever 5-card hand he wants available.
No big shock to see Jason reaching for the Rampart on turn 0 here. This activation of Lyath Goldmane is free if you can stomach the cards and don't need to deploy them on defense. That leave them hanging in hand, obviously very appealing as well, depending on how Anton chooses to sequence things. Getting some bonus value on turn 0. One of the big upsides of playing a deck like Lyath. The hero ability, very appealing. Rampart, great for kind of filtering through resources, but sometimes you even see these auras, like Act of Glory and stuff, that can really kind of drive home that free value, kind of like an illusionist in a way.
Yep. Jason deciding what to do here. He's maybe taking back that Rampart, thinking he has a better way to block this. He can keep the Rampart for a weapon in case there becomes an Orb Weaver on this turn. Or maybe just he doesn't have a convenient blue he wants to pitch, and he's finding a way to get both the Lyath ability and something else here. Leave them hanging hits the board. This is a good opportunity for it. Obviously, you want to get that Intimidate later in the game. On turn 0, that Intimidate not mattering necessarily so much. But Jason's still deciding to go for it and get more information. Plays
like
that, and then he'll block once he sort of sees later on.
Yeah, mitigating the options here from Anton before deciding how you want to block just seems like a good way to go. This leave him hanging is a bit too potent to ever really give up on turn 0. You would take some damage to have access to this. And we can see Jason's intentions here. It's going to be a case of going for the jugular. Attention Grabbers immediately hops onto the chain here, blocking 3 on Pain in the Backside, knocking the counter off. Anton, I'm not going to give you breathing room. My hand is aggressive. There's a Villainous Pose, a Razor Reflex, some Cruel Ambition. I want to push. I want to immediately come for your scalp.
Wow, it's crazy because there's no reason necessarily to give up that 3 equipment. The reason he's doing it here is to get that counter on Leave Them Hanging off on turn 1. Leave Them Hanging semi-free to play turn 0 because you have so many cards available for Jason. But an exciting line taken that I don't think I would have foreseen. And we'll see how Anton chooses to punish it, essentially, now that Jason's hand is a lot thinner.
So the common play pattern we expect here is going to be this Graphene Chalice being generated from Orb Weaver Spinneret. Flick, of course, did happen, and so opens up that slot to do this. Not shocked. Again, this is pretty much the bread and butter of Arakni Marionette at this point. This hero very much looking to get this Chalice online as early as possible. Make the best of all those dagger buffs, cards like Tarantula, Toxin, as the game continues to progress.
Move to
Anton choosing to move to end here. He could push a bit more damage with that Gijssel. It would come in for 4 in this position, but deciding Jason probably has the ability to block it. He'd rather maybe force Jason to decide to play an aura, and then if he does that, he can punish it with the attack. Otherwise,
I like the pass. I think Anton gave Jason the window to activate Lyath, make that might token, maybe burn another card before informing if they wanted to continue the pressure. Jason just happy to take the pass back, and we know that's because their hand is stuffed with red aggression, but Anton not quite so lucky.
Trapdoor flip here, meaning Anton will search his deck for a defense reaction. Well timed, given what we know Jason hopes to be planning here. Jason waiting for that decision, seeing if a card is banished. One is, so then he'll probably pass to put that card on the bottom officially once we're in that stage of the end phase.
Which one is this one, yeah?
that's the trapdoor.
That's the trapdoor. Yeah.
Players just confirming which card was banished and put to one side of what was in the hand ahead of time. Pays to be clear about these things after all.
And the ordering here where this comes in now and then you go Arsenal and pitch after this. Cut, recut, draw up, and a couple minutes in, we'll be in the first real turn of the game.
Lots of decision trees, I think, for both players during that turn. That's kind of the complexity a deck like Lyath brings, even on the other side of the table, because there is so much potential to do traditionally unguardian things, to cheat the system. Kind of need to pay attention.
+4 from leave them hanging leaving at the start of the turn. No Intimidate on the leave trigger, that would be simply too good, but still +4 from that turn 0 play for Jason. Coming in with Cruel Ambition as well, creates 3 might. He wants power now, and he wants power later.
Might tokens at a premium in Lyath. Multiple effects do care about how many auras you control to gain their biggest possible bonus. So banking those might tokens for later might enable a very powerful turn on the next cycle.
We also saw the cut a long story short draw on this turn for Jason. So he did draw into one of those yellow, very tall, potent attacks that he could have comboed with this leave them hanging. Unfortunately, this is the one that has a tower. So he's not going for it. Instead, he's using it as pitch to enable that villainous pose. And we see he still has attacks available to come down later in this turn with his Mocking Blow here.
This is 5-13.
So worth noting here, Jason not ahead on life, and so Mocking Blow doesn't do all the goodies, but a boo was possible if Jason wanted it.
Boo is available from Villainous Pose, sorry, not Vigorous Roar.
Correct.
So there was still a boo, just not from this Mocking Blow itself. So he doesn't get a second might from this, but it does get the +4 from its own effect. 13 damage coming in on this Mocking Blow, 1 from its base, 4 from its effect, and then much more from the Leave Them Hanging and the Villainous Pose, 4 each.
Keeping an arsenal for the trouble, making 4 might tokens. Pretty impressive showing of what Lyath is capable of as a deck.
Yeah, you could call this kind of a 4-card 17. It's a bit hard to evaluate things in that way with Lyath, given that he had a card coming in on the aura. He's holding a card for Arsenal, which would make it maybe a 3-card, but he starts with 5. So it's hard to evaluate these things for Lyath, but I would say this is a very potent turn 1 as Anton debates how he's going to block out this 13. Full information given at this point. There's no zero-cost reactions that Jason might be playing here.
It looks like we're reaching for the whole hand here, and I don't hate this. His hand looks a bit discombobulated for Anton Mejias. We see multiple Orb Weaver Spinnerets, Tarantula Toxin, cut from the same cloth, and of course the Inertia Trap that was found from Arakni Trapdoor. His hand just didn't do very much.
Yeah, this would have been a nice opportunity if you had Tunic online, for example, and then you can make this really big Graphene Chelicera and come in with it with Tarantula Toxin, but that hand coming up 1 turn too early, Anton deciding my position in this game is okay if I can just full block this and not take the damage where Lyath can present it. Because, again, we don't know the matchup, and we don't know necessarily how much these players have played this matchup, but maybe Anton's consideration is that there's not that much damage available in the Lyath deck.
I think there's also a lot of value in keeping yourself on the higher life total. We've just seen Mocking Blow. Even if you aren't familiar with what's happening from the Lyath deck exactly, you might not be aware of Sigil of Solace, other tricks coming out of the bag to pull the life total up. Just holding on to that lead while you've got it makes those cards noticeably worse, and I like taking the defensive stance as a result.
Jason choosing to do that on the opponent's turn just in case of a Poison the Well existing in Anton's deck. And then we pass to Jason's turn. 4 might pop, so already this turn will present at least something strong. Cruel Ambition, meaning another 3 might coming in on the other side.
Players confirming with each other that communicating might tokens with the dice is acceptable, so both players are familiar with what's going on. We're going to see battered, beaten, and
broken.
I could always say bruised. I don't want to be broken. Bruised is acceptable.
Bruised is a little less bad, but this card is crazy here in combination with Cruel Ambition, so I would call this battered, beaten, and broken in this spot for sure. Already coming in for 8. It's got a +3 from its own effect because those 3 mites are in the arena, and then +4 from last turn, of course, from those mites. 2 cards available floating for Jason here.
Throw an intimidated card.
If it hits, yes.
Now, we've seen, of course, Jason's deck full of Razor Reflexes, other attack reactions that could be a little problematic with this. My favorite of those, Concealed Object, lurking in the hand right now for a little bit of +1 from the top rope.
An instant item hitting the board here in that Concealed Object. You can tap it to give +1. It only lasts the 1 turn, but he also creates a mite with the boo and maybe turns on any boo effects if it would come on a different turn.
I would like your Intimidated card to explode. Not a bad place to be.
And then I will pass.
This +1 item turns into a +4 item by taking out that Intimidated card from the Banish Zone face down into the discard pile face up, and then Jason pass to Arsenal. Once again, Anton goes into his turn, no cards available, passing.
Might token for the trouble there as well. Concealed Object, pseudo 1-card 5 if you want to work around with the numbers just a little bit. Impressive stuff when you've got 5 cards to work with every turn. Back to Jason. We do see that Razor Reflex in hand, another Villainous Pose. Some more of those yellow attacks. So a pretty well-rounded mixture of cards coming up.
End of Anton's turn, we see the roll to the Marionette because not keeping cards means you're not dealing any damage to get rid of that marked trigger. He becomes Tarantula. Not necessarily that relevant in this spot. Could just be a point of damage, or it's possible that Anton, given that there's still potency coming in, it could be that Anton is folding his hand until Jason's only able to present Titan's Fist for 3 or 4 at some point.
It definitely feels like a not trapdoor roll, which is kind of what Jason is hoping to see while the aggression remains strong. Of course, Mask of Deceit very capable of changing that, given that Jason is currently marked. For now, 4 might going off, and Villainous Pose. We're, again, just seeing the bread and butter play patterns of Lyath. You might not have been exposed to this deck very much, but this is get the most from your cards, find ways to go above rate with this extra intellect, and use these 0-cost Guardian attacks to really break the symmetry of what should be possible for a hero like this.
Cut a long story short, being perfect in this spot. Right now, Tower not online. It doesn't look like it's doing anything. This card requires 13 power to be able to get its on-hit of discard your entire hand, please. But we happen to know that Jason Rolfe had a Razor Reflex in that hand. So he's hinting, he's telling Anton probably that I can buff this and react to that. Or maybe this was my only attack because it was a 5-card hand, but Anton has to be able to respect this going over 13 and possibly getting go again as well.
There aren't many heroes in the game that can throw a 11 power attack at you and have 2 cards in hand and a card in arsenal to work with on the return fire.
The beauty of these Super Slime heroes being moving value from one turn to another. Maybe RKO the least of it, and Lyath maybe the most of it, maybe second to Pleiades. These cards, you know, he played those Cruel Ambitions on the previous turns, and it's carrying forward so much might to these turns.
I have never felt in my soul a player's statement quite like I did Anton just now, as the head hit the hands and went, I don't know what to do here. It's like, yeah, this is not a scenario you find yourself in very often, Anton, and learning in real time is definitely a testament to the best players we find ourselves with in Flesh and Blood. It is not easy to analyze these situations that you have 0 repetitions into in real time and find the right answer. And cut a long story short, not a commonly played card.
Wouldn't be surprised if Anton has never played against this card in an official game of Flesh and Blood. Looking at his hand, just deciding to throw it forward. He's again blocking full. It's not going to fully cover this time, but you might as well use those cards before they get discarded anyways when this Razor Reflex hits the table, as we expected, and I think Anton expected as well. Oh, all 2 blocks in hand, meaning that also a lot of damage comes through. Anton drops down to 33. Jason continues his life lead, which is not only important for winning the game, but for keeping some of those effects from his hero and his deck alive.
Imagine having a follow-up to that situation. Razor Reflex, take your whole hand away 2 steps ahead, which is exactly what it feels like Jason Rolfe is right now. Going to set up a confidence token and 3 might token next turn. So the important part of this, it's designed to play well with Leave Him Hanging, so you can line that confidence token up with the buff. But it is not going to be available for Jason next turn. This is going to be, I played it this turn, it has a time ticking down next turn. It's the following turn you got to watch with this one.
Yeah, so this is the pattern he's been having, is every turn he plays something for the now and something for the later. It's been the Cruel Ambitions earlier in the game and that Leave Them Hanging on turn 0. Now it's the 2 steps ahead. I'd say this turn that we're looking at right now for Jason as he contemplates what to do with his hand is the least he's had carried forward. He only has 1 might coming into this opportunity here. While we debate about the end of Anton's turn, Jason looking at his hand and thinking, is there anything I can do on my opponent's turn? What should I be doing? This turn, good. The next turn's going to be great because of those 3 might and confidence coming in.
A favorite of mine in the hand of Jason Rolfe here. A card I think needs more respect, honestly. Peace of Mind, not one that gets talked about super often. An Oasis Respite for 2, but no Arcane Prevention. In exchange, you get a Ponder token for the trouble, which is really at its best in a deck like Lyath. This is a critical mass of cards situation. So having these cards not only block 4, which is not easy for Lyath in general, but having them replace themselves, really big game.
Functionally turns, it's really easy to pay for those cards when you have the 5-card hand. So you can consider that a 2-card 7-ish, but it turns itself into a bit of a stretch of that, given that you have that extra card available to you anyways. You want to be pitching for the Rampart as well. There's a lot of reason to run cards like that in Jason. And here we see an in the palm of your hand hit on the board, which tells me Jason's leaning quite a bit more into these sort of instant flexibility. I can do stuff when you pass. I can do stuff when you don't pass. These cards still block. He's got a lot of options available to him in this deck.
More so than any other Guardian, I think converting cards is so important for Lyath. We talk all the time about how limited action points are an issue for Guardian as a class. Lyath has this problem kind of accentuated because things are worse value on the face of things, but also there's more cards to waste if you fail to actually convert them into meaningful things. So having these cards that as big buffs, or things like in the palm of your hand, edge of their seats that we see in the hand right now, it means these cards are just rarely going to waste. They're going to be doing something, even if it's not traditional math flesh and blood.
Escalate Violence hitting the table. This is also well-timed here, coming the turn after the 2 steps ahead. So this hits in for whatever the damage is this turn. It's 3 plus 1 from the might, minus 1 from the Lyath ability, so 3 overall, but it creates an additional 3 might because he controls a might from the 2 steps ahead. So really pumping up this next turn.
Blue being worth 6 is, that's misfill numbers right there. That's terrifying stuff.
Hey, it costs 1. Jason he had the option to create an extra might on the previous turn. If you look at that 5-card hand and you simply have too many options when Anton just passes, he could have always just pitched a card to create a might. He's saying, I expect to be able to use this whole hand by not doing that. So though this is his action point gone, we see that he has this edge of their seats that he's still able to play out that I think he had in his hand originally. He knew he would have been able to flex his hand this way, and maybe choosing to hold on to that peace of mind or pitch it away for this edge on the seats, depending on what's available to Anton and what he has or hasn't blocked with.
Jason confirms thinking about pitch there, so clearly has aspirations for that peace of mind and or the card in Arsenal.
Then I will.
It's a Calming Breeze in the Arsenal there, which is not exactly a common choice, but pretty fantastic against specifically the daggers of a deck like Arakni Marionette. Great at blunting Flick Knives and stopping yourself from becoming marked.
Also another way to get full 3 value out of your cards in the Lyath deck, which sometimes defensively they only get 2 points of value. Chooses to pitch away that peace of mind to activate Lyath and pump up this next turn even bigger, taking advantage of that confidence when it is on the board, wanting to have that 7 might going into the confidence turn, instead of holding the peace of mind for the first 5-card hand available to Anton.
Now worth noting, this is kind of the cost of that line we saw earlier on with attention grabbers being used on the first turn of the game. Jason unable to, like Pleiades, take a counter off of this edge of their seats here to line it up with all of these might tokens. Now that's not the end of the world, because we know in the palm of the hand is coming off at the same time. We're almost preparing like 2 turns in advance here by stacking these resources, but it would be kind of appealing to just send it all as one gigantic glass cannon.
You might say that he's 2 steps ahead.
Oh, someone fire this man.
Persuasive Prognosis hits the table for Anton Sid Mejias. This is a classic assassin play. Persuasive with a full hand. There's a lot of options you can have
It's probably
here.
fine.
Yeah, you're not going to lose a card here.
Don't worry about it. It's always one. No go again. Just for
Definitely
clarity.
no go again. Stains of the red back here in hand does represent possible go again. Leave them hanging coming in from Jason Rolfe in the defense step probably before react, meaning no Stains can be played here. Intimidating a card, possibly removing the ability to buff this or give it go again, and making Anton maybe rely on Black Deck Whisperers, but with that Calming Breeze, that won't be live unless he can keep the buff.
Some sequencing could go pretty disastrously here for Anton, depending on the intimidated card and if they feel the need to fire the cannon on Black Tech Whisperers. Thankfully, it does look like that Stains of the Redback was saved. But a Codex of Inertia in hand and a currently unknown Arsenal that might not be able to facilitate it means that it might be a little awkward to get value out of these cards anyway.
Anton having to think now. I don't think he was anticipating maybe the Intimidate. Oh, no, sorry. We are still in the block stage, so it could have been that the right card got intimidated and Anton knows his plan.
Two, right?
Jason deciding block forward with Arcanite Skullcap. If this doesn't get buffed, you might as well get the one block when it's also blocking an on-hit.
Worth noting the Persuasive Prognosis here is coming in for 2. That mark token going to mean that this is a little bit bigger, courtesy of Arakni Marionette, so would have to give up the Calming Breeze we know about to facilitate an extra point of prevention. Would not open the door in this case, because we haven't gone to reactions yet, for Flick Knives to punish. So Jason here deliberating if this is how they want to use that Calming Breeze, maybe not get full value out of it, but deny an on-hit from Persuasive Prognosis.
Any reactions?
Anton, of course, could have the reaction. Choosing not to play that Calming Breeze, maybe pump fake it and decide based on whether you see a reaction or not, whether you want to play it.
I like it a lot.
Yeah,
I think inviting your opponent to play a reaction is probably the right way to go, because if this is just Persuasive Prognosis for 1, the turn ends, I think you're kind of fine with that, honestly. You have all this momentum and a pile of cards to work with. You can force Anton to have a Stains of the Redback, activate those Black Tech Whispers, do something before you bother committing that Calming Breeze to defense.
Stains' best case here for Anton. It definitely would have needed to be a buff and a Black Tech in any other scenario with that Calming not preventing enough, or preventing the second point of damage. Stains does give go again here. Anton able to string some cards together for the first time this game, does consume the mark token.
Thank you.
So that Persuasive Prognosis lingering. Single card will be flipped. It's going to be a blue one.
And that hand is full of blues, so this will take a card from Jason's hand, but I will see it just now. I imagine Jason has blocked in a way that he can still do stuff, regardless of what card he loses.
A Milking Blow being red is rather premium in this spot, funnily enough. He's going to dodge that one nicely. Can't quite tell the color on that power play. I believe
it looks blue to me.
Blue. So there's going to be an option here for Anton to take away, but either way, Titan's Fist or Mocking Blow would have been available regardless of the color of card that was found from Persuasive Prognosis, largely why Jason is pretty happy taking this risk. The turn can't be broken apart. I can't lose 7 might to you interacting with me off of just Persuasive Prognosis.
Titan's Fist would have been a whole lot worse if he was able to lose the last blue out of his hand, because it doesn't consume the confidence, or it doesn't apply with the confidence. So he can't get that, not free damage, but guaranteed, you could call it, damage through that confidence token, keeping the Mocking Blow and another card that's a pitch value either to block on the second link or play whatever's in Arsenal, which we aren't aware of at the moment. Jason's still able to present damage when these mites come off. So Anton hoping maybe he hits more disruption off of this Codex of Inertia.
A bit of a punish currently as things stand for Jason. This Codex of Inertia now threatening to take away that Calming Breeze, having not gotten any value from it over the course of the turn earlier on. Definitely a pain point. But both players kind of with perfect information right now, except for just the Arsenal zone. So we're going to expect this Graphene Chelicera to come in off the Tunic, even if there is no further play from Anton from the Arsenal. Make the most of up sticks and run. But Jason here kind of knows what's up with this Calming Breeze, and is pretty likely to expend it on whatever comes to make sure it doesn't immediately perish to this inertia.
Anton having a debate here, which means maybe that ponder, or not ponder, that inertia effect changes how he had played this turn. Oh, and then he does. He hits the Death Touch off the top of the deck with Codex of Inertia. Incredible way to get this card into your first play, because usually you have to block with it for 2 your first time. It does mean he loses some value off of this up sticks and run, because he had to play it before the Codex of Inertia, but Death Touch still the better play than Graphene for 5 here.
Starting to realize why I'm not in the 3-0 bracket these days. Codex of Inertia doesn't never find a Death Touch for me. Pretty impressive pull there for Anton. Very much more threatening than 5 damage from that Graphene Chelicera. Forces cards out of Jason or afflicts them with illness one way or the other.
With knowledge of Jason's hand here, though, Jason's just choosing to throw that blue forward. There's no more disruption coming on this turn off this Death Touch. He takes 2 damage thanks to the Calming Breeze preventing at least 1, and that Imposing Visage blocking 3. And he's still able to come big Mocking Blow on this next turn.
No, you just played him. Okay.
So we see Anton debating the disease of choice. Blood Rot Pox, a good pick, as good as any, to try and bring those life totals back in line after a rather sluggish early game.
Inertia already on the board, so there's no reason to pick anything other than Blood Rot in this spot.
It's funny though.
Life totals not updated as you see them on the screen yet, I believe.
We'll get those corroborated in a moment. For now, it is time for Jason Rolfe to thoroughly insult his opponent.
Hurl a Mocking Blow.
7 might.
With 7 might popping, that's +7 damage. A confidence token popping, that means only 2 cards that includes equipment defending from Anton's side. So this Mocking Blow will come in due to the higher life totals for 12 with a confidence.
This is a bit of a mixed bag for Anton. It's not great to be staring down this hefty chunk of damage, especially in a deck like Marionette that these days is kind of built not to block particularly well, very much wants to focus on those 2 defense cards to leverage the game plan. But ultimately, this is just damage. This isn't a short and sharp, this isn't a cut the long story short, it isn't one of these towered or crushed triggers that kind of goes, hey, you have to respect me. So if Anton is finally looking at a hand of cards that goes, actually, this does the thing that we want to do, I can meaningfully interact before leave them hanging or edge of their seats comes off and try and take cards away from Lyath, you can take 12 damage. There isn't kind of an on-hit to worry about here necessarily.
You can, but if you can't strip Jason's hand in response, there is 9 damage on board already going to be, 10 damage on board already going to be coming in on next turn. So it's 12 now, you can take down to 20 given that, or assuming that your hand works, but next turn you're coming in with another at least 12 damage from Jason, presenting the same question to Anton.
And that's why this feels like such an important pivot point here for Anton, who is going to fall to 20, is going to take that 12 damage. Blood Rot Pox does what it does to bring Jason to 33. But this is a tough choice, and I'm glad Anton took the time to think it through, because this feels like the big turn in terms of deciding how this game goes. Are you correct that this is the hand that is worth me taking 12 damage to force Jason to do something to interact with me, try and meaningfully get in the way of these auras? Because if you're wrong about that, as you say, the damage is pretty endless shortly after that.
33 to 20. Jason having taken damage from that Death Touch and that Blood Rot Pox, but still a big life lead. Full tempo for Anton for the second time. And a pretty potent hand. I don't believe Jason is currently marked, but he does have one of those heroic Hunter's Claves available if he wants to throw it.
So multiple Orb-Weaver Spinnerets here. Pretty profitable for Anton if damage is the name of the game, but it really is that Save of Bloodshed I've got my eyes on here. Flick Knives, of course, makes this one somewhat trivial at points. Calming Breeze, of course, a bit of a risk in those scenarios, but the ways to play through it. Anton looking to turn what was a 4-card, 5-card hand that was kept into meaningfully a 6-card hand by leveraging Save of Bloodshed for both damage and card draw.
Doesn't want to lose that Hunter's Clave to the Flick, so choosing to attack with it, and if damage is taken here, then that Graphene Gijssel gets the draw effect. No draw effect on this first dagger, because Jason is not marked at the moment.
Which I like quite a lot. I think there's obviously another Orb-Weaver Spinneret and a Collective Inertia in hand here. So Anton going to be very careful about how they sequence this. Might want to save that Orb-Weaver Spinneret for the Graphene Gijssel to try and force the issue to draw the card without flicking, if they're interested in keeping that Hunter's Clave. Codex of Inertia, of course, kind of interested in having no cards in hand, but we've seen more and more that these Marionette decks are built to be maximizing zero-cost cards, zero-cost reactions, and so hopefully we'll meaningfully find a zero-cost card to utilize before cashing in that Codex.
Unfortunately, no cheapened Graphene this turn, with that Tunic, I don't believe, being online, and not being Arakni Orb Weaver, so...
So we'll see the Gijssel being flicked away here. This makes perfect sense, given we know about the Orb-Weaver Spinneret in hand. It's going to immediately reappear in just a moment. It does mean that we'll be drawing a no card in this scenario, because not marked before the damage is dealt.
So you marked on the hit now, and then a second dagger will threaten that draw. Orb Weaver, you get that free damage on the Flick last time, as you discussed, and unfortunately that Codex having to hit the pitch zone to attack with this Graphene. Not the best way you want to be using that hand, but that card, but this is the way you want to be playing this turn because of the threat of a draw card here anyway.
This is pretty strong sequencing here from Anton. And again, I applaud the sportsmanship of bringing this back out of the yard and making Jason aware of the situation. We do see Peace of Mind in the hand here alongside that Rampart, so this should be pretty easily covered to make sure that card draw doesn't come on through. But impressive sequencing there, I think, from Anton. Is going to earn some cards from Jason, but I am pretty disappointed about the overall effect of this turn. It's just numbers, which is something Jason is pretty happy to play that game when you're holding on to 9 additional power and a bonus card in the arena.
And you called it out on the last turn cycle. Jason presented just numbers. Anton took that as the pivot point, but then his response ultimately is just numbers. So it's not able to necessarily present enough disruption or over-the-top effects by guaranteeing the Savor Bloodshed, for example. Anton only presenting damage that asks for cards, and Jason ultimately able to block 5 with Rampant and Peace of Mind here. 2 floating, I believe. 1 floating, I believe. Not enough to activate. Ah, right. No floating. Peace of Mind costs 2.
It's not actually Oasis Respite. That would be a bit crazy, but the
opponent
token more than makes up for it.
Absolutely. Arakni roll creates Black Widow here, which might actually start to present Anton's ability to get back into the game. This time, the next turn he does take damage for, it's not just damage, it will also be disruption, and he can maybe get 2 turns back to back in order to get back into the driver's seat of this game.
Bonus card found in the palm of your hand before the rest of these auras begin to expire. So a total of 10 additional power, just double digits.
10 additional power. The way Jason's hand looks is that no matter what in the palm of her hand drew, he could use those cards. That's why we maybe didn't see more offense earlier in the turn. He has that Sigil of Solace, a hand extender. He has that Nimblism, a hand extender, or a pitch card, depending on how he wants to use it. I don't remember which one he drew, but he does have another copy of Cut a Long Story Short in hand, which I think will be live given the 10 buff coming through and the red Nimblism hitting the table. 13 positive coming in on this next attack.
Jason quickly realizing there is not a 13 on the 12 dice. But cut a long story short, I believe this was the card that was drawn from that in the palm of your hand, which is a pretty stellar find. It's definitely up there in terms of reactions. We saw Goon beat down, likely to be the attack otherwise, and 13 or more on hit, discard your hand. You're not allowed to print that in any other way, and this is surprisingly, well, I say surprisingly, very obviously painful for Anton here. Forced to deploy on defense again. We talked about Mark of the Arakni Black Widow coming up, maybe being a pivot point, but in the face of cut a long story short, you're not pivoting. You ain't doing nothing. You're blocking. No, that's what you're doing.
In the palm of their hand, drawing this card totally changes the game for Jason. Able to get off this cut a long story short for the second time in one game. Anton doing exactly as he did last time, throwing his hand forward and taking the rest of the damage. Jason thinking now, he's got options. He has Snapdragon Scalers. He could still attack with that Goon Battery just to make take advantage of free damage while he can get it. Of course, he has that Sigil of Solace, and he has a Ponder, so can choose to use all those cards if he wants to.
A world where a Lyath activation is appealing here as well to front load a Might for the next turn. So there definitely was some very real considerations for Jason there. The Sigil makes perfect sense, unsurprisingly, and we will see that Lyath activation just to turn this card into a Might, let that Ponder do its thing and find something a little bit more pressing.
Without 3 auras on the board, that Goon beatdown also only represented, it's 3, right? So 2 as a Lyath, meaning that Snapdragon Scalers was 2 versus Lyath activation is 1, and you keep Snapdragons, choosing to go the safer route.
Sneaky one going into the arsenal for Jason Rolfe. It is the lovely concealed object that we saw doing 5 points of damage earlier on. I am very ready for another top rope jump.
Instant blue +1/+2. That's actually plus way more if you can throw something over the top. Passing from Anton here. So Jason obviously having a think like he did last time. There are things he can do on his opponent's turn depending on the scenario. Jason having options in his hand. I believe we see an edge on their seats. Obviously, there's a Lyath activation, which would affect this next turn. Edge on the seats would just be getting 1 counter off of it earlier if he's going to play it out anyways. So Jason saying, what's the best thing I can do with this hand, and how much of this do I want to front load 1 turn earlier by playing on Anton's turn? Instance and Guardian. How's that, eh?
I'm a big fan. Yeah, we'll go with that. I think that's pretty obvious from being a Pleiades enjoyer that these cards have definitely found a place in my heart. And I am happy to find them. I've seen them finding success in Lyath equally. Well, maybe not equally. He's a bad dude.
Yeah. I don't think you want to be cheering on this guy. There is a reason we boo him.
Mm-hmm.
Jason deciding to play the edge of the seats on Anton's turn, which doesn't affect the way this turn plays out, but it will be one turn earlier that he gets that 5 buff from it. And, you know, he's got this offensive role happening. He's been quite, you know, every turn dealing big numbers. And so I think it's just, given that he's got the life lead, he wants to continue to accelerate this as soon as possible. Another red Nimblism hitting the table, +3 as well on this turn.
I do think these instant speed auras are one of the more meaningful skill check parts of a deck. Like Lyath, choosing to deploy during the opponent's turn versus your own might seem somewhat trivial, but choosing when to set up, how much interaction you expect Anton to be left with going into the next turn is very dependent on the turn that you're about to play. And so Jason here understanding that these raw numbers alone and this escalate violence for a pile more might token, he would rather align these might with the edge of their seats for one big barrage to get the game over with. We're no longer interested in spreading this across 2 turns like we were previously.
Also choosing to not Lyath on the previous turn to get 1 damage here, but he Lyaths here with this Escalate Violence to turn it on. So obviously Escalate Violence being the reason he made that decision. This is another, you know, the hero that's supposed to be low numbers. This is just efficient numbers we've seen basically all game. 6 on this one. Only presenting 6 on this turn with his full 5-card hand, but he's got 9 coming through next turn. So I don't think he's sweating. At 24, he knows if this 6 is taken vanilla, he's not going to die to whatever comes back, and he will have that 9. Hopefully he's able to draw and keep an attack is probably what Jason's thinking here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the attack definitely the pain point. If you were joining us in Montreal, you might remember Michael Fong's draft pod with a one-off Lyath who very carefully lost the game to not drawing an attack when all of those auras went off. It is definitely a bit of like almost Runeblade syndrome in the way this deck has to be built. To get the most of these 5 cards, you really do need to have a perfect mix of these buffs and attacks to put it all together, and sometimes that means you don't find one half of that equation.
Slightly less punish in the CC version, given that you have Titan's Fist available if you're able to get or keep a blue through this turn. Players updating the life totals there to reflect the Sigil of Solace that was played a couple turns ago, as they didn't, so it's 15 to 27 right now for Anton, as Anton thinks on his blocks for this hand.
Kiss of Death jumping on defense there. Codex of Frailty left available in hand. Typically one of the better 1-card or 2-card plays available to these assassins, especially when looking to play a staunch defense against rather large numbers. And I like this a lot from Anton, honestly. I think, again, being defensive here makes a lot of sense. They know they're going to have to find a pivot turn, so they need a life buffer to keep the cards, to have that pivot turn. And when you're staring down 9 more damage on top of the turn, next turn, you don't really want to be at 8 or 9 or somewhere in that kind of ballpark. So playing a small hand here, trying to find a better window, seems like a great way to go.
Taking 6 here would have been just putting yourself in death's door. Blocking with a Kiss of Death is never happy, especially while your opponent is marked, so you have that full potential go-again effect. But ultimately, prioritizing keeping a blue and Codex of Frailty, 2 cards which famously work very well together. I don't think we've seen a 2-cost come out from Anton yet, so this won't be a Tunic CNC off of the Codex, but there are still good lines available. We have seen that Death Touch earlier in the game, so this could be Codex Death Touch, it could be Codex Leave No Witnesses. There are options.
You see Anton thumbing through to find the best option now. Perhaps a small tell if Jason is paying attention to the remaining card in hand. And as a result, Jason reaches straight for the graveyard and does the same thing.
Maybe tells Anton in return that there's an instant in that arsenal that can be cleared if Jason's willing to discard a card to get that action of choice out of the graveyard. Perhaps something like a Cut a Long Story Short. He does have Short Shrift available, which is Cut a Long Story Short's, you could say shorter, but also possibly sometimes better brother. It's not Tower, it's Crush instead, and it's only discard 1 card. But in this spot, with all this power coming through next turn, 9 might. The Cut a Long Story Short might be live. So if Jason is able to use these instants and this Codex in such a way that he actually gets the better exchange of it.
So this Tunic being up does allow Anton to disguise this ever so slightly if they still want to go for that Death Touch. For now, has the Kiss of Death firmly on top of the graveyard to obscure that as much as possible. Hunter's Clave is going to connect here, going to remark Jason. Not worried about a puny dagger.
Chain close, Codex played. And we will see what Anton goes and gets. Jason could respond here, thinking maybe.
Thinking the target now.
It's a weird world where Jason, of course, does have these instant speed effects from the Arsenal. Typically, your Arsenal being full, a good thing for you in the face of a Codex of Frailty. You would rather not be forced to discard a card. Lyath's a slightly different equation, given that you are a 5-card hand. Sometimes if there's that instant speed effect in the Arsenal, you would rather turn it into an attack. Play that instant speed out, grab something back to throw with all these auras, and discard a card. You've got some to spare. And so definitely a meaningful decision point if there was one there. And it's that Death Touch reached for, which we kind of expected here.
Jason choosing not to lose that point of, or that card worth of value by having to discard a card to Codex instead, since he does have cards he is happy with playing here in this short shrift or this power play. Doesn't feel like he necessarily has to do that.
I very much agree. This hand looks more than functional for Jason. Both, again, banking future damage with that Cruel Ambition and making great use of the 9 points of power that are currently sitting on the table.
I think the card I might have knee-jerked to reach for discard is that Heart of Final. Not necessarily that relevant in this turn, but of course Jason can also pitch it for Lyath activation, meaning this turns into a full block here. So Jason prioritizing keeping that Heart in the deck, not losing that extra card to the Codex of Frailty in case this game does go long.
I'll live here, and I will pay for my shield. So I make a...
I think there's a good chance Jason here has spent more of the game as marked token than they have Lyath Goldmane. Very telling of how priorities have been for Anton. It is going to be that Rampart paid for and Lyath activated.
Red back the flip here for Arakni. So this one represents go again on next turn. Depending on what that Ponder hit, this could be another way that Anton gets back. If that Ponder hits something like a Kiss of Death or a Mark of the Black Widow, this is a very nice hit for Anton.
So I find this turn is going to be very telling of exactly how Jason feels about this scenario. The hand Anton found, arguably quite impressive. Cut through the same cloth, we see To the Point, Save a Bloodshed, all these big +4 effects that Arakni Marionette is now known for. If there is ever a pivot turn, it might be this one. Unfortunately, the luxury not necessarily going to be provided to Anton here. We see that short shrift coming on through, and as you previously alluded, this one Crush, not Tower. So does meaningfully force cards out of the hand however you cut the mustard.
On hit is very much less potent though. It only steals one card on the Crush effect, not all of them on the hit effect. Anton having a think. To mark the Black Widow, I don't know what color. Is that last card available to him as well? Could be able to use that and the red back together. Looks like a red Mark of the Black Widow. So he's going to be able to present both disruption and offense on this turn. He has a lot of options, given the flexibility of that red back activation. He has a lot of options about how he's going to play this. So probably having a think here, given that if he doesn't block 9, he is losing one of these cards as well. So good time to have disruption available for Jason, I think.
This is very much the moment I would expect deliberation. And again, this is such a reserved stance on this matchup from Anton. And I don't have enough experience to really say if I like it, but I can attest to why you might perceive this as the route you need to take. Is continuing to blunt these big turns. Lyath as a deck goes through its deck surprisingly fast because you are drawing 5 cards a turn, you motor towards that pitch tank, but you also run out of stuff surprisingly quickly. And Anton just doesn't believe these hands that have been found are enough of a potent window to go, okay, this is the time I take damage. There's only going to be one more chance to do that over the course of the game and find a pivot turn that lets him take momentum away. And he's got to be very choosy about that. Alternatively, if you continue playing a staunch defense, Jason might not be able to convert one of these hands eventually. And that might just give you the window free of charge.
Yeah, I mean, it's these offensive overlap turns that Jason's been putting together where he'll commit 9 from the previous turn, then be able to block a whole bunch and still come in for 13, as we saw on this last turn. So in that spot, Jason saying, or Anton saying, okay, I'll let you do this. This is insane. This isn't flesh and blood. Well, it is, but, and then I will block in response. You won't be able to continue doing this. There's only 3 copies of this Edge on the Seats. There's only 3 copies of Leave Them Hanging and Cruel Ambition. We're starting to see some of these carryover cards get lost out of Jason's deck, and he's going to be hitting that pitch stack. faster than most heroes will. 1 card faster per turn than most heroes will. And he's going to be hitting them a lot of yellows and blues. It's going to be good attacks, but not necessarily good high power attacks late in the game.
So Jason here deliberating. Can't quite see the full hand here for perfect information.
Still a short shrift available in the hand as well for Jason. I don't know the other 3 cards, but choosing not to play out this Terrace Under.
Violence. They can 4 more mites, and it's coming in for 5.
Jason explaining once again the ridiculous 1 for 6 that he's been playing here. Can be give and go again. It does cost 1. So Snapdragon Scalers is live here and probably to be expected maybe from Anton. If not a Razor, it's going to be a Snaps, I'd imagine, with 3 cards floating for Jason, unless he's hit the remaining suite of instant auras available to him.
That's part of the power of this Lyath deck. We've alluded to it a few times, but there's so much smoke about exactly what's going to happen as this turn progresses. So many cards to work with for Jason Rolfe, but it could be Sigil of Solace, it could be Instant Speed Auras, it could be Snapdragon Scalers. And unless you're carefully monitoring each turn as they go or incredibly familiar with the intricacies of this deck, it's very hard to know what's happening.
And Anton, having blocked on the previous turn, saying one day he will stop carrying this value forward. Unfortunately, this turn, he didn't have any value coming in, but he has 5 cards that seem playable given the way he's presented this so far, and he's already created 4 for the next turn.
Snaps.
Snapdragon's coming through. The 6 block will cover Escalate Violence for 5, and then we have another action point available for Jason Rolfe here.
Nimblism.
Nimblism into Battered, Beaten, and Broken again, live again, meaning Intimidate, and on hit, discard that Intimidated card. Gets +3. These effects are because of the 3 mites or 4 mites that are on the board.
Rewarded for intricate sequencing here is Jason Rolfe. Keeps that information smoke screened for as long as possible. Allows those mites to double up on value alongside this battered, broken, beaten and broke. I will get this card's name right one of these days.
And another thing to call out for Jason is, given the way Anton's been blocking, you can maybe read that Jason is missing gap close in the end of the game. He doesn't have so many sources of dominate. We've seen a lot of these Terra Sunders get pitched away. Otherwise, you see some Lyaths running a dominate boots, where you can pitch 3 to give your next Guardian attack dominate. Not him. He chooses for that Snapdragon Scalers to create an overlap on a turn like this instead. But it's Anton deciding, I will continue to block out. It's actually quite a good spot for the battered, beaten, and broken to come through here, because it is 7 when Anton only has 1 card available, meaning he's forcing that mask out in order for Anton to be able to not take damage. It's not just about keeping that card, it's about not taking damage from 12 down to 9, then maybe 1 will leak through the next turn, and eventually we'll get to the end of the game. Without access to dominate, Jason's still finding really effective ways to get some damage through, like this concealed object coming out of the arsenal, giving +1 on this turn when he taps it, +1 on the next turn with the might, and importantly, discarding that banished intimidated card. Oh, not.
So Leave No Witnesses will be the 1 card follow-up for Anton here. Does provide some pressure on the way back. Just getting that extra mic token from that concealed object is worth a damage later, as much as it isn't quite worth a damage now. Allows Jason to convert those cards in some fashion. And again, trading a card for 1 feels terrible if you're any other hero, but because of this increased intellect of Lyath Goldmane, traditional math doesn't work.
Yeah.
And so getting any value out of the card is arguably just more than the other hero had last turn cycle anyway.
Yeah. And that trapdoor, of course, was able to cover 8, which is why the concealed object didn't get the on-hit. But Jason here deciding that putting another better card into Arsenal is better than holding on to this concealed object for a trick that he had been holding on to for so long, and that trick just not materializing. Leave No Witnesses asking for some real cards here. Leave them hanging, hitting the board on defense. There's no reason necessarily to play it when its Intimidate is not live, so it's just 4 damage for 2 cards, not strictly so efficient. Jason willing to throw that on block.
Block 4.
So we see Calming Breeze and the Mocking Blow and a Razor Reflex in hand. Of course, that Mocking Blow, the perfect card to line up with these 5 might, will boo on the way in, courtesy of the life discrepancy that Jason Rolfe has managed to create. Oh no, maybe not.
For 8.
Short shrift for 8 right now. It's 3 down to 2 from the Lyath effect. +5 from might and +1 from its own effect because it is buffed. 8 here. There's a Razor Reflex, as you pointed out, in hand. And if that is a Mocking Blow, then that's still another link being presented. And Calming Breeze here, Jason prioritized. Let's get that into Arsenal instead of these other cards. It is save me from some pain later on in the game if you just keep that one in Arsenal until you have a better replacement.
Definitely lean on either the Tunic or that Calming Breeze as that resource card for Razor Reflex, depending on how Jason prioritizes that card's value in the current game state. And I'm just so impressed by the flexibility of this Lyath Gold main deck. Time and again, we've seen Jason presenting meaningful numbers, meaningful on-hits with just 3 cards left over. It feels like an Assassin, and if Assassin was like, you know, half the size and twice as mighty.
I want to play this deck so badly after this. This is getting me really excited. I'm also an instant Guardian fan, as you know, and these zero-cost Guardian cards, I really quite love them. Block 6 here. Tunic being activated in order to play Razor Reflex, pushing this up to 11. Go again, on hit, discard a card. He'll still be able to play another attack and use this hand efficiently.
I would like to crush you. Yeah, certainly feels like it sometimes. And this is very meaningful. There's just less defensive options for Anton in the face of what we know is another gigantic Mocking Blow.
This is a red Mocking Blow, so it comes in for 5 because of the higher health. He boos himself, creates a might, and then it gets a +4 from the being booed. Just a casual 16, float 1, and a card into the next turn, and also, oh, by the way, I blocked with 2 cards.
Partridge, meet Pear Tree. Anton in the blender here, trying to find a window to have a reprieve from these numbers from Jason, but very much testament to what Lyath is capable of. Just constantly balancing that next turn and this turn approach has allowed Jason to just not find hands that have meaningfully failed up until this point.
No, Jason has been having offense, offense, offense the whole way through with no let-up, really. And it's whenever we've seen let-up, it's been set up. So it's not even real let-up. And he has the life total to work with to take turns like that. Kiss of Death hitting the table here for Anton. It is 4 represented right now because of the marked token. Of course, if it will get go again, it represents even more damage from preventing any flicks. But Calming Breeze here will shut that down from Jason. No flick this turn will come through, not on this link and not on future links.
Looks like a pretty impactful hand again for Jason here. We do see Edge of their Seats, Tear Asunder even. Some of these premium finishers that we're hoping to find to close this door.
Wow, Calming Breeze actually works really well on this turn. It lets you not have to activate Lyath to reach this 4 to turn off Go Again. If there is a buff, you take a bit of damage, but then when the Go Again happens, you're not going to take the flick Kiss of Death damage, which represents 2. Thinking again on Jason, maybe he'll just give 2 cards if they're not so usable instead of also giving up the Tunic. He wants to hold on to that for as long as possible. Time pressure starting to amp up for Jason here.
Very much so. This game has been long and arduous for both players.
Yeah, lose doesn't, so I take 4.
They're discussing how much damage is taken given that it's a Kiss of Death, it's got the weird on-hit, and there's a Calming Breeze played. So it's 4. 1 is prevented from the hit from Kiss of Death, and then the next is the on-hit is lose a life, so that doesn't get prevented by Calming Breeze here. 4 damage taken by Jason down to 20. And a Codex of Inertia will actually strip a card here because Jason will take his top card of his deck, put it into his arsenal, and have to discard as a result.
So I will note, as much as this has been a commanding performance for Lyath Goldmane, that's not a lot of deck left on that side of the table. And this is very much these final barrage, these final throws for Jason to put this damage together.
I discard.
You're going to need that final chunk of damage to be enough.
How much is it?
Orb Weaver yellow off the top of the deck. I've heard Michael Fung describe this as the most medium card you can get off of Codex of Inertia, but in this spot, it's actually quite nice. It's plus damage. It's enabling the Graphene, which is the efficient way of playing this. It's playable, really, while you have this Ponder, which is the nice part.
You will never find me complaining about a yellow Orb Weaver Spinneret from a Ponder token or from an extra draw. Normally, if I draw a bonus card, it's a Jack of Spades in the sleeve, okay? Like, if it's playable, I'll take it. And I'm sure Anton feels the same here. Gets full value from the Ponder token.
To be clear, I think Michael said a loving most medium card in the deck, not a negative one. There are ways that Jason has to close out this game, but with only a minute left on the clock, it's going to be difficult. He has Edge of their Seats to get value in 2 turns. He has Terra Sunder to get Dominate. But is he going to be able to do all of that in the time to close out the game is the question that I'm starting to ask here.
So I believe edge of their seats and a Lyath activation, I think the inertia would activate Goon Beatdown if Jason puts this together. If you are in Anton's seat, your opponent takes the heat, 5-card hand kept 2. What do you do?
This is +3 from its own effect when he gets a 3rd aura out. That's 1 aura now. He activates Lyath, creating a Might, and as you say, that's a 3rd aura. This goes up to 5. 5 against 2 block, not lethal yet, but Concealed Object hitting the table for the 3rd time this game, representing infinite value in lethal, and the fist bump comes forward from Anton. That is GG, react speed +4 out of Lyath without even a Razor Reflex. Incredible end to that game. Jason Rolfe showing us Guardian King, he continues, and Lyath is a real deck to contend with. Amazing find from him and from Oliver Berry, as we were talking about earlier, and great to see it on display in this game here in Valencia.
Look, I've heard time and again that this is a solved format. I might not agree with that statement myself. I disagree with it even more now. Super Slam has an impact to be found as we make our way into Compendium of Wraith, and I think part of that impact might be Lyath Gold, mate.
We talked about it at the start of the day that these late in the season events are equally fun to explore because there is still stuff to find and there is still stuff to optimize. So everyone loves those early events, but there is beauty in these late season events. But what's the best kind of early event you can get? It's a world premiere. Let's talk about the World Premiere London coming up in February 6th to 8th. This is maybe the most exciting tournament I've had in a very long time. We have Compendium of Wraith, a new expansion event or expansion slot set. Oh my gosh. It's going to be coming out in February. World premiere in London, your home country?
Oh yeah, it's going to be very, very special indeed. The world premiere in London. The world premiere is just the best kind of events you could ask for, one way or the other. Lets you kind of peek into a new set for the first time. This one is also a little bit different because we get access to those Silver Age pre-constructed decks. It's going to be a Silver Age calling afterwards, and I'm wondering if those pre-constructed decks have some of the tools we haven't seen from Compendium of Wraith in them so far, which should make for a pretty exciting world premiere experience.
Yeah.
You get to pick a deck, open it up, and not be familiar with all the cards that are inside. That's not an experience we've had in Flesh and Blood before.
It's a unique world premiere. It's not a limited world premiere. It's we're not opening packs and building a deck right there. We've got the, as you said, Friday event is going to be a pre-constructed event. And then, of course, the calling is going to be constructed Silver Age, but we will have access to these cards from the Friday World Premiere. Here we see Silver Age first look. It's the definition of a new era, I think I said this morning, and that Friday will be game-changing. We won't have seen most of these cards so far. We'll get a look of them as we open those pre-cons, and of course, some people get their collection packages that you can get with those tickets that are on sale now and get to open boxes on day one.
Oh yeah, I got to talk about those hot stamped hero cards that are going to be exclusive to the world premiere in London. People are going to want these. They are going to be an event trinket unlike any other. And if you're a big fan of a hero in this format, it's arguably the maximum rarity for those heroes. So I think these are going to be in pretty high demand.
That's Friday, that's the Collector's Day, but of course Saturday and Sunday come the competitive days as we see a constructed Silver Age format calling, the first of its kind. Compendium of Wraith will be legal. All those cards you can gather up with your friends on Friday. You can stuff them in your deck and do that max rarity, commons and rares only deck if you want on that Saturday and Sunday calling. This is going to be the most exciting event maybe since Worlds at that point in time.
Nothing encompasses a world premiere for me. Like, after the first day of competition, as the entire team crowds themselves into a hotel room and goes, we can play any hero that's ever been released in Flesh and Blood. We've just gained 370 new cards to consider. What do we do? Like, it's going to be just beautiful to be in some of those rooms as players try and figure out what is happening in this
Beautiful
format.
is the only word you can use. Even the last world premiere I was at, we did that, and there was only 3 heroes and 1 set to consider when it was limited. Now you have the whole history of Flesh and Blood at your fingers. Of course, if you want to be at the world premiere entry comes with all of the goodies you see on your screen right now. As Scott said earlier, 2 constructed decks with those hot stamped heroes. Very exciting. 1 Antiquity pack from that Compendium of Wraith, so you get maybe one of those cards of old in that beautiful new Antiquity card art. You get a cold foil art token for representing how you store Compendium of Wraith in your storage, and of course, it's a gorgeous mat. The key art, the set key art mat, Companion of Wraith, is part of this world premiere entry package.
I can feel it in my bones, in the UK at least, that after this world premiere, for the next 4 weeks after the world premiere takes place, you're going to turn up to your armory and every table is going to be flush with this playmat. It's a gorgeous piece of artwork that encompasses so much of the history of our game, and I love it. I love it very much.
You said it so well, the history of our game. Of course, if you're playing the Calling, you can get a premium package. We have this new type of E-Strike, this one Elemental Strike. In the left that you get is a beautiful sort of Cold Foil Marvel-ish kind of playable card in your deck, and you get all of these new defense reaction elemental sheaths, 1 for 5 defense reactions, 1 per element, and of course the Cold Foil Colors of Aria as well, Calling entry, and some vouchers to be able to play the side. If you need cards for that Calling, you can get that collection package, 1 box or 2, depending on how you want to get it, and you will pick up those boxes on the Friday to be able to boost up your constructed deck. With each box comes a mystery set of sleeves, I believe, that you will get as well.
I don't think we're quite ready to talk about those yet, but it's a pretty snazzy piece of artwork. I'm sure you won't be too disappointed.
Debuting at this weekend is the Tournament Pack, where every time you participate in a major tournament, just like you get a gem pack at armories and your local events, you'll be getting a Tournament Pack at these Callings as the new version of presenting our promos. What's in there? We don't know yet.
I'm pretty sure there's some hot things in that pack. I'm sure you'll see what's inside that soon enough.
If you want to see what's inside that and get any of those other goodies we've just discussed, of course, come to the world premiere in London on February 6th to 8th. Launch of Companion of Wraith, launch of Silver Age. Going to be exciting. I will be there, and I love it.
I'm very excited. I cannot wait for that world premiere. I can't wait for Compendium of Wraith, but I also cannot wait for our next round, because on one side of the equation, Kayo Armed and Dangerous, deck we talked about on the way in at 4-0, had a great showing at Worlds, could be an underdog from the underground. On the other side, very well-established metagame contender, juggernaut of the format, and a deck I'm sure people are going to want to see fall at the hands of Kayo. Marlynn Treasure Hunter?
Also saw at World Championships and had a good showing, just in a different format. I'm excited to see how this game goes. It'll be a unique one to watch for sure. Marlyn's always fun. We'll catch you after the break.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. knees, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
Welcome back to the Calling in Valencia. Carlotta, so nice to be sitting next to you.
Yes,
We have sat
absolutely.
next together in casting before. It was the first time that I think I cast an event, and it was maybe what started my little adventure here, but welcome.
It was an amazing time, and I enjoyed it, and I'm very happy to share it up again with you. Very excited to.
That was back in March at the Battle Hardened in Barcelona, but here we are still in Spain, in Valencia at the Calling. We've had some amazing rounds this morning, cast by you and Scott, as well as the ones that Scott and I have cast. Now we get to do it, you and me.
Yes, let's
This
go.
game's pretty exciting. We've got Marlynn on the one side. We weren't expecting to see her at 4-0. And on the other side, of course, we have Kayo Armed and Dangerous. Always this A or B tier event, or a hero available in the meta.
Yes, I'm very excited to see the take of Kayo here, because it depends a little bit on him and how he wants to push it to be more mid-range or go a little bit more aggro, trying to high roll to the max. And with the disruption that Marlynn has to present as well, I am excited to see how this one goes. Yeah,
You're a Ranger player. Who do you give the edge to in this matchup?
I am, yes. I think it's quite paired. Like, I don't see it going like very tilted in any of those ways, but I would go with Marlynn because of my
because of Ranger
my
favoritism.
Ranger fling thing. Yes,
I'm with
Yes,
you on there.
absolutely.
I love to see some Marlynn. I love to play some Marlynn. So let's get into the game and see
Let's
how
go.
it shakes out. On the left-hand side, we have Patrick playing the Marlynn side. I believe I saw him in the side events yesterday. I saw him play some games. He's a good pilot. He's got an interesting deck going. And on the right-hand side, we have Alessandro on Kayo, Armed and Dangerous. Kayo choosing, or will be going first, meaning he probably won the die roll and chose to deny Marlynn that go first ability.
most probably because I mean Kayo wants to go first and wants to high roll as much as possible, get the whole power unleashed, and Marlynn is now forced to wait and see what happens in turn 1.
Of course, for Kayo, the optimal thing here is maybe Marlynn having to take 2 turn zeros, or 2 bad turns. The first turn not being able to put anything into Arsenal, and then the second turn obviously being able to start attacking. Crown of Dominion presented here will mitigate that risk. If you can draw a card, you can load a card into Arsenal.
Yes, we can tell it's a different kind of Marlynn than the one that you see normally with a New Horizon, so it's already given. And we're going to see a very gold-focused Marlynn. Well, let's see how Kayo starts.
Yeah, Kayo presenting a 5 damage turn 0. Just probably trying to get this blue out of hand, I imagine. Throwing it down, gonna Arsenal. He knows neither hero is expected to do something crazy on this turn 0, given that Kayo is the first player. We see some blue arrows hit the table.
Of course, because obviously the Sea Lace Sarong helps you out with the deep playability and the max outcome of those. So we're going to see a lot of
blue
arrows.
Blue suite from Marlynn basically being cards I'm happy to block with, and then sometimes they go into Arsenal and attack for 2. Mighty wind up discard to get some more value carried forward to the next round. Maybe this is starting to look like Lyath from last time, where we have a 2 might being created for Kayo. Patrick just pitching to Quiver, deciding maybe I'll get an arrow into Arsenal. Maybe it's a way I can power up the early turns.
I mean,
It
you
was
have
a
to
miss.
try. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't the case.
And with no arrow being represented so far, of course, he wants to just make sure he can get something going there. 2 codexes, 1 revealed,
Yes,
and then 1
2
back
codexes.
drawn off the back. I think that last card is an arrow, but it does look blue. So
It's a Widowmaker, I think. And yes, those codex. Let's see where Patrick decides to take us to. But Obviously not the draw that you want for turn 1.
Not the draw that you want, but I'd say
both
there's
together?
options. It's just the options aren't going to be that big. You maybe have an arrow for 6 or 7. Patrick, of course, considering these options. This port side also gives him a way to draw. He can use the Marlynn ability to get a harpoon if he wants it. But
absolutely.
Yep.
Let's
the
see.
Codex of Blood Rot coming hit the table here, not Frailty. A little bit hard to tell with these marvels. You can't really tell them when they're in hand, but putting a Blood Rot and maybe getting a reload, choosing whether he wants to do it, we'll take it.
They are beautiful. I'm sold.
Pitch for the cannon.
Yep.
Pitch for the cannon, pitching the 2 blues. He loaded in that other Codex, which now, the way this is played out, I imagine this one's a Codex of Frailty, and he's just going to get one of these arrows out of the graveyard and attack with it for 6. If it's this one, it'll be more. If it's the Widowmaker.
It's drill shot in this case. And it could target the equipment as well, as you know.
Drill Shot potent here. You can't block with Savage Sash against the Drill Shot if you're not blocking the full thing. Otherwise, that Savage Sash will go away. So just decreasing some of the deck value from
it also
Kayo.
has piercing, so it comes with an interesting value for Marlynn here.
I'd say this is more of a what we talked about at the start. With it's a somewhat
it's like
nothing turn 0
encounter, of course. So in this case, it doesn't have piercing. And yes, absolutely. Now it's a -1 that Alessandro needs to consider.
Yeah, ultimately a somewhat do nothing turn 1 where we have this Drill Shot hitting in for 6. He's able to do something. He's going to be arsenaling a card off this 2 Ponders. Hopefully 2 Ponders can get him into one of those disruptive arrows. But so far still 40-40, and both heroes, as you said, able to play this mid-range game. No one necessarily favored so far, and we're just jockeying for better turns coming down the line. Pulling for that Savage Sash and those beaten trackers on block. Given that he's giving the Savage Sash, it's important that he does hit the 6, otherwise it gets destroyed by the Drill Shot effect. But he's blocking the full 6, blocking with those equipment.
Yes, not wanting to risk it here, and a take aim being revealed there.
Take aim off the clash of agility that we saw.
Yes.
So this is every aura token you could ever possibly imagine is on the board. We've got agility, we've got might, we've got ponder, we've got blood rot, and we've got frailty. Patrick considers on those ponders and decides to arsenal one of those cards. Alessandro, full turn with 2 mights and an agility coming in here.
Impressive already. Let's see what he has on store.
Yes.
Looks like he's reaching for this Reckless Stampede, one of these new additions to the deck from the Super Slam set. I'd say maybe the strongest addition to the deck.
It is a very strong card with class as well. If it defends, so if Patrick defends, so yes, absolutely a winner card here.
Any card that defends this will lead to damage being dealt to Patrick unless he can reveal a card that has greater power than what Kayo reveals, which I think will be difficult. He has some 6s, but Kayo has all the 6s, so 9 coming through basically saying, don't block this. And that's unfortunate. I'd say Marlynn, there's a lot of hands where maybe you do want to block. It depends on what he got off that ponder, but there's a tendency to maybe going pitch 6, attack with a card, pass your turn. There you have 4 you want to block with 1 or 2 cards, and you can't do that against Reckless Stampede.
Absolutely.
And we'll claw for 3 coming in, -1 off the Frailty, and then +1 off of the Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. Another addition to the deck from Super Slam. Marlynn holding on to a full suite of cards here. What do you think this kind of hand signals from Patrick, just being willing to take all this damage?
I think he probably will have some buffs on store, and also should be looking for some gold at some point, right?
Gold creation. Alessandro takes 2 damage down to Blood Rot and then passes the turn.
There is a harpoon already, so that is good news.
Oh, funny hand. Take aim from Arsenal, take aim from hand, and that's a 3 of a kind in the second slot there.
Yes.
The other 2 cards are both the harpoons that you want, but this take aim will be fishing for the resources in order to be able to do the thing that he wants to do. Pitching away Kraken, not as strong as Shark in this matchup, but does need to hit 6 resources. And he doesn't.
No.
This is 4 resources, meaning he can't give this overpower and guarantee the go fish effect. Patrick's deck has been drawing very awkwardly, both on this turn and earlier.
Yes, absolutely. Also, that King harpoon, we'll see because I don't know if he's second guessing his.
There doesn't seem like there's many other options available to him.
No.
King
No,
Shark.
absolutely not.
So it's without being able to activate the harpoon. Obviously, it's a lot less good because
Yes.
you can't give it overpower
Yes,
and you can't
there's
choose the
another
card. But
value
if
lost
Alessandro
there.
has mostly attacks in his deck, it can still represent disruption. An on hit, he has to show a card, and if all 4 cards are attacks, this King Shark harpoon will still be discarding that card. Blood Rush would maybe be the one thing you really don't want to see revealed here.
Absolutely. Yeah, Marlynn has to look for that disruption. That is what she has to try to bring on table and attack Kayo with these harpoons. Hopefully next time it will be overpowered as well. Yeah.
Instead, 12, no overpower coming through. As we talked about, no forced reveal, but a card will still have to be revealed, just not the full hand. Choosing to prioritize from Patrick, keeping a Codex of Frailty to throw into that arsenal at the end of this turn. Choosing, instead of King Shark Harpoon, Codex can be kind of the same thing next turn, so he pitches away the King Shark and keeps the Codex. Represents the same amount of damage if he draws 2 blues, but better disruption.
Absolutely.
Alessandro in a think here, obviously. We do see just on the side of your screen there, and beautifully laid out for us, is a Blood Rush Bellow. So there will be the option of just taking this whole hit.
Yes, I think Alessandro is considering to actually just hit that up.
Yeah, I
Hit that
mean,
shark hole and go with it.
yeah, it's a question of are those other cards usable? Because the thing KO does is sometimes can't take advantage of this full Blood Rush turn. You only have 1 claw, whereas the other brutes are able to sink more resources into the weapon. So he's thinking maybe I block with a little bit. Is this actually a good Blood Rush turn, or should I seek to arsenal this at the end of the turn? But that's, you know, when you come in with this non-harpooned King Shark, this is the optimal play. And Alessandro deciding, okay, 12 is fine at this stage of the game. I have probably more on the comeback with this Blood Rush Bellow reveal. Throws down Blood Rush, and Patrick says,
there it
yeah.
is. Patrick is so happy right now. I think he was unsure of losing those take aims so early in game because obviously joining them together is not ideal.
A little awkward. It still made a decent turn in that, even though he didn't get that many resources off the 3 of a kind, he was still able to attack for 12, but not the way he wants it to go, having to or facing down a Blood Rush Bellow and not being able to discard a card. Alessandro pitching a red for this Blood Rush Bellow and creating an action point off Beaten Trackers, not waiting to draw more cards. So he wants to be able to play out basically the whole hand we see.
Yes. Patrick was so happy to see that Blood Rush Bellow that now Alessandro decided to show him another. Let's see how it plays out. Normally, you're right. Brutes love having 2 Mandible Claws. That means you're Rhinar, of course. And it plays completely different, as we saw in some of our previous games. But yeah.
1
there
claw
he
coming
goes.
forward for 5.
Yes.
Do you think that, given the disruption that Marlynn is able to present, do you think that KO relies on hitting these good Blood Rush Bellows to win the game?
Absolutely.
Or do you think he has ways to win the game that are just more mid-rangey and maybe only 1 or 1.5 good Blood Rushes throughout the game?
I think if you are an aggro player, a KO aggro player, you have to go for the Blood Rush Bellow.
Sure.
If this happens, as it happened, you get 2 of them together and you have to discard 1.
You didn't have to discard 1. It
No,
was the
they
King
didn't
Shark
discard,
Harpoon
yes,
last turn,
of
so he
course.
just revealed the
Yes,
1.
you have to reveal it. Then Patrick has the chance of deciding better how to approach. Yes, that's what I meant. Yes.
Savage Feast here, discarding a no fear, so he doesn't get the draw, he doesn't get the full potency of the effect, but I think in this situation, given what Blood Rush drew him, he's happy to come in 5 and 8, holding on to that Savage Sash as well.
That Sunken Treasure.
Can I see it?
Blocking there.
The Blood Rush.
Creating a second goal with his Sunken Treasure, bottoming the Blood Rush Bellow, and of course, maybe helping Patrick string together some of those bigger hands.
Yes.
Patrick falling further, taking 5 down to 18, but not horrendous. There are way more powerful Blood Rush turns that could have existed for Alessandro there.
Yes, it wasn't a big Blood Rush Bellow turn. And maybe that will make Alessandro retake this and think of it as a more mid-range encounter, as you were suggesting, for example.
Sometimes that just happens. Catch of the day, the new beautiful special card for Marlynn hitting the table from this last set. It's +2 on a blue, which is okay, but it's if a Go Fish effect would trigger to this turn, instead it triggers twice, and we know that there's a Codex of Frailty in Arsenal, now immediately hitting the table, 2 blues to the Harpoon beforehand. This is bread and butter Marlynn. We're going to go get that King Shark back, put it into Arsenal, attack with it. This time we have Harpoon activated, which means 10 plus 2 from the catch of the day is 12 overpower. This time, you got good type of Go Fish.
Yes. This is what Marlynn wants to see, and it's going to be presenting those 12 damage overpower.
And 2 cards disruption here. He was thinking about that gold-baited hook, I think. Patrick had a little bit of a hesitation before attacking with this, maybe thinking about the hook, but deciding 12 could still be blocked out if there's some D reacts available to Alessandro here. So choosing ultimately not to activate it. He's happy with 2 gold and 12 disruptive damage coming through.
Plus frailty for the manual claw, which is also interesting.
Very relevant.
If you get some cards from Alessandro.
A lot of the small turns for Kayo are claw pass, exactly as you said. So claw pass will only be for 2. And Patrick at 18 does care about his life total now. He could die to just a 1 Blood Rush Bellow turn if he's not able to continue stringing disruption together. Alessandro having a think. We haven't had a great view of his hand, looking through his graveyard and maybe contemplating what's available left in his deck here.
It's quite early in the game, so yeah, probably he's looking for something in particular.
Could be.
Okay, no fear.
Blocks with his second no fear, revealing 3 cards. All of them have 6 power, so this no fear defends 5, or prevents, I should say, 5. He takes 7. And it is a way to get around this King Shark Harpoon effect. All of those cards go into the bandit zone, meaning they are not in hand for the on-hit of this King Shark Harpoon. One of my least favorite feelings as a Marlynn player is you play one of these disruptive effects, and your opponent has this clever way of getting around it.
Absolutely. It's like good timing plus genius. So,
there's no attacks left. There was 1 card left. It was the second Blood Rush Bellow there for Alessandro that he had to reveal. But again, second time in a row, Blood Rush being revealed to King Shark Harpoon means it is not discarded. Patrick draws off his Ponder and looks at this Yellowfin, decides whether it's relevant to Arsenal. Ultimately, chooses to Arsenal it. But Alessandro has a good turn again.
And 4 cards in hand. Let's start with that Blood Rush Bellow.
This time pitching a blue.
Better news.
Better news than last time. He doesn't have those boots anymore to create that action point, but he does still have the ability to
plus a bit of a
Mandible Claw and attack with anything
utility being
else.
discarded, meaning he gets those extra cards.
See a Swing Big in hand, a Buck Wild drawn as well, and 1 card. I think that's either a Reckless Stampede or a Strongest Survive. Some of those new cards from Super Slam. Now deciding, with his new information, what he comes in with next. Mandible Claw will only be, well, 4 or 5, depending on what stage of the game. -1 from Frailty, but obviously +1 from Might, so nullifies a bit of the damage.
Yeah, he's in a very good position now, I think.
3, 5, 6 with a Might. 5.
Yeah, so it's back to 5 because we are
under the
taking off that point from the Frailty. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, once again, I'm going to throw it to you. Marlynn player, Ranger player. Now you're facing down Blood Rush number 2. What are you thinking? What's your way back into this game?
Well, the thing is that I don't see many buffs in Marlynn's hand. And that means that either you have to rethink this very well, or you might be trapped. Because if you don't find a way to chain those arrows, you find yourself a bit bricked or stuck with your hand, and that is bad news. And also, they tend to... Well, Marlynn blocks better than Azalea, of course, but they tend not to be the best blockers either, so we'll see.
5 damage taken. Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex activated for another +1 on this turn. Pitching that Buck Wild here for Swing Big, coming in for 11. Patrick's on 13. This is representing a lot of his life total. We know his arsenal is a Yellowfin Harpoon, so has ways maybe with these gold to present his whole hand, but is it ever correct to go down to 2 against a brute to risk that. You could go down to
Yes.
3 with some equipment block, I suppose.
Sounds like a hard decision to make.
Yeah.
And there goes one of the arrows, that's for sure. So.
Yeah, one of the red arrows.
And consider now if to commit another one.
Holding on to that king shark.
Yes.
Either maybe he finds a way to load it with Sile Sarong and gold redraws on this turn, or he's happy to present 8 with yellowfin, maybe steal some yellow 6 that might exist in Alessandro's deck, and then arsenal that king shark and try to get in that way on the follow-up turn.
Yes, I mean, you have to try and get the most. At least he has Tunic now for next turn. He's aware of that. He's making his calculations in his head, trying to make everything add up.
Yeah, it's will I draw the resources to fire both arrows?
Yes.
Looks like block's being committed. Just the king Kraken on block 3, taking 8, down to 5 as the players confirm.
Brave.
And Arsenal,
So,
and it's for you.
let's see what Patrick has in store for us. We're going to see some Sile's Sarong activation during the turn,
It's
presumably.
possible. I think that's what he's
right?
thinking about. So you can either go Sile's,
Yeah.
but you have to gold first to have the float for the second gold and then load. So it's a risky move to do
It's-
that because if
yeah.
you don't hit a blue off the top, there's no reason to have done it. Instead, he chooses no Sile's, just come in Harpoon and the Yellowfin for 8 overpower. Somewhat disruptive, and then he'll keep that King Shark in the arsenal for next turn. It was an interesting decision point. I think
Yeah.
if he draws a blue off the first gold, he's able to put together a turn where he does both. And that's very disruptive. But prioritizing instead to play it safe here when he's down at 5 against 19.
Of course, yes. The life difference is impressive.
And
I guess it played a huge role in that decision, I'm sure.
getting a little, you could say, lucky here, I suppose, with his Yellowfin actually going to be stripping a card. But Alessandro says, okay, you can strip my card, and I can still do enough that I don't really mind. You take one of these yellow wild rides since I can't block with them anyways. And I still have another one and a card in arsenal. So Alessandro not...
Yeah, they didn't block anyway, so...
Yeah, exactly. There's
Just
no
take it.
flexibility. And, you know, a yellow wild ride kept in hand is strong here on a turn when Patrick is on 5. Breaking the Savage Sash at the start of the turn.
Yeah.
This is just going for max damage, I think. Like you said, Alessandro trying to play aggressively. Trying to just win the game maybe on this turn or next turn.
I mean, you have Patrick at 5. You have to try and get the most of your tempo here. So let's see if that wild ride pays off.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes.
This one.
Okay.
Discarding.
Okay.
Oh, a
Oh,
tear
wow.
limb from Limb. Drawn off
Yeah.
the top of the deck and discarded. This is a way back into the game for Marlynn.
That
This
is-
does not
yes,
have go again
absolutely.
on the
That
wild
is-
ride here.
That is how the Harrell works. Sometimes it's high, sometimes it's down roll. And in this occasion, he didn't play very well for Alessandro. That is a
the
hard one.
top of the deck punishing Alessandro, revealing that tear limb for Limb, and then discarding it. Savage Sash cashed in for effectively no value. Wild Ride attacked with for 6, holding on to another card. I believe it's a blue, and an Arsenal card that I think he was hoping to swing with the Claw and that Arsenal card on this turn.
How many misses does Kayo have? Like, not many.
5, 2.
Block Ross, and we saw 2 already.
Yeah.
So those are out of the equation, and now this.
Alessandro's deck punishing
Terrible
him.
limb from Limb. Oh,
And maybe
wow.
he's more stressed now that he took 8 on that
Yeah.
previous turn. But, upside. This is still 6, and your opponent is still on 5.
Yeah, true. Yes, you have to look at things with perspective and not be carried away by bad news, right? So let's keep a cold head here. Okay, the hook being committed.
Just trying to stay out of reckless swing range.
Just in
Probably.
case, right?
Taking 2 down to 3.
And pass.
Will still live through a reckless swing. Alessandro may be hoping that the other reckless card, Reckless Stampede, joins his hand sometime soon because that will start to be very relevant as this life total ticks down.
Yes, absolutely.
And Patrick leaving himself with another strong hand. We know that that is a King Shark held onto from last time. This
And there's-
catch of the day will be
this
buffing
catch
it
of
up.
the day. And there's Sunken Treasure and
Sleep Dart. So the Sunken
Sleep Dart,
Treasure and
yes,
Sleep Dart
of
are
course.
definitely blues
Yeah.
for the Hammerhead and the Arrow. Patrick maybe having a think if there's anything worth fishing for gold, but ultimately deciding, nope, just cash in, harpoon, thinking on the hook, decides to tap the hook or put it forward, and then comes in
Yes.
with King Shark Harpoon 12. Patrick has found his way back into this game. This is 12.
Searching for attack.
It is
Searching
a lot
for an
of
attack.
damage.
And with
Yes,
all
looking-
those Blood Rushes disappeared, maybe, you know, it's going to be
It is.
hard to dodge this again.
It is going to be hard for Alessandro to go back to put the same pressure that he was applying to Patrick. So I would say this is a
7.
table turner.
A little bit of a table turner. Also going to strip at least 2 attacks from Alessandro's hand. What that means is Alessandro has control over 1 card he holds onto. So he will maybe be able to still swing that arsenal depending on what Patrick is able to strip from him. We'll see the options. There are 2 blues and a Savage Swing. Savage Feast, so
It's gonna be the 2 of this.
the 2 blues being taken from Patrick.
Yeah.
He wants to make sure if that's a 1 cost, or not a 1 cost in your arsenal, then I don't want you to attack at all this turn. Alessandro, not so happy with that, I'd say.
Yes. Yeah, you can tell. But well, this is how it goes.
This is how it goes.
This is
What
how
a
it goes.
swing.
Sbagliato io.
Sorry?
Niente.
All good? Sure.
Alessandro discussing his play. I think he's regretting not blocking
Yeah.
with that show of, or blocking with that show of strength, given that there was 2 catch of the days, or there was a catch of the day trigger, so 2 gold go fish triggers coming in that turn. Now he passes his turn. We saw him draw up, I believe. So passes back to Patrick to see what he can pull together.
Yep.
No arsenal,
No,
so
no
not necessarily so strong yet, but 5 gold
And take aim, if you want to
and take aim.
use that.
The other 2 cards are 2 blues and a buff. So there is plus
This is
6
good,
coming
yeah.
through here. This looks like a way that Marlynn can get it
Right.
together. If he can get that big source of overpower, he has a bluefin harpoon. Right now, he won't be able to overpower it and play the buffs unless he fishes with gold. So
Yes.
definitely thinking on what the strongest way to play this turn is. We've
Let's
seen
see.
no fears. So maybe those no fears are also having an impact on the way Patrick is planning this out. Is there a third no fear in the deck, having seen 2 get, 1 get used and 1 get discarded
You never
earlier?
know, because Kayo sometimes run 2 copies, sometimes run 3 copies, sometimes only run even 1 copy. So you never know with brutes in general.
And Reckless Swing, of course, also a defense reaction
Yes.
card, meaning that still gets overpower. So Patrick having to figure, you know, there's lines where you can just slam down the Marlynn activation and come in with a big overpower and try to win the game with 12, but maybe there are lines where he's trying to be a bit more careful in case there are enough non-overpower affected cards from Alessandro here.
Needs to get the most value of his tunic as well, because he's had it active for a couple of turns now, and yeah, there you go. And so at some point you have to
Cannon?
get that resource out and about, and
For
there we
11
go
power.
with the
Choosing to-
blue fin harpoon.
Playing it very safe going for this line, I think I'd say. Coming in
Yes.
with 11 overpower, wanting
Yeah.
to go big on the offense and hold on to that gold instead of risk it and put one of those blues into gold and then not be able to do it. But no fist bump
No
comes out. There's
way.
no fears available and no reckless swing. There's no way to get around this damage from
Wow.
Alessandro. And Marlynn picks up that game. Reckless Stampede
was
showed to the
amazing.
opponent as,
Yes.
I would have got you, but you got me 1 turn too early.
Yeah.
Marlynn, treasure hunter, 5-0 here in Valencia. As we keep saying, so much still to learn about this format as we come out of High Seas and Super Slam in the last few months. That was a really good game to watch.
That was
I
a
love
really
a good
game.
Marlynn.
Yeah, absolutely. I love a good ranger as well.
Of course, Ranger
I mean, I like
fave.
brutes. I like brutes. I must say I'm very fond of them because I have a couple of players in my community. So I do feel close to brutes as well. But I mean, rangers, man.
You're always happy
I
to
love
see
them.
it go that way, of course. If you want to continue to watch
Absolutely.
good coverage, whether it's this weekend, you can catch us for the rest of the day and for all of tomorrow. But of course, we have some more events coming to you through the fall season. We have the World Tour in Seattle in December 12th to 14th, 2025. Great promos if you're able to attend that. You can get the Fabled event package, the classic Super Slam Mocking Blow or Combat Kit package, and of course that beautiful Fast and Furious playmat available. Coming up after that, World Tour Hong Kong.
With the Fable event package as well, sporting those volley tactics, that crowd goes wild, comeback kid, Mocking Blow. I mean, those are amazing. We have had the chance of seeing one of those bully tactics, and they are incredible.
Yeah, and you can get your whole play set if you continue to attend all of these events. And of course, this beautiful alternate art, I think it's Twin Drive for this Mechanologist card in the background of the playground. Playmat only available at this event, I believe, for now, at least.
Yeah. And it's Hiro Suda's art, which is an amazing artist that has taken care of several of those beautiful cards, including, for example, the fabric that is for Frankie, the cosplay promo now.
Also staying in the Asia-Pacific region, we have the World Tour Akihabara, a calling again in Japan, January 9th to 11th in that wonderful, famous gamer and trading card historical region of Tokyo. We have the same sort of promos because it's the Super Slam season, and of course that beautiful Ira-focused playmat available at that event from the same Fabled event package if you want to attend the World Tour in Akihabara or you happen to be from the region. If you want to watch these at home and you're not able to attend, we will be doing coverage on Seattle and Hong Kong brought to you in these 2 weeks in December, just before the Christmas season. As work starts to wind down and the season starts to wind down, you'll be able to watch at home.
It is the best opportunity for, you know, warming up at home, getting a blanket and seeing Bryce and Michael Feng carrying us along through these beautiful games in Seattle as well as in Hong Kong.
I'm so jealous of them getting to do it back-to-back on back-to-back weekends together too. This dynamic duo of casters out of the United States will be so fun to watch for these two callings, one in Seattle and then the following week in Hong Kong. I'm looking forward to capturing that at those weekends, and I'm looking forward to this next round as well. We've had five, I believe, great games so far.
Yes.
We have a exciting opportunity to see something next. I believe I'm hearing in my ear undefeated Kano coming up.
Not true. I can't believe
you can't believe. Well, it's the top LL hero for a reason, so there is a reason that this deck is good, and if it's able to win at this weekend, it dies on the spot.
If we get to say goodbye to Kano, do you know, I don't know if there has been a breach in this community as big as it is with Kano. Like, the lovers are loving him to the max, and the haters are just hating, as Taylor would say, and it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, definitely.
I can't wait.
A lot of people hoping to see Kano go this weekend. If you want to watch Kano possibly on his path towards that, stay tuned for after the break. We will catch one game in round 6.
See you.
From me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hitters. Generations pulled up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they want to move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Moves
Marlynn taking down round 5 of all heroes to see. We've seen some incredible wins today. Marlynn and Lyath in the last 2 rounds. And this upcoming round, we have the opportunity to see Kano on his path to possibly LLing. Of course, Kano on the one side, we've told you already, but what will be the other side? That'll be Verdance. We have a Wizard mirror match. Carlotta, what are your thoughts on the matchup?
I love Verdance. I think that you have to be very aware of how you play and how you strip your hand from cards, obviously, because we are talking Kano here. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see these 2 wizards, take a stand at each other.
Yeah, it's an interesting match. I think the Wizard mirror, especially the one non-Kano and the one Kano mirror, has always been interesting back in the Icelander days as well. I played this matchup back at Worlds in Philadelphia and screwed up on the Verdance side. So I think more of the onus is on the Verdance to be careful. There's different ways the Kano can present their equipment suite depending on how they want to approach the matchup, but that's something we have to start the game to see. So let's jump in on Verdance Kano and see how this is going to shake up.
How do you feel about this game? What do you think? What are your takes?
It's tight. I'd say it depends on what we see from the Kano. There are ways that the Kano can present A, B, 7, and that gets quite hard for the Verdance to work around if the Kano knows what they are doing. Here we have Andrea from Italy on the right-hand side representing Kano. I believe he's a long-time Kano player. If I have the right person in mind, he'll be going first, which means he won the die roll. Kano, of course, happy to go first. Sebastian on the left-hand side representing Verdance with that beautiful marble Verdance we get just a little peek at over from Switzerland. Into the game, we already see a Kano activation turn 0. Destructive Aether type pitched for it. Gaze the Aegis hit. It's, well, that's funny. Gaze the Aegis played with the action point. Gaze the Aegis played as instant in response. Both of these will get to opt 2, and both of them will bounce back to hand. So Andrea will be happy to just be able to basically Kano a bunch of times. Opt 1, he was able, our first opt was able to see a potion, so he's going to Kano in response to the second Gaze the Aegis. Play out that potion, let the Gaze the Aegis resolve, comes back to hand after the opt, and he's continuing to go. Action point used, so he's just going to be coming off the top, but I'd say this is a pretty good turn 0 for Kano here.
It is a very good turn 0, and I think Verdance is already considering how they're going to play this out with the help of Sebastian, of course.
Deja Vu Potion, not one you need necessarily in multiples. Having a second one is nice, but it is one that you really want one of to be able to win this game against Verdance. We do see an Energy Potion coming right after it, which is a second good setup. That's great on turn 0. Andrea pitching away then a Wildfire and a Lessons in Lava to go for a third peak, maybe a third potion, no find, and ultimately I think he decides I'd rather have those cards in my deck than in my arsenal at this stage of the game. I'm not ready to commit to arsenaling that Wildfire and trying to go for combo.
Those amulets are beautiful, and they are great, absolutely great addition from High Seas. And I can see that they have found a way and a home in all of those wizard decks.
It's just
actually not an extra
it's
potion.
A fourth potion, and that's exactly what you want. It's a Ruby Amulet, but it's basically an energy potion. We should call attention to the equipment suite here from Andrea. This is not the Skullcap AB7 defensive mode that I hinted at. So Kano obviously not necessarily trying to do that, but just trying to deal some damage and win the game. Let's call it the normal Kano way. Sebastian coming with Voltic Bolt. He had a somewhat awkward hand. Voltic Bolt, then Waning Moon to catch up here. Just dealing damage. Didn't really have any big red attacks. Didn't have any ways to get Earth Guards into Graveyard, so he's just playing the game the normal way.
Yes, you have to make the most of what you have, and that scour wasn't really useful here, so yeah, better pitch it away and restart again with a clean hand.
Yeah, none of these cards doing that much there for Sebastian. Andrea taking a little bit of damage, pitching away 2 cards to AB and holding a smaller hand, but staying on 29, not that punished or not that pressured so far. Sebastian held on to a card and didn't arsenal. That must be the mental block. He's not able to arsenal. Would rather use it for prevention instead. Overflow of the Aether Well hitting the table here. I believe this is it looks to me like a yellow copy, which means 2 Arcane being presented. No Surge effect right now with that Amp having been pitched away on a previous turn. Sebastian, a long-time Verdance player. He top-8'd, I believe, the Calling Leon early days of Rosetta, meaning this guy put Verdance on the map before anyone else was putting Verdance on the map. Maybe started off this deck's competitive run.
That is amazing, and also speaks volumes of how loyal Sebastian is. And I am happy to see him finally, you know, harvesting some results.
Pitched away that mental block to AB, choosing not to activate it, rather keep it in deck. Discard the Fruits of the Forest, gain a little bit of life, and pass turn after playing this, not healing potion, but again, an amulet that is functionally a healing potion. So 1 healing potion on the board of 4, Felling of the Crown going into the arsenal for Sebastian over here, drawing another 4 cards, just wanting to cycle through his deck a little faster. Punishing draw in all reds there.
Yes, but exchanging amulets there as if they were stickers or...
Kano activation, hitting another destructive Aether Tide. Just 1 presented here, no surge effect so far on the board. Andrea deciding what else he's going to do with his hand. Discarding red Photon Splicing. Choosing to come in with a destructive Aether Tide instead of using that as a 4 offense attack himself with his action point. AB2 with 2 reds.
2 reds, yes. But it's still paying.
Still
because
paying.
how not, right?
Well, also the rest of this hand doesn't do so much with all the reds available to him, so might as well. Spell Tidings played from Arsenal with pitching that yellow. We see 5 Arcane come through and everything taken, I believe, from Sebastian. So damage is down from 42 to 37. Andrea arsenaling that last remaining card. E-Strike in for 7. Better attack for 7 than AB2 here.
I mean, it is okay. You still were able to pay the Arcane Barrier and you still get away sending 7 damage. So.
Yeah, I mean, you take a touch more damage than if those cards were blue, but it's not that much more damage given, you know, you start to get scared when you're at 25, 26 to 30, but he's still on 37, so he's not necessarily scared of getting blown up yet. You play the Verdance side. E-Strike for 7, is that sort of the bread and butter of this matchup? You just want to present your damage to your opponent and stay out of that kill range for now? Or is there something that could be going better for Sebastian?
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is that there is this energy potion, yet again. And, another Enlightened Strike from Sebastian.
This one looking a little better because it comes back. There's more coming afterwards. So he's actually able to start presenting real offense instead of just letting the opponent block 2 and throw out a potion as he's been so happy to do.
And we can see there's an Autumn Touch there.
And a Burn Bear representing 6.
Let's see how Andrea navigates around this Enlightened Strike. Because, of course, coming from 29 lives.
Yeah, it's funny. You start on 30, you'd sort of expect to be lower by now, but I would say Sebastian's game has not gone so to plan. He's been able to do stuff. This is maybe the first turn that he wants that has gone exactly the way he wants in terms of being able to present different types of damage over the top as well. Feels safe going pants down, so to speak, in this point, having no resources available, given that he's already asked for a card on defense with that Enlightened Strike. So he's not feeling that pressured by the combo yet, and he's also at 37 life, so quite safe in that way.
And there goes this Burn Bear, just for 6. 6 you can damage.
6 Arcane is chipping in damage when there's only 3 AB on the board. AB3, take 3, continue on. I find this matchup can be very contemplative, slow, and then suddenly it all happens. If one wrong foot is taken by either player, suddenly the blow-up can happen. Waning Wind for 2, powered up by that Alluvian Constellus, and an AB1 with, I think it was an Imperial Ledger from Andrea, not needing to play out that card, but 1 damage more taken, pass over to Andrea, and he made it through the first big onslaught.
Someone's going to burst the bubble, I was going to say. And we see that Verdance has some Plow Under, some Heartbeat of Candlehold there. Rethinking that move.
Andrea's turn was quick. It was just a third energy potion and pass. So I would say pretty happy on Andrea's side with getting his potions at a quicker rate than Sebastian can. So no crazy combo going to be coming out from Sebastian before Andrea, at least at the way it looks so far. Heartbeat of Candlehold Resolve, gain some life, keep yourself farther out of combo range, and now deciding what to do with those remaining 2 resources.
Waning Moon coming
Waning Moon
in.
for 2.
And yes, absolutely right. Andrea has a very good table, very good looking table right now. And it's a matter of time. The clock is ticking.
Clock is ticking. Felling of a Crown finally played. It was arsenaled, I think, on that very first turn from Sebastian. Now finally played out. It is his first Decompose. Decomposing a little bit more difficult in the matchup against Kano because you're not able to block with Earth cards. So you have to play them out or use things like Fruits of the Forest to get cards into your graveyard. Felling for 4 is all that's played out here, but it does represent disruption. It does represent slowing your opponent down. So pretty happy with this, all things considered. I believe he bottomed the Plow Hunter to play the Felling, so you either bottom one or you bottom the other.
Helping a little bit with that Decompose too. Little by little. Going slow but steady, wins the race.
Another one available here, meaning he will be able to decompose a second time. Yep. Just the energy potion played from Andrea. So I would call Andrea online with all of the energy potions and a Deja Vu potion. All he needs to see now is stuff that does damage.
Incredible.
Yeah. You're on the Verdance side of the table. You see this. What changes about how you have to play the game from here on out?
Honestly, you have to draw better.
Have to draw better.
Yeah.
In this case, we see Everbloom life being resolved. Have to gain some life and stay out of kill range. And I would imagine Sebastian's not very willing to go down to no resources in his hand. So there's a Felling available, but I wonder if it will be played or if he will hold on and just attack. There we see. Attack with his Findals. Fighting Spirit. Hitching the Heart of Findall. And 1 card floating. Meaning maybe he thinks, I don't get killed in this space because I'm holding on to pretending I have the resources.
Yes, it's a good take from Sebastian. At least you have to try and conceal that nervousness that he probably has.
I think you can't ever go to 1 or no cards left, and even going to 1 card can be scary in this spot. You want to be throwing 3 7s and maybe holding on to resources. That's the ideal game plan. Andrea takes, ending up, I think, taking 1 damage to that, having 2 potions in hand, so he's not able to block with those cards anyways. He'll develop 1. It's Sapphire Amulet. Waning Moon for 2, pitching away that Deja Vu potion, rather than get some chip damage in and maybe take Sebastian off a card, rather than playing out a second Deja Vu potion on the following turn. He also wants to cycle through his deck faster, get back to that combo piece.
So, on top of having all the resources in the world, now also has the opportunity of having 1 more intellect. So
absolutely, Sapphire Amulet threatening. It is a 2-turn delay. He has to use an action point to play it. He has to use an action point to activate it. So it would be probably, if he activates it next turn, then he's hoping that those 5 cards he draw kill in that spot. But with Sebastian still on 41, it's a big ask to be able to kill, even though he has access to basically every resource in the game. So it's going to be interesting to see where Andrea taps this card, when he's willing to let it go. Does he feel like he needs to ask for some cards on defense before he's then willing to activate it? But how can you do that without an action point? So then maybe you have to use the Kano ability on your turn to get some cards and then activate Sapphire Amulet. Complex spot for Andrea for sure.
It means committing fully to the job. And Sebastian still going for those burn bears and trying to slip a little bit of arcane damage there, little by little, grinding Andrea's life and keeping an energy potion, I believe, in hand. Now they're getting a little bit late to the party. So let's see.
I'm not even sure it's really about playing out that healing potion anymore. It's about just holding on to an extra blue. Decides maybe I could play it, so I'll hold on to this one instead of the Everbloom Life, or he's just going to pitch to Waning Moon. Floating 1 resource here. Now that he's taken a card off of Andrea with the Burn Bear, he's willing to Waning Moon. If there was no card committed, maybe he wouldn't Waning Moon and he'd hold on to the 3 resource card.
Yes, because now it's a little bit too late for energy potions, so you have to change your plan as you suggested. And I can see him getting better cards from the deck as well, so that energy must be working.
You want go wide cards. You kind of want cards like Heartbeat of Candlehold. Here we see it. Perfect timing. It's not that potent right now because we don't have Verdance online. There's only 2 cards there in the pitch zone. The problem with Verdance in this matchup is that you just don't present enough damage. So you give Andrea the time to pick his spot when he wants to go off. Maybe chip you down a little bit. Kano activation sees nothing off the top. Plays out a Clarity Potion from Arsenal. One more potion hits the board. Waning Moon deciding not to Arsenal that Lesson in Lava.
Yeah, going for 2 and letting Sebastian do the hard work here.
I think this is the biggest question I maybe would have had, where Lesson in Lava, obviously a great semi-combo piece in that arsenal, because if you pick some of the other pieces together, it can get you another one with the search effect. Choosing not to arsenal it, thinking you don't want it to get stuck there, that's for sure. But also, if I Waning Moon and I ask for a card, then I'm safer on my next turn. And also, Sebastian can't present that much. Otherwise, he goes to no resources, and that's dangerous. If you chip 2 damage in, then you get closer to the combo being full lethal. Sebastian debating what to do. He has some of these pieces here, like a Light Up the Leaves, that is another 3/6. He's got a Rampant Growth, which can deal some damage and gain some life.
So finally,
Taking 2.
Andrea's getting it his way no matter what, because he was either taking the damage or taking a card. So either way, he was getting something of this exchange. Oh.
Unama Amulet popped, gaining some life. Probably looking just to get some value out of this Rampant Growth here.
Yeah, so you took those 2 arcane damage, and now
Gain
I'm
it
getting
back.
those
No
points
responses from Andrea to this life gain, so he's letting him gain that life, not willing to go off with his hand. No Arsenal, no Sapphire Amulet pop, for example, and now Light Up the Leaves for 9. So things starting to come together for Sebastian, where this damage is at least 6 coming over the top because of the AB3 available, meaning that Andrea will be down to 13. And Sebastian can start thinking, okay, I can get a turn that can start to kill him, or I can hold on to a turn that can kill him with my Storm Striders in response, or after a Wildfire has resolved. So you need to get that Kano down a bit lower. You don't need to kill them necessarily in an action phase, but being able to do this Amp 3 attack for 9 play or Arcane 9 play is an important part of this game plan that he was missing in his early gameplay.
Yes, absolutely. And also, we can't forget that if we add up all of those Light Up the Leaves and those Barn Bears, if you manage to find them early on and send them, they are kind of dangerous.
Yeah,
they are lethal.
Against a 30 life hero, they are
Exactly.
lethal. Light Up the Leaves also a 2-way card. Of course, it can be used for the defense, the arcane defense against Kano, discarding it and another Earth card. Choosing in this spot, he needs to throw a 9, so holding on, not wanting to IP that card just for that effect. Andrea pitching. We saw a couple Wildfires, I think 2 Wildfires in Andrea's hand, which means doesn't want to go off here, but maybe he wants to set one of those in Arsenal, pop that Sapphire Amulet, and go off on a turn that's coming up soon.
Still 2 more from Sebastian, so that means 11 arcane damage threatened this turn. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
However, sorry.
Andrea was on 19, so 11 is great. It's what he needs to be doing, but really he needs 2 of those. He can't just get away with 1 of them.
Andrea could be at 1 life and
still wins.
yeah, exactly. He just needs to find his way out of this.
There's one thing to call out here where the specific wording of Aether Wildfire is quite relevant. Aether Wildfire buffs up all wizard spells for that turn. So Sebastian, if he's arsenaling something like a Burn Bear or a Light Up the Leaves, and Andrea does a whole turn, if Sebastian's able to live through the Wildfire or the 2 Wildfires and respond to something like a Blazing Aether at the end of the turn, he can present his own 6 power for actually 18 and kill Andrea. So although Andrea's on 13, we're starting to get close to that like weird Wildfire kill range that he has to be careful of. Kano at the start of the turn after taking 2, nothing?
Nothing.
Okay.
Not this time. So close, you know.
Just a 1.
I'm not sure if I want to give you the constellation.
Considering everything.
He's debating on whether to actually play it. I think he's saying out loud right now, because if it's AB1, then it gives you an Alluvian counter, which can be that 2 more damage after a 6 power to be able to present lethal on, or 3 more damage on Andrea's turn later in the game. But Sebastian having a think, and I don't think he wants to commit a whole card for this. Checking his decompose.
Didn't grow much since the last time that Felling did its job.
I think Felling is still the card in Arsenal as well. Felling a dangerous one to throw. It gives you that disruption, but of course it also disrupts yourself. So
Yeah.
thinking here, still on that Arcane 1. And he will pitch 1, get that Alluvian counter, up to 2. Wants to be able to kill Kano in response to Kano's power turn. And here we go. Sapphire Amulet popped as the action point, arsenaling that Aether Wildfire, hoping to draw a card, a hand that kills. I think we saw Andrea pitch away that other Wildfire for this, for the Arcane 2 that was presented on a previous turn, the Waning Moon.
Yep.
Important to talk about maybe why he did that. Maybe he's aware that he could die to the double Wildfire and then Verdance Stormstriders, so he doesn't want to give 2 Wildfires on the stack, and he only wants to let 1 actually resolve.
Now those 5 card hands look scary.
We see, I think it's 3 blues and 2 Blazing Aether available to Andrea here. Holding priority on the Felling of the Crown Decompose trigger.
Yeah, there is a need, however, to think very well of how to block, not block, or what to do with this Felling of the Crown.
I think we're not even in the attack step yet. We haven't decomposed. We're just presenting Felling, and it's on the Kano player to decide whether he wants to...
Yeah, to jump in.
To jump in.
Or not.
Breaking the Clarity Potion in response. Opt 2. See what's on the top of the deck. Give yourself more information. Of course, you have those 2 reds in hand. They are reds you want to play, but you want one of them maybe to get Ragamuffined onto the top of your deck, and one of them to be played with Striders. No, you want that to be the Wildfire. So it's a bit of an awkward... You could pitch 1 and Deja Vu Potion it. So he has a lot of a think here, and the opt will help him basically gain as much information as possible to make that informed decision.
Still a lot of cards in his hand.
Sapphire Amulet doing its work. This is this classic point we get to in a Kano game where you do a thing and then you just ask your opponent, do you have it? And usually it's you go down to 0 resources and then you ask your opponent, do you have it? And in this spot, Andrea will be leaving Sebastian with cards, meaning he can A-B through it. But because of all the resources available to him, there's a possibility that it doesn't matter how much gets AB'd. Even with the Wildfire only coming in for 3, assuming this last card is not a Light Up the Leaves to discard, he could just have enough combo or damage to kill him no matter what. So Andrea going to have to do a lot of math because 41 is a lot to get through 2 cards floated. But definitely debating it.
Sebastian did his best. He's a 41. Like, he couldn't have played safer in any way. He always kept at least 1 card in hand. Those 41 lives, as we said. I mean, he did his thing.
He did his thing, and now Kano gets to do his. 9 resources available, plus 1 of those Blazings will probably get pitched, so that's 10. I believe the top cards were a blue and a yellow. He's debating what he wants to do with them. Potion of Deja Vu can get a card from his pitch zone on the top of the deck, whether he wants it to be that Open the Floodgates, maybe to get that Surge effect and draw some cards, or that other copy of Blazing Aether.
I know the spot.
The player's discussing. I have to think, I'm so sorry. It's Sebastian saying, I get it, I've been there, don't worry.
And all those potions, all those energy potions, they're at the ready.
8 more resources, 17, 18 I would guess at the minimum available to him on this turn.
Crazy amount of resources.
41. Not too bad. But still, it goes fast sometimes.
Slow matchup, but can go quite fast.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. When is Andrea going to jump in the pool? Is the water warmed yet?
Is the water warmed yet? I think these opt cards are Sonic Boom and a blue. So that Sonic Boom also going to be opening up the tables for what Andrea can accomplish here. If you can Kano in that Sonic Boom, that gets you yet another card that you're able to play on this very, very big turn with so many resources available. Counting them, tapping one card, tapping another card. Can I play it? Can I still play everything else?
Do you think we have all main Kano players on the tippy toes there?
Everyone's doing their own version of the math, of course. Depends a little what are the next cards on the deck, but we have a lot of information to work with, and it takes a lot of time to work through when you're trying to deal 41. Sonic Boom stays on top. The other card goes to the bottom, and we're back to actually doing something now. One on top, one on bottom. Back on the decompose trigger. And we're doing the math again just to make sure.
Yeah, you don't want to
Really don't want to mess it up
mess
here.
this up. Yes, exactly. Have to make sure, even if it means that you have to count over and over again. At least Sebastian gets it, because, I mean, they're both wizards.
Wizard
so
player.
Yeah, wizards are wizards. What do you think? Is he going to actually go for it?
I haven't been doing exactsies math because it's hard to do, but I think on vibes, I can see the cards that can get there. There's a possibility that he's willing to take the Felling decompose, and he's willing to lose one card in exchange for Sebastian losing a card as well, because that gets the kill to be closer. You don't have AB6 to contend with, you just have AB3. But maybe he's thinking on just what do I pitch for this Sonic Boom, you know? Wildfire and Arsenal definitely going to be the first thing we see him reach for if he's going to reach for anything.
And getting Sebastian stripped from one of his dear cards is also very interesting and very tempting, I guess.
Yeah, that's the other line of accepting Felling. But no, we're going to go off. Kano in response.
Better shooting.
Yes.
Kano, I'll let this resolve.
Sure, yeah.
He's letting the first Kano resolve, banishing that Sonic Boom.
Nice one.
Then we want to
Then
probably Kano again. We want to make sure these cards that you can get to the top of the deck, like Sonic Boom with the Opt and Blazing Aether with the Ragamuffins, we want to make sure those actually get out of the hand before we activate any Deja Vu Potion. So he's being very careful here. Kano once, Kano twice.
Yep. And one floating. Correct. Yes. Yeah.
And there's no twice without thrice.
No twice without thrice. Deja Vu Potion. Putting 4 cards, 1 blazing and 3 blues on the top of the deck. Top card of this can be banished with the Drokai of Aether Kano. Of course, we have Ragamuffins to get this second Blazing Aether, the one in hand, onto the top of the deck as well. And then it's about dealing as much damage as possible and making those Blazing Aethers very big. Looks to me like he's going to get there. We just have to make sure he does it right. 4 cards on the top with Deja Vu Potion. Still holding priority on the Kanos.
2 on the stack.
And we're letting the first one resolve.
One resolve. Okay. Blazing. Yeah, sure.
Blazing Aether hits the banish zone.
Ragamuffin.
It's almost procedural, but it's also very important to be very careful.
No.
And Sebastian is absolutely focused.
Yeah.
He's not missing even one little step.
One more Kano resolution. Blazing Aether. We know that's now blue now in hand thanks to the Deja Vu Potion. I believe that one resource presented in the pitch zone is not true. It's just a leftover of last turn, but of course Andrea has... Oh, he does have that. Pitched the extra, the red from the Blazing Aether, and he had 1 float before the Deja Vu Potion. He uses that for Stormstriders, 1 card left in hand, of course pitches that for the Aether Wildfire. So there's 1 pitched float and 8 more resources available with those energy potions. Metacarp is no trigger on this. He's flush with resources, so probably very likely to trigger this and pay, which means this Aether Wildfire is only for 5. It's not the biggest Aether Wildfire in the world. That's what happens when you bring this Waning Moon package, but Aether Wildfire is not the only effect on this turn. It is just the first one.
However, Sebastian is already stripped from his
Already
cards.
stripped. So full information now for Andrea about what will be able to be presented. 2 Rampant Growth hitting the pitch zone. That's yellow AB4. 1 comes through with this Wildfire. Of course, at the end of this turn, after all is said and done, 8 damage will come through with this Felling of the Crown against Andrea. But he can live through that. So if he's not lethal here, and he thinks he can get lethal next turn, he has another way out. Kano first. See the other Aether Flare, which was set up
No floating, no.
thanks to the Deja Vu Potion. Third E-Pot broken. Use it to pay for the Sonic Boom.
Thinking if I want to pay this.
Thinking on Metacarpus nodes. He has 1 float, of course, and he has 2 from an energy potion. That Aether Flare is going to cost 1 that we see presented right now.
So this is 4.
Yeah.
No Metacarpus node activation. This is 4.
Take 4.
Taking 4. Yeah.
And Sebastian confirming that he has nothing to do anymore, that it doesn't depend on him any longer. He's taking 4 so far, but facing a lot more.
Yeah, 1
Yeah.
floating.
The energy potion and the 1 float, of course, are able to represent the Aether Flare and the Waning Moon on this turn. We see they open the floodgates, come hit the table thanks to that Deja Vu Potion we saw earlier. Energy Potion can also pay for that, and then he's trying to draw enough resources to make sure he can still do everything. Open the floodgates would be for 4. Surge would be live, guaranteed. Open the floodgates doesn't cost anything thanks to Sonic Boom. Oh my gosh, this is so far lethal.
Crazy synergies. So, yes.
1 and 4 on board. Each of those blues that we see on the board representing 4 damage or more. The Aether Flare kind of representing more than that because of its own effect. It'll buff the next thing up by 4 as well. So we have another 8 on board, 12 on board in the blues. And then those Blazing Aethers will be each for 17 plus 8, each for 18, I believe. One of them getting that plus 4 from the Aether Flare. So this is more than 40 available here. Oh, sorry, I did my math wrong. Aether Wildfire only hit for 1. So these are 2 each, not 4 each. This is going to be for 4 itself, 1 from the Wildfire and 2 from the Aether Flare. So we've dealt 1, 4, 2, 4 so far this turn.
You can see Andrea, like, blowing up smoke from his head.
Yes.
As he draws again for, you know.
2 reds, which is
Continuing.
not necessarily what he wanted to see. They can represent Waning Moon, but they would have to combo with an energy potion to be able to represent a Kano activation. Reaches to play the Eternal Inferno, which is the highest value one, and then he says, oh, sorry, wrong turn. It is still my opponent's turn.
Can we see?
Sebastian asking to represent the amount of damage that's been dealt. It's 1, 4, 2, 4 was the order here. So that's 5 and 6 is 11. And Wildfire obviously represents 1. So that's basically the Blazing Aethers are for 12. Well, the first one is for 12.
11. Yeah.
If Waning Moon hits the table, that does buff up the Blazing Aether.
I have to think if I want to react to that.
Just trying to get the maths right here because it's just so complex. That is the reason why I play Verdance instead of Kano.
Thinking in response to the energy potion here means that there's a consideration of a balance of justice activation, so that will get some AB back into Sebastian's hand. He's going to be hoping for a blue, obviously.
Balance of Justice, MVP.
But now Sebastian's saying, okay, I can just respond to this. Maybe I don't need those energy potion resources. Instead of using Metacarpus on those Blazing Aethers, he can pitch those 2 reds to just Waning Moon and Blazing Aether. So now him doing the math again. We have 11 on board plus 1 from Wildfire, pitching 2 for Waning Moon. This is for 3. So this will have been 14 damage dealt, which means Blazing Aether will be 14, and 1 from Wildfire is 15 on the first one, and the second one will be double that. Looks like lethal to me.
Do you have a dice?
It is a lot.
Do we have a die? We're running out of dice to represent all of the damage.
Still responding to that?
Still responding to the Balance of Justice is the claim from Andrea. 15 damage on the Blazing Aether. The next one is for 30, and the fist bump comes across from Sebastian as he laughs. This was a huge turn. Nothing to do to avoid that. All of the potions being on the board. It took some time. We had to make sure we do it right. There were a lot of ways to make mistakes on this turn for Andrea, for example. He almost missed that balance, and then he realized he could respond to it, but navigated it perfectly, found the line, made sure he didn't accidentally make a mistake, and was able to punch that massive turn through Verdance's heart, get that Wizard Mirror down pat for Kano.
It was amazing, honestly. Poor Sebastian. He couldn't do anything to prevent that, to avoid that. It was just, sitting there, looking at Kano do his thing and his maths, and at the end of the day, if he has it, he has it.
Exactly. If he has it, he has it. And with all those potions on board, it would have been very hard not to have it with a 5-card hand. Kano remains undefeated on the march towards Living Legend. Is Kano going to be retired this weekend off the back of players like Andrea? Wouldn't that be something? Go watch Wicked in cinemas if you want to see a witch die, and maybe a wizard die this weekend as well. Let's talk about what you can do if you want to play some Flesh and Blood, because you're getting so excited by this weekend. We have Skirmish starting right now this weekend in stores all around the world. You can watch some incredible Flesh and Blood, and if you're in the right region and the time zones line up, you can finish those games and go straight to your local game store for Skirmish.
It is going to be an amazing opportunity for grabbing all of these goodies, but also to give you a last chance for those players of very special young heroes like Sienna, like Blaze, like Enigma, New Moon, for example, that are not yet finding a home in the new format. Sage doesn't allow those, so grab your deck and give it a fireworks goodbye.
Yeah, last opportunity to play Blitz in this Skirmish season, whether you want to send a goodbye to one of those majestic or legendary young heroes, or of course send some goodbyes to Blitz decks that you love that you can still run majestics in young heroes. Great prizes on the line, with that winner being a Cold Foil Marvel Bravo Flattering Showman, maybe newly the best Guardian in that format. We will have to see. Top 2 promo being those Elemental Cold Foils. Of course, participation promos for everyone involved. You've got the gem packs, and you've got those spot prize 1 random charm playmat. What a day it's been. I believe we have one more round coming towards us. 6-0 Kano we just watched happen, and now we're going into this last round of day 1, round 7. I'm hearing we have one more wizard undefeated. We have Osiclio on 6-0 in this game. A notable player too, a Calling Copenhagen top 8 on 6-0
Crazy.
in Osiclio.
It's going to be an amazing game, I am sure. So I can't wait to see it.
If you're ready for some more itching, undefeated wizard action, come back after the break to watch Osiclio take on Arakni Marionette.
Come on over here, we could be on the same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side.
Folks, I've been fishing. Now, I was more than happy to leave you in the capable hands of Gabe and Carlota for some incredible games of Flesh and Blood, but had the chance to walk the tournament floor, take a look at what's going on, and I wanted to find something very special as our last round of today to take us home at the end of the first day of competition here in Copenhagen. In the very electric blue corner, we have Osiclio, Stellar Intelligence, currently sitting at 6-0 in the hands of the Lightning Lampion himself, Martin Holík, who is one of the best Osiclio players on the planet, has a calling top 8 in Copenhagen on this hero, previously took down the Battle Hardened in Dublin on Enigma, I believe, so a player of pedigree on an undefeated Osiclio. In the red corner, we have maybe the only person to have played more Assassin than Brian Gottlieb. Emad Kashi is a former UK national champion who is the mastermind behind this current Arakni Marionette deck. They are the one who put this together. They are the one who's been the driving force behind this hero for as long as it's been released. And slowly but surely, he has convinced everyone to listen. And that's why we see so much Marionette at the top tables this weekend, is because of Kashi. Two incredible players, not the matchup people expected heading into the final round of today. No Syndra, no Verdance, none of that. Osiclio, Arakni Marionette. How do you feel about that one?
I really appreciate us showing off like the less known or less casted heroes, maybe, because I really think it's
makes it easy when they're winning. You know, we don't have to make any sacrifices. It's a case of, you know, big red X on the mark token, but no Syndras in the feature match area so far because they've been having a bit of a rough weekend because of these Arakni Marionette players. It's a very favorable matchup for Arakni, and we've seen, again, Jacob Clements, Tommaso Vasido, these level of players all brought Arakni this weekend mostly because of Kashi's influence, but because the deck is well positioned into the room. And I'm wondering if it's going to feel that way into Osiclio. Osiclio, not a deck a lot of people were preparing for, and a bit of a scary wizard, really.
Yeah, I mean, Osiclio is always scary, because how not? You don't know how things are going to play out or when things are going to blow out. But still, if this Casey is as good as I think is as a player with Arakni Mario, I think we're going to enjoy a beautiful game.
I'm expecting a masterclass, that's for sure. Both of these players of the kind of pedigree you would expect to show us how this matchup is supposed to work. So I'm looking forward to going down and finding out. So Osiclio on one side, Arakni Marionette on the other. It is going to be Martin Holík against Emad Kashi for the chance to be undefeated overnight at the final calling in Europe for 2025.
Pumping up that music, incredible, as we see them taking their chances at that leading position, probably for day 2.
So a small thing to note in the equipment suite for these players here. Martin Holík choosing to lead on Old Knocker as a chess piece. It's a bit of a choice in this matchup. Fyendal Spring Tunic is arguably a little worse. You do want to be able to combo when the situation arrives, but it doesn't provide a block value, which is really meaningful against Assassin in a matchup with Leave No Witnesses and these kind of attacks, where that breakpoint can actually be really important at protecting a Gone in a Flash, protecting a similar combo piece. So Martin here suggesting they expect the game to go quite fast.
That is very interesting, and also dying to see how, how this evolves, because I really enjoy some Osiclio shenanigans with my, some Osiclio with my Osicli cereals. So yes, let's go.
We do enjoy some Osiclios between us, I believe. It's a lovely hero, very different than what you might expect if you've played some of the other wizards, and you can see how serious this game is for Martin. The hood goes up. It is time to dial in and focus, and we will see this Hunter's Clave attack coming alongside Savor Bloodshed here for Emad Kashi. This is very telling about the matchup, I think. Kashi understands that there are a lot of no-block cards in Osiclio, lots of instants, lots of 2-box like Blast to Oblivion. You are going to be able to push damage on the first turn of the game, and you are going to be able to flick and create Chalissa as if that's something you're interested in doing. And we can see on Martin's side, it's less than ideal. The last couple cards in hand there, Blast to Oblivions and a no-block. So it does find themselves in a bit of a bind, staring down a hefty 5 damage from this Hunter's Clave.
You're a bit at the mercy of Cassie here.
So we see Martin debating how to navigate the rest of this turn. With only 4 defensive value available after that current funnel, not too many permutations. Losing multiple Blasts to Oblivions also a bit problematic. Blast combos, not super uncommon in this matchup. Gone in a Flash requires more resources a lot of the time, and so waiting to have a big Gone in a Flash turn, if it doesn't turn up early, can be kind of hard. And so you'll find yourself relying on Blast to Oblivion to do more over the course of the game. So losing 2 of them early, pretty painful. Going to lose the equipment early here to deny being marked. So the Aether Bindings and the Lightning Greaves going to jump in front. Hunter's Clave can get a little bigger and will force Kashi to flick away the second dagger if they want to score that mark token.
That is an intense turn 0 for this Osiclio, for this player Martin Holík.
No response. Collective nature.
Okay, so the priority pass was attempted. Kashi here, looking to continue with the Codex of Inertia, wants to jam a card into the arsenal unrelentingly and discard the final card in the hand. Of course, Martin Holík here rewarded for that last card being an instant.
And I don't get to see it, you don't get to see it.
Inertia token created, pretty relevant in this scenario. You're going to be looking to keep Osiclio off of an arsenal pretty regularly. Don't want to set up those big combo turns. And Kashi rewarded with a pick up the point to push even more damage on turn 0. Rewarded for this aggressive stance. Even better, floating resources there means that Hunter's Clave comes straight back into the hand of our assassin. Flicked it away for damage, scored that mark token, and it's like nothing even happened.
And as you were saying, that this inertia token is there, so Martin is very well aware that he has to either use that arsenal or lose it at the end of the turn.
Arsenal for free.
So there is some upside. A free arsenal is dangerous. It means that we're going to see Osiclio on a 5-card hand on the very first turn of the game, which is not easy to do. And Osiclio, one of those heroes that really can make the most of that. It is a deck with multiplicative damage. The more things you play, the more lightning cards you chain together. Suddenly all of your cards get better because of how many you had. So an extra card, definitely a real cost to taking that Codex of Inertia line that Kashi lent into on the first turn.
Well, you had to get the most of what you have at hand, and Kashi made that call back then, turn 0. Now it's time for Martin to start doing Osiclio things, and we are going to see what he comes up to.
We see Comet Storm discarded for an Osiclio activation, leaves the hand looking like a Flittering Charge, a Consigned to Cosmos Shock, Sigil of Solace in the hand there, as well as another Sigil. It will be that Flittering Charge to start here. Going to have go again thanks to that embodiment of lightning that was created on turn 0 from the Sigil of Lightning.
Just waiting here for Kashi to decide what to do with those 4 potential damage. And looks like he's considering to just take the damage.
Not super surprising. These more recent variations of Arakni Marionette have found themselves defensively starved. There's a lot of 2 blocks in the form of these attack reactions. Defensive stance is not really what you're looking to achieve in a lot of matchups, and I imagine Kashi pretty happy to keep this hand together to play out a big turn. We do see cut from the same cloth in the hand there, alongside Command and Conquer, which is a bit of a nombo with that Inertia token, so maybe going to have to try and make things work with what they find themselves with. Sigil of Aether combines with a Comet Storm Shock from the arsenal, so a big boost of Arcane here. As his final chunk, Volzar will be activated to jump it up just a little bit further. Of course, the biggest note of this matchup, take a look at the equipment suite for Emad Kashi. Do a quick count. That's Arcane Barrier, nil point, no points. And will be forced to eat that Arcane. And I think that's very telling of their stance in this matchup. They're not interested in taking this long. I don't want to be saving myself from your combos. I want the game to be over.
Absolutely. They both know what they're going for. They both know what is at stake. I mean, having higher seeds, if you reach top 8, is super important here. We're talking about a Colin, and I can only imagine the pressure that they are feeling.
It's certainly a feeling. Had the pleasure of being in that spot a few times myself. And never gets easier playing for those calling top 8s, especially in undefeated spots. Now, a bit of a painful hand here for Martin Holík. Found the goal in a flash. That's exactly what you want, to try and chain these big turns together. Unfortunately, there is 2 of them, which is less of what you want. So forced to spend a goal in a flash on defense here to blunt a pain in the backside. Likely to be very precious about that second copy given the choice.
Yes, absolutely. It's a pity for Martin, and seeing or saying goodbye to a beautiful gone enough flash is painful.
And now that information will be known by both players. Cut from the same cloth again, demonstrating its power, provides an extra +4. This is going to be a Hunter's Clave for 9 on hit to draw a card from Save a Bloodshed. And both players very aware the hand does not block 9, nor does Martin really want to. Gone in a flash, a very powerful card, one of the biggest combo pieces for this deck. Spending it on defense would be a serious loss.
So it's Holík now, trying to, get the most efficient way of committing those cards, and just chose to block with that Blast to Oblivion.
Codex of Frailty is the card that comes off the top of the deck for Emad Kashi. Talk about a follow-up. We'll reach back into that yard. Now, upside, no leave, no witnesses. Haven't got to worry about that just yet. Downside, will be discarding. Going to be forced to dump a Blast to Oblivion or that Gone in the Flash back into the arsenal and allow Kashi to go even wider this turn than that single dagger swing.
And then I discard a Gone.
Makes a lot of sense here from Martin, just churning one of these Gone in a Flash into a different one. But now it is important to watch that arsenal as the game progresses. We know exactly what's tucked away there.
Well, let's see about how Holík blocks that pain in the backside. Taking 4, not blocking at all.
A little bit of bonus damage courtesy of that on hit, of course, allows pain in the backside to do a impression of a 0 for 4. A little bit of upside. If you weren't marked already, we'll see the Tarantula transformation from Arakni. Thankfully not into Tarantula, into Red back instead. A little bit of Go Again will be available for Kashi next time around. That Ponder token parking a card in the arsenal. Nice and safe for later on.
One arcane.
Sigil of Aether being played by Martin Holík to get Cassie.
Free arcane.
And a Mind Warp.
Now, both players knew this was going to happen, of course. No arcane barrier available for Kashi. The hand was known going into this turn. So Sigil of Aether doing what it does best, bringing Mind Warp just big enough to trigger its ability, shuffle that hand back into the deck and draw 3 new ones at random. Meaningful disruption on a very small 1-card hand, which is all you can really ask for in response to Kashi's previous turn.
Absolutely. I think Holík has made a statement here, and the Cassie now has to rethink the whole of his turn.
Draw 4. Yeah,
3 different cards to look at. We'll see Tunic up to 3 as well. The hand, Kiss of Death, Throw Dagger in the mix there as well. Leave No Witnesses tied on to the end. No doubt a pretty potent chain ender here, given that we know the contents of that arsenal.
Are you the one who came up with that? I've seen that all day today.
A lot of the Marios you've seen
I know.
Taking the graveyard.
Banana,
1s and 4s. Because, Martin is still trying to figure out how the deck is behaving and how
No blocks
to
there.
navigate the next one.
You do hear it from Martin there. I've seen this a lot from Arakni today, and Kashi goes, well, a lot of the Araknis you're playing today are my fault. And he goes, I know, I understand. It's very much your fault I find myself in this situation. But this Leave No Witnesses, a similar situation, not where you want to be if you are Martin Holík. This hand, Sigil of Brilliance, that Electromagnetic Somersault, these are situational powerful cards that have no 0 in the bottom. And of course, the red back can juice this Leave No Witnesses all the way up to 7. Even though it is not a stealth attack, it can, of course, still get bigger, courtesy of that hero ability.
Trying to make sure here of what those boots represent, because Martin doesn't look like one to risk it, right?
This is a potentially game-deciding spot for Martin Holík here. The importance of Gone in a Flash. They need to understand how big Kashi can go, and unfortunately for them, they need to realize they can't blunt this without giving up everything. There are 2 no blocks in the hand, would need to have that flash of brilliance available to block 7 in this spot and deny Leave No Witnesses, and we know there's a second one in the hand for Emad Kashi, and so if it's full defenses here from Martin to try and save Gone in a Flash, it might be lights out.
Still Kashi getting that second copy of Leave No Witnesses up and down, moving around with the Kiss of Death, constantly shuffling them.
Martin with a very, very painful decision tree this turn. Signed to Cosmos being hovered forward to consider the defenses. It is going to be the Flash of Brilliance. Going to respond to Flash of Brilliance by playing the Sigil of Brilliance. It's almost like these cards were named for each other. Going to cash out the Electromagnetic Somersault, pick it back up, draw a fresh card to hopefully provide a staunch defense against the follow-up here. And of course, Kashi can choose to go all in if so inclined. This block, hard to read. And we will see the activation discards. The Leave No Witnesses here goes, this is enough. You don't have a defense reaction. I don't need the second Leave No Witnesses. I'm going to make you have it. And Martin checks and goes, oh, hang on. You can activate this on Leave No Witnesses, and I'm about to lose my arsenal.
So I have no reaction.
6-3.
Absolute panic moment here as Martin takes some damage from that Leave No Witnesses and
Banished
banishes.
away. Sigil of Solace joining that. Gone in a Flash in the Banish Zone. So the plan has to change for Martin Holík, and we see him looking to the lights for guidance in this scenario. It is 2 copies of Gone in a Flash gone, but a second copy of Sigil of Brilliance found from that Flash of Brilliance. So potential to build a big power turn, but will likely have to do it without Gone in a Flash.
Couple of sigils there and an etchings, I think.
Etchings of Arcana, yeah, the last card in hand there. We'll deploy one of those sigils before Kashi draws up. And so we'll cash it out now. Try and find something more profitable. Take an extra look. And of course, finds the sink below, which is exactly what you want after that would have been great a minute ago. But Martin, if it makes you feel any better, I've been there. I feel that. Etchings of Arcana. Now, this is actually a very important sequencing from Martin. I want to draw attention to the choice to play out that Sigil of Brilliance on the previous turn cycle. Kashi has Arcane Barrier 0. So by amping up here with Volzar, you are guaranteed to score this hit with Etchings of Arcana. So you want a Sigil of Brilliance now? You want 2 more later on. And you can achieve that by playing one out now, letting it expire, and running it straight back with the Etchings of Arcana. So small little sequencing, kind of exactly what Cilio's about, little edges. And Martin finding them despite having some trauma to worry about after the past few turns.
Absolutely.
Kashi there choosing to break a silver token and another one here. So these silver tokens, pretty flexible, but clearly not happy with the hand. Might be missing an attack, might not have enough power to push relevant numbers. And so Kashi's in those spare blues. Try and find something more appealing. Finds Orbweaver Spinneret to reset the Calicera.
There is definitely a Sigil of Solace there as well.
We see that Kiss of Death that was parked in the arsenal in the previous turn. Bad news for Osiclio fans. That silver may have found a Tarantula Toxin lurking in the shadows to turn this Kiss of Death into a monstrous attack action.
Let's see about that as Martin Holík just waits for everything to develop before his eyes, and
go again, right?
Currently
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
Currently no.
Thank you.
Yeah, no blocks declared, very much a upside here for Marlynn. Does not get punked by the Tarantula Toxin. We know there's a sink below to work with. Kashi here in a similar bind has access to Sigil and that Stains of the red bag. Could go bigger if they wanted to. Alternatively, can gain some life, park the Stains for a future turn. And that's very much a decision tree here. With no blocks being declared, how much do you just want to put your foot down, try and get the game done, as opposed to recognizing more value over later turns?
How much pressure is enough pressure, right?
That's the task. And we see Martin here taking a moment to consider their options. Obviously a difficult game to navigate so far. We know there is some defensive choices if he wants to access them. But needs to put a plan together. Now, if it were me in the Osiclio seat here, I think you have to find a way to sequence multiple blasts to Oblivions to get out of this game. I think multiple blasts are going to be your best big turn, unless Martin is lucky enough to find exactly the third goal in a flash right about now. I think if it goes much longer, you have to start planning for an alternative game plan. So it wouldn't surprise me to see some aggressive sinks here from this sink below, digging for relevant pieces. We see a few more no blocks and a single blast to Oblivion in the hand for Martin, alongside a Mind Warp. So does have the ability to amp that Mind Warp up again, rip more cards away from Kashi, but the sink, not an easy choice.
You really have to get your engine rev up for finding those cards that Martin is missing, and this is one of those beautiful chances to actually go and fish for another card. And
Can I respond to my own sink below?
he is and seems to be considering.
So can I respond to my own sink below is the question. And the question at that point is, has the sink below resolved? And Martin says no. And so the answer is yes, you can. We're not at the point yet where we're going to be filtering things away. And so Martin would like to use Osiclio's hero ability here before sinking to get more information about what is available in the deck, and then may well sink away the card found or something else based on the information that has been gained.
Absolutely, there is a window there before you actually decide to sink or not. So he used that window very wisely, in my opinion, and still trying to cycle the deck as much as possible.
14.
And we see Martin Holík falling to 14 to keep all of the action, and I like that a lot. Found Channel Lightning Valley from that Osiclio activation, which is going to play an important role alongside this Mind Warp. And okay, so first of all, we have two sigils coming off, so everything could change in a moment. Two more cards to come and join us, but I'm a big fan of taking lines that let us play meaningful proactive turns and then firing off a blast from the arsenal later on. And that's what I expect to see from mine here. So Sigils triggering, Aether Bindings activated for a little bit of more Arcane, just for fun, as a treat.
A very beautiful light trick.
Okay, Martin Holík has options. That is a second Blast to Oblivion found alongside, I believe, Electrostatic Discharge in the hand there. And so this is the type of hand I was looking for. This has the potential, and we're going to see this from Martin. They're happy to go all in this scenario, utilizing the Old Knocker and the Lightning Greaves. It is time to start blasting.
It is time to sign. It is time to sign with its best lightning ever, and to get under the spotlight here as we see Martin navigating that hand full of cards.
And so the Vols are now free, the charging begins, and now the ultimate goal of this turn is going to be to chain these Blast to Oblivions together, presenting serious physical damage, and then end on a gigantic Mind Warp to rip away what Kashi might very well be trying to hold on to if they're willing to take damage from these blasts. And now both players know this is the pivotal turn of the game. Lightning Greaves have been cashed in. This is the big scenario for Osiclio, and not the traditional one. Not a line people are super used to. And we're going to see Martin navigate this, no doubt, to perfection.
Resolve it.
Absolutely, this is more than gloves off, it's even boots off, so let's go ahead and...
So, I like this a lot from Kashi. I think this is a tough decision to make. Mask of Deceit at its best when your opponent is marked. That is not the case right now. And so Kashi needed to inform their understanding of the rest of the turn, what's going to happen, and tried to hit Trapdoor. By blocking with the headpiece, you know if you have an extra defense reaction to work with over the course of this turn. And if you're going to take that gamble to try and find it free of charge, doing it on the first chain link, ultimately correct. So maximizing information before the rest of this turn plays out. Took the chance, not going to hold on to that headpiece. Unfortunately, did not get rewarded for it. Found a Tarantula instead. So we see the discharge coming on through as the instant Blast to Oblivion will trigger. Sigil of Lightning back into the hand. Embodiment of Lightning made in exchange. More importantly, perhaps, 3 amp now available on that Ace the Tidings.
And
Cassie,
the
of
action.
course. My apologies.
No, the action points just going
Backing up
up
as
and
well.
down. Yeah.
Absolutely. Kashi being rewarded pretty heavily here for playing around Channel Lightning Valley. Did not allow the extra card immediately for mine. It does come at a cost, though, because that means Channel Lightning Valley is still online here. If this second Blast to Oblivion connects, you can trigger that blast with your Lightning Valley, draw some bonus cards for the trouble. And we do see, again, trying to play defense here. Going to see 3 points from Incision and Black Tech Whisperers.
Those Black Tech Whispers that Martin was checking out so avidly.
So the Lightning Valley will do its trick. We'll pick back up Sigil of Lightning. It goes back in the hand again. It's more charge on that Aether Bindings. Another embodiment of Lightning generated and a bonus card to be drawn. Now Martin is desperately looking for another attack here. Would love to find a way to continue this turn and then end on a unholy Mind Warp to rip this nonsense away.
But it's really, I think it's a judge ball. Right?
Like, sorry.
Judge!
Okay, seems like we have a judge call between our players here. Maybe just not a ton of clarity around timing windows there. I'm not sure if maybe Kashi had a defense reaction they were trying to blunt the CLV with. I think a card has been drawn there, though, so we're going to have to let the judges do what they do best to resolve that situation and figure out exactly how that all went down.
Of course, there are lots of interactions here, and we want to make it right and make sure that everything is according to the rules.
Of course, and it's worth remembering in these situations, judges are your friends. Your opponent is not. I'm sure your opponent is a kind folk, but you are playing for lots of prize money at a calling level, and people, you know, they're going to focus on themselves, focus on their own game. So call the judges. They'll take care of things, make sure the game's being played the way it's supposed to be. So never feel bad about calling a judge, especially in these kind of high-pressure scenarios with a lot of moving pieces, because that's a lot of Blast to Oblivions. And it's unsurprising that things kind of get lost in the shuffle as numbers and dice go up and lightnings. So no rewind is coming through from what I'm being told. Let's make our way back into that game and resume blasting.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead.
So now you take 3.
Let's go ahead with it as we navigate at the speed of lightning. And we are back online and back in the game.
Martin looking for that attack to go one wider before firing off the rather egregious Mind Warp. Finds Etchings of Arcana, so not exactly what we were hoping for.
Let's clean it up. Break the chain.
So there is some lines here. So it's worth remembering that Martin has access to 3 action points. This isn't a brick. This is another arcane effect. And it's not the end of the world if you expend the amplification from Aether Bindings of the 3rd Age on this. You can gain some extra juice, find another sigil, and therefore make Volzai even bigger to make Mind Warp kind of a little bit bigger. You're losing 4 points of amp here to the etchings, but you're not losing 4 damage. It's still going through to Emad Kashi. So this kind of, I guess it creates an extra damage in a way. And because there is no arcane barrier, Mind Warp is still going to warp.
Absolutely. And we see Cassie going down to 15 here. And, well, let's see what happens next, because they are both sitting at the vault and getting everything cleared up.
Brilliance grabbed, brilliance played, and it will be another action point on the Osiclio. 4 available. We'll see that Sigil of Lightning being played out. It is now going to be 8 points of application, and let's do the Mind Warp again.
How exciting. I mean, Martin is finding the right tools at the right time and using them mercilessly.
10 points of arcane leaves us with a slightly charred former UK national champion on the other side of the table. Kashi correcting that life total now, falling all the way down to 5, and those 2 remaining cards brutally shuffled away, leaving but one hope for our Arakni Marionette player to make a comeback here. Exceptionally well navigated by Martin Holík. I think that's the kind of turn that's easy to miss if you aren't very fluent with Osiclio. Found the spot, that second blast to Oblivion kind of created the turn I was talking about, found a window to use those Lightning Greaves for a big turn, and is now heavily rewarded for doing so.
It has been amazing so far, and I do believe that this time round, Kashi needs to be very precise when trying to have a comeback, because Martin is still at 14, and there are some aces up his sleeve still.
Certainly is. There's a few shocking ways this could end if those instant speed damage effects do come off at the right time. There's also a few shocking ways this could end in reverse, because Martin Holík's current hand blocks nil point, a whole 0 once more. And although it's unlikely to take 14, Arakni Marionette is very capable of shockingly large numbers, especially when they're in the Tarantula form. Now, this wasn't what Kashi was hoping for when they transformed, but potentially being rewarded for all this extra damage by becoming the Tarantula.
Absolutely. I mean, you never know when you do things. Sometimes there are 2 outcomes for you, and one seems bad, one seems good, and then at the end of the day, everything is upside down, and it might come as an advantage now.
So we see the Flick Knives activation here will mark Osiclio and deal 2 additional damage. Thanks to the Tarantula trigger, and stains of the red bank will be fired from the hand and the arsenal to turn this Graphene Chelicera into approximately a house worth of damage. Good news for Osiclio fans though, Martin Holík did use that hero ability and found the 3rd Mind Warp to continue their arcane assaults. For now, this chunk of damage will come on through. We'll find Martin Holík falling all the way down to 4.
Not as scared, because also Martin has a Seal of Solace as well. So, yeah, there is an emergency exit there if he needs to take it.
We all love a good panic button. It will be those sigils that begin to expire to start the turn here for Martin. Card drawn from Sigil of Brilliance. Embodiment of Lightning being made. And now this is where decisions start to happen. Sigil of Aether obviously can be responded to if you'd like to circumvent that amp or amp it itself. And so we'll play Channel Lightning Valley in response and score a bonus card for the trouble.
That is an exciting one, and I am dying to see how this one goes, because being at 4 that even is just an incredible way to end this afternoon, right?
See a Osiclio activation goes digging for another proactive play. Lightning Press discarded with no attacks available. A 2nd Channel Lightning Valley found, which is not ideal, but does still amp that Volzar. So we are in a spot where, in theory, we can play Lightning card, Volzar the Mind Warp, and force the issue. But Arakni Marionette a deck that plays Sigil of Solaces and stuff too, so definitely not a concrete victory. We'll have to contemplate the risk just a little bit.
Sigil of Solace once again being one of those incredible cards that play a very, very important role.
Martin Holík being methodic. Only one of these players will become an undefeated player overnight here in Valencia. Does fire the cannon. It's Lightning, Volzar, Mind Warp. It's enough. There is no point of interaction for Emad Kashi. The former UK national champion will fall at the hands of Martin Holík. The Lightning Lampion makes their way into the 2nd day of competition as an undefeated player on Osiclio Constellar Intelligence.
That was brilliant, I must say. That was incredibly exciting, and I got carried away by that Osiclio that is now 7-0.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. I think that's a... How do I put this? I don't want to harp on too much about Martin, but I feel like they're a player that doesn't get enough appreciation given how good they actually are, especially on Osiclio as a hero. If you're looking to become better at playing this Lightning Wizard, it's his games I would want you to study, because every time I watch Martin play Osiclio, I realize I don't know how to play Osiclio. And that's a bit humbling for me personally. I do enjoy a good wizard, but they just find lines and situations and navigations I think most players would miss, and we saw that with those Blast to Oblivion turns. Understood it was the pivot point, didn't have the time to wait for Gone in a Flash, and just kind of found a way to put it all together.
It was amazing, and that Gone in a Flash, marked how the whole match developed afterwards, and it was just an incredible opportunity for learning a lot from this wizard.
I think so. So Martin Holík at 7-0. I'm sure not the only one. If you are following along with fan favorites over the weekend, or maybe just your friends from home, I would encourage you to make your way over towards the Fab TCG website. Check out the standings, see what's going on. But if you're looking for undefeated players, we have 2 Osiclios sitting at 7-0, which is incredibly impressive stuff, not just the one. We have a single Arakni Marionette sitting at 7-0 in the hands of little-known player Jacob Clements, who is undefeated at another calling at the start of a World Tour season. And I believe there's one more undefeated hero, Kano Drakai of Aether, who is just 8 points away from reaching Living Legend, is undefeated overnight, and has the chance to take home one more calling.
We'll be here tomorrow to tell you about it, so stay tuned.
Wait. Well, if you've had fun, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Make sure you click the like button for us somewhere down there. It's much appreciated. But we'll be back for a second day of competition here in Valencia tomorrow, bright and early, so make sure you come and join us. Until then, I've been Howling Minds, that has been Carlo de Fernandez, and you have been amazing. Take care of yourselves.